Hello YouTube, how's it going? Welcome to the post-commentary video for my any percent world record speedrun for San Andreas. I did this yesterday, and it was a super cool run, and I'm going to try to commentate it for you now. I've done this before for no major glitches, and that worked really well. However, today we're going to try and do it for a really glitch-heavy category. So stuff is going to get really difficult to explain, so this might be very long, but we'll see what happens. So right off the start here, you can see I'm on a paused black screen. That's because I do a glitch immediately, which I'm going to have to explain. So if I play the video here, you can see San Andreas. I start the game. We're in the intro scene, right? Francis International Airport, whatever. And then I skip it, and then suddenly we're in CJ's house. How did we do that? That's not where you start the game. What happened to, oh shit, here we go again. You know, I'm supposed to be in the alleyway. Yeah, I have broken the game immediately. Down here, this looks a little weird on my layout, but down here I have the inputs of my keyboard and mouse from the run. My hand is kind of on it, don't worry about it. But those are my inputs during the run, right? So if you look down there, you can see what buttons I'm pressing, and I'm going to try to explain what happens here. So when you start the game, like here, what's actually happened is CJ is stood like right here. This is CJ, right? And he's in Grove Street. Like, here's Sweet's house, here's CJ's house, his, I don't know, Ryder's house is like back here or something. There's like a house here. There's probably like a tree or something here, right? CJ is stood in the center of Grove Street, and he's happy. Look at the little hat. CJ is stood in the middle of Grove Street at the beginning of the game, because I guess they just spawn you at Grove Street because Grove Street is the center of the universe, yeah, as we've all established. And it was recently discovered, like very recently, within like the last year, that you actually have control over CJ during this sequence. So it looks like it's a cutscene, right? And there's like, you know, you're just waiting for the game to start, and you skip this cutscene and everything, and the game starts. But you actually can control CJ right now. It's absolutely insane, and we haven't discovered it, because why would you be able to control CJ here? But yeah, they spawn CJ in the middle of Grove Street, and you have control over him. So what I'm doing is I'm using some precise timing. If I like bring up the sound from the run, you could probably hear me. I count using elephants. Ready? 1 elephant, 2 elephant. That's me back then counting. What I'm doing is I'm trying to go from his Grove Street, and CJ is like stood in it. I don't know. That's a terrible drawing. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get inside CJ's house, which is over here, right? So I'm facing I'm facing straight west. And Sweet's house here. Here's the little tree that I drew earlier, but I messed it up, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to walk like diagonally forwards and right for exactly 1.5 elephants. So I say 1 elephant, 2 elephant, right? I go exactly like, oh, I'm facing west, sorry, yeah. I'm trying to walk diagonally forwards and right for exactly 1.5 elephants. And then as soon as that ends, I then walk right. And then as soon as I get towards CJ's door, I jump to like delay me entering the door. So if we listen to what I say again, ready? I'm going to go back a bit. Listen to what I'm saying. Oh, let me clear the screen. 1 elephant, 2 elephant. See, that's now I'm going to the right. And now I'm in CJ's house, and then I jump at some point. I don't know. I didn't catch myself jump actually. Where do I jump? There, I just did it. I just jumped. So if I go back a bit, I can probably catch it there. Look, do you see it? My left shift is jump. So we go up, we go over, and then we're in CJ's house. So what happens is when the game wants to teleport you, it will teleport you like often. Mission scripts and cutscenes and things like that will teleport you immediately because they're covering it with like black screens and stuff, so it doesn't matter. You don't notice that you're being teleported. But when you walk into like an interior or something, they don't just like insta teleport you into the interior. They wait a little bit to make it like, so CJ does the little walk-in animation, right? He does like this animation where you walk in and out, and then you get teleported, right? Like this. So they want to like hide the teleport like that. So what's happening is I'm starting. So like we're CJ. This is like CJ's teleport state, right? He's in Grove Street, right? Then I'm like queuing. I'm like in like 2 seconds. I'm gonna go into the house by walking in, and I'm starting this like walk-in animation. So after a few seconds of this walk-in animation, I will then actually get teleported, right? So I'm trying to time it so that I'm queuing a house teleport, but before that can happen, I skip the cutscene like this, and then we go from Grove Street, and then we get teleported to like the alleyway where we're supposed to be at the end of the cutscene. But then I immediately get teleported to the house because I queued the house teleport. And it's a bit more complicated than that because there's actually like 2 different teleports that happen. There's one for this cutscene skip, and there's another one that actually takes you to the alleyway. But I'm like I'm having to like leave the house at the same time. So it looks more like where's Grove exit. I'm trying to like teleport here. And there's another like cutscene skip that happens here, right? So I'm trying to like insert these teleports in and out of CJ's house to overlap with the actual teleports that the game is trying to do for you. Because you're supposed to like get teleported to where the cutscene happens, and then you get teleported to the alleyway. And I'm trying to teleport to the house instead of where the cutscene happens, and then teleport to Grove Street instead of the alleyway. So this is all very precise timing. So I have to like sit through this cutscene until CJ puts the briefcase down, and that's when I skip the cutscene. And then immediately, you can't see it because of the thing. Immediately, I'm walking like backwards and right because I need to immediately leave the house or I won't stack the teleports correctly. So this is what this run is gonna be like. That was like, what was that? Like a 5-minute explanation for the first, I don't know, 15 seconds of the speed run. we have watched 15 seconds. All right. So pack your fucking pack your snacks or whatever. Get your drinks ready. We're gonna be here for a while. All right. So we've got past the first 15 seconds. So I'm just gonna let it play out again. So keep in mind, I'm teleporting to Grove Street. All right. So here we go. So 1 elephant, 2 elephant, let go of the buttons, stop walking diagonally, start walking sideways. And then I walk up the little staircase in front of CJ's house. And right as I get to the door, I jump. And that delays me entering it just long enough to make this work. So now CJ is doing the walk into house animation right now. That's what he's doing. Oh yeah, I need to explain this. There's 2 different CJs. There is cutscene CJ, who is like a fake CJ. We don't care about him. He just does whatever the game tells him. We have no control over cutscene CJ. He's like a fake CJ. He doesn't matter. And then there's gameplay CJ, who is the real CJ and does what we want. They are 2 different CJs, right? So real CJ always exists. He's always somewhere. He never gets deleted. You lose control over him sometimes, and then they give it back to you, but he always exists. So while this shit is happening at the start, yeah, real CJ is doing things, even though cutscene CJ is doing something completely different. So real CJ is doing the walk into house animation right now, and then as soon as it's about to end, I skip the cutscene, and then the cutscene tries to put me somewhere else, but then the walk into house animation puts me inside CJ's house instead. And then, yeah, and then I do the same thing here and leave as the cutscene, as the teleport happens. And we get put into Grove Street. So yeah, that's what happens right at the start. This is obviously fast because the alternative to this is to spawn in the alleyway, and then I can either take the BMX and cycle all the way to Grove Street, or I can try to find like a police bike or a car or something and drive to Grove Street. But that's like slow, obviously, way faster if you just go straight to Grove Street and like the mission marker is literally like right here. This is what we want to do. We just teleport right here. It's like a free 20-second time save or something, right? Okay, right. So we've done it. We've done the first teleport. Now, the first mission of the run. Nothing too crazy here. This is just resource management. So this isn't going to make any sense right now, but for later in the run, I need tear gas, I need pistol, and I need $500 extra. Right, that's the or at least $500, around as close to $500 as I can get. That's the shopping list. Now we do the shopping list in this mission because during this mission we have friends on bikes who are with us, right? So we have these other guys here. These guys will trigger cutscenes if CJ and one of them is in a trigger for the cutscene. So I'm gonna skip ahead real quick, but right here, when we get to here, there's a cutscene trigger like here. It's like a big box or whatever. And if I don't know why I'm making it 3D, but we're doing that now. It's very pretty. I love it. There's a big trigger here, right? And the conditions to progress the mission are if Sweet is inside this box and if CJ is inside this box, then the cutscene will progress, or the mission will progress and start the cutscene. Is it a spear, actually? Is it a sphere? Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. So as soon as me and Sweet are here, this cutscene will play. I could, if I wanted, right at the start here, just cycle straight to... I could just do the small brain speedrun thing, right? And gotta go fast, and I could cycle all the way to where that cutscene happens immediately, right? But that wouldn't work because I'd just be sat there waiting for Sweet. And until he gets there, it won't progress. So the next logical strat from that is, okay, maybe we can make Sweet faster. And there are ways to make Sweet faster. You can push him and stuff like that. But what's actually more efficient is if you can only make him a little bit faster and it's really difficult. It's actually much more efficient if you just let him cycle, let him do his thing, don't disturb him, just let him go as fast as possible. Stay close enough to him that he doesn't get too far away and stops pedaling, because that can happen. You can get too far in front or too far behind, as long as you're not like close enough to him or stop cycling. But just stay close enough so that he cycles and just wait for him. And while we're doing that, we can collect things. So in San Andreas speedruns, the Big Smoke mission is often used as like a shopping list mission because it's right at the start of the run. We can get stuff that we need through the rest of the run right now, and we don't lose that much time doing it because we're waiting for Sweet to fucking pedal his ass over the cutscene anyway. So we're gonna, while Sweet is pedaling, I'm gonna, again, I'm looking for, I have a shopping list. I need a pistol. I forgot one earlier. I need to kill one of the voodoo drivers because there's a ball of voodoo attacking you here, and it makes the cutscene faster if they're dead. So I want to kill the ballers. I need $500 and I need a police vehicle. I think that was the shopping list, right? So what we do is we cycle along this road, and while we're cycling, I try to stay like reasonably close to Sweet. Oh, tear gas. I forgot tear gas. Thank you. We stay reasonably close to Sweet, and we look for a police officer, because if I find a police officer, I can kill them, which will give me the gun. It'll also give me wanted stars, which will help me find police vehicles, and I could use the gun to kill the ballers with. So I found a police officer really early here. Normally this is not optimal, because what's going to happen is while I'm stood here fighting the police officer, Sweet is going to cycle all the way over here, and once he gets to like about this far away, he's going to stop. He's just going to stop moving, right? Ideally, what I would want to do is cycle like to the maximum distance away from Sweet, then fight the police officer and the baller and stuff, and then while I'm doing that, Sweet will cycle past me, but still stay in range. So that way Sweet never stops cycling, right? And we go faster. In an ideal world, that's what happens. But This run, I see an early police officer. I decide to just take it, because sometimes you don't find a cop down this road and you just lose the run, right?
You in a hurry?
So I decide to fight the cop. Now, unfortunately, I missed running him over here. Ideally, you'd want to just run him over with a bike as you jump off of it, and that will kill him and he'll drop his gun and you'll get a wanted star and stuff. But unfortunately here I miss, so I have to resort to just punching him instead. I don't use just left click. If you look at my inputs down here, I'm actually using the like gym combat moves. Even though I haven't been to a gym yet, CJ actually knows some default gym combat moves. So I'm holding right click and I'm pressing F like this to like try to fight him like that. And in doing that, CJ will do this kicking animation on his second attack. So, whoops, that's bad. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to punch him once just while running to get his attention so he stops running away from me. That's just a default attack. Then I get in front of him, and then I do the hold right click and press F thing. CJ will do like one right jab, and if that right jab hits, then CJ will do like this kick like this. And if this kick hits an NPC on the front half of them, they'll fall over like this. So that's the quickest way to down someone, is like hold right click, stand in front of them, press F to get the right jab, and then CJ does the knockout kick. Once the NPC is on the ground, I could just stomp them like this, which kills them really quickly. This is like the fastest way to kill someone with melee. You obviously don't want to use melee very much at the speedrun because you'd rather just shoot people in the face, but I don't have a gun at this point, so it's the fastest way to do it. I mean, okay, the fastest way to do it is to run him over, but he dodged the bike, so yeah. So click, right click, successful hit, and then knock him over. Sometimes I like struggle to get the police officer to face me. Like if they're facing the other way, CJ's kick won't knock them over, so you have to face them, like face them in the front. Anyway, we kill this guy, and I get the pistol. I also get the nightstick, which is a little bit annoying, because the nightstick is going to cause some issues later on, but don't worry about that for now. But I get the pistol, which is what I want. Now it's time to kill these guys. So yeah, this is the baller's car, as I said. If I kill either the car or one of these guys that are in the car, the cutscene later on under the motorway will be much shorter, because it's the cutscene where Sweet goes, "Baller's car is onto us. Everybody split up," or something like that. And you see him cycling away and the baller's car chases him. And then Ryder says, "Keep up, motherfucker," or whatever. And then the cutscene stops, right? But by killing the voodoo like this, I skip that cutscene. So I'm just going to shoot one guy in the voodoo. Now that I've killed this guy in the voodoo, that cutscene's not going to happen. But the problem is, I only have 1 star right now. This is getting a little bit too deep because this only really happens in Big Smoke. But for reasons, I actually want 2 stars. 1 star will not spawn police vehicles. It just makes the current vehicles chase you. But 2 stars will spawn new police vehicles in. So because I only have 1 star here, I actually kill the second baller to try to increase my wanted level. And now I have 2 stars, do you see? Because I killed a cop and I killed 2 peds. Thankfully, there's also this here. This is exactly what we want to see. This is a police bike. The police bike is the best possible vehicle we could find in this situation. So I've killed those guys, got 2 stars, police bike spawns, and we take the bike. So, again, this has been a lot of talking, but to break it down, I've got a gun, I've killed the ballers, and I've got a police vehicle. And as a bonus, it's a bike, which is like a better vehicle for reasons I'll explain later, probably. So I've already completed a lot of the shopping list. There's only 2 things left, right? There's a tear gas and $500, and then we're done with the shopping list. So my priority right now is to catch up with Sweet. Do you see how we don't see Sweet and Ryder and Big Smoke in the distance? We don't see them. They're all the way down this road. And they're too far away, so they're not pedaling. Oh, I should also explain. You see the game? There's a blue square next to me. The game tells you need to use the BMX in this mission, but it lies. You do not need to use the BMX. It's lying to you. You could use whatever vehicle you want. it will just be like, it will just tell you to go back to the BMX, and it won't show you where Sweet and that lot is on the map, and it won't show you where to go. But I can figure that out for myself. So you just ignore that, and I take whatever vehicle I want. So yeah, my priority right now is to fucking catch up with Sweet, because he's too far away and he stopped pedaling. So now we just floor it, and here they are here. Let's see. Do you see how they're just like, they're just sat here? They're not doing anything. They're just waiting for me to catch up before they start accelerating. Annoyingly, they also like backpedal a little bit at the start. But yeah, so these guys are going now. You see, I'm like waiting for them and stuff. So now they're going. I'm waiting for them to get close enough. What I want to do is this building here, this one that like runs like this here, it has like a big staircase here and some pillars. In between the two pillars and at the top of the staircase, there's tear gas right here. So I want to go pick up that tear gas, but I don't want to just like fly past these guys at 100 miles an hour and go straight over there. Because again, if I go like all the way over there and get the tear gas, I could be too far away from them, and then they stop pedaling, right? So I'm like babysitting them a little bit here and like making sure that they actually move. Because you see, Sweet was just sat there not moving. I'd make sure he's moving, he's not stuck, we're all good. So now I'm going to head over, and we're going to go up here, and I'm going to get the tear gas. Now, I want you at home to look out for how... Well, I guess I actually do use tear gas. I won't actually use the tear gas as a weapon this run, but I need this CJ to have tear gas for very complicated reasons later. Sorry. Right. So I'm going to get the tear gas here. I pick it up. Don't get cycled. Do I do the thing correctly? I do. Okay, so I'm doing a cool trick here. This is totally unnecessary and is just me flexing because I do a frame perfect trick here, or frame-ish perfect. It's difficult. Position and frame-ish perfect. Watch. I'm gonna just let what happens play out at full speed and see if you can catch it. Do you see that? Your video didn't lag. I teleported onto the bike. This is an animation cancel. I'm canceling the animation of getting onto the bike by throwing the tear gas and trying to get onto the bike on nearly the same frame. You throw the tear gas and like one frame later to try to get onto the bike, and you just like you just teleport onto it like this. But yeah, that completely unnecessary. I could just get on the bike like a normal person, but I'm just flexing because why not? Yeah, just because this is just a flex, I'm not gonna like explain it too hard. But I basically, when you press F to like get on a vehicle, if CJ was stood here, right, and I pressed F, CJ would like walk over to here and then get on the bike, right? This is two distinct phases. The initial phase of you pressing F is the pathfinding phase, where the game will try to like find the best path to the closest vehicle. Then it will compare all paths to the closest vehicles, and whichever one's the closest, it will pick that one, right? And then I'm doing this as a bit arse. And then once it's found the path, it will execute that path, and CJ will walk along it. And then once you get within like a certain position, so on this on a bike, there are 3 ways you can get on the bike. You can be stood here, roughly. You can be stood here, or you could be in front of it, and CJ does the jump kick onto the front of the bike like that. Those are the 3 ways to get on a bike. CJ, when you press F, will attempt to pathfind to like the closest one, like I said. He'll pathfind to it, and once he stands in one of these areas, then he'll actually do the getting on the bike animation. It's 2 different things. You have the pathfinding, and then you have the actually getting on the bike. Now, if you're already stood in one of these 3 spots, and you press F, CJ doesn't pathfind, he just gets on the fucking bike, right? He just gets in it. This is what we need to be to do this trick. I need to be within one of these 3 areas, and then throw the tear gas, and then press F 1 frame later. And if I'm within one of these 3 areas, I will teleport straight onto the bike. If I'm like stood like here or something, or like here too close, or like whatever, if I'm stood like not in one of these 3 areas, the trick won't work. So it's like a positionally precise and also frame-ish precise trick that I have to do. I don't have to. I did it for fun. Yeah, less than a 1 second time save, by the way. Yeah. Again, I'm just flexing. But it's a cool trick, and it is important for some categories. In any percent no AJS and in Definitive Edition, it actually matters that you do that. You need it for some tricks, but here it's just unnecessary. Anyway, this is me just driving bad, I think. What happened? I think I just got like... Oh, I got fucked by this police officer. This police officer spawns. I try to avoid it, but I can't. And then I get like jammed in this corner by this cop. Yeah, so all of that time save I just did, and then just got screwed by police anyway. The game, this is what I love about San Andreas and GTA. The game is still random. Like, stuff like this could just happen at any point, and you need to like figure out a way out of it as quick as fucking possible, right? And that's like some speedruns, like Super Mario Bros. Or Super Mario 64 or something. There's no randomness at all, to my knowledge. You just have to, if you could just copy what the task does and just press the buttons in exactly the same way every single time, you'll finish the game every single time. But GTA games don't work like that. You have to actually think on your feet and think on the fly and make decisions, and every run is different and stuff. And I find that much more interesting. Anyway, just little things like that. Right, okay, so you remember we have one thing left on our shopping list. You may notice I'm driving away from the usual route. Like Sweet and that lot are going to cycle down this road to the cutscene. And you may notice that I have driven the opposite direction and I am not going that way. Yeah, that's because we have one more thing on our shopping list. We have $500 I need to get. Now, there's a really fast way of getting $500. It's killing a drug dealer and picking up some of his money. The problem with that is that a drug dealer spawning is kind of random, and you don't really want to rely on that for runs. So there's a second way of getting $500, which is kind of slow, but it's what I've done here, and I'm going to do a stunt jump. So I come down here, get screwed by traffic again, and I just do this little stunt jump here. And when this stunt jump completes, I will be given $500. Whoa, crazy. Which will make it so I have enough money for the things I need to do. I do a little bit of a trick here to try to make this faster. So, again, not really supposed to be explaining stunt jumps in an 80% run, but basically there's a trigger that will start the jump, that if you hit it, the jump starts. And then there's a trigger that, like, if you land in it, will end the jump. The thing is, the trigger to land the jump for this is like a massive box that's like really tall and really big, and it looks like this, basically. There's like a massive box here that's like, if you land in it, it'll count the jump. I have no idea why Rockstar made it so tall, because like it could just be like this high and it would be fine, because, you know, you're landing on the ground, but they didn't. They made it absolutely massive. So what this lets me do is, if I position the bike correctly, and you'll see that like right as I go off of this, I swerve to the right here. If I hit this pillar or this bridge like this, I just barely clip this pillar, it triggers the stunt jump early. And that's important because, as you'll notice, the stunt jump is in slow motion. And slow motion is slow. We don't want to play in slow motion. We want to play in fast motion. Go, 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 speedrun, right? So we just like, we want to cancel this stunt jump as quick as possible. So rather than jump all the way down and land cleanly on the ground, I try to hit this pillar or this wall just to end this quicker. Thankfully, I don't fall off the bike. It's a bit of an awkward landing though, but I do make it. Right, so we've now completed the shopping list. We have a gun, we killed the ballers, we have a police vehicle, and it's a bike. We have tear gas, we have $500. We have everything we need on the shopping list. Now it's time to go fast. So again, we watch this cutscene. Half of it is, or more than half of it is skipped, because I killed the baller car. Right, and here we go. So previously, we needed Sweet to get into the cutscene trigger for the final cutscene to happen. In this part, we actually need Ryder to get to Grove Street for the final cutscene to trigger. So I don't care about Sweet. I don't care about Big Smoke. I only care about Ryder right now. If anything, I want the other two to go slower so that they don't like get in front of Ryder and slow him down. Oh, I just remembered there is an optional thing on the shopping list. If possible, I would like to get rid of this police vehicle and find a fresh police vehicle. That's because when you go into this cutscene here, as soon as this cutscene starts, whatever vehicle that you're on in this cutscene will be marked as a mission vehicle. So previously, it was just CJ's personal vehicle, and it will like just act like a normal vehicle. But once you go into this cutscene, it now counts as a mission vehicle. And mission vehicles are special because the game marks them as like, this vehicle can never despawn. Because imagine if you're just like playing the game and like, you know, the van in Life's a Beach despawns and then you fail the mission or whatever. That would be really stupid. So this vehicle can never despawn anymore, which sounds useful, but is actually counterproductive for what we want later.
Keep up, motherfucker.
So if possible, I would like to swap this police bike for a different police bike so that I can have a personal vehicle again and not a mission vehicle. So anyway, we're gonna push Ryder until I find a police vehicle. So I'm trying to like push him to make him go faster here, but it's a little awkward. Here's a police bike. This is where I swap. So yeah, we get a new police bike. Oh, I didn't teleport on. Oh, lame. I just got on the bike normally. What the fuck? Alright, video's over. Go home. No. Yeah, so I got a fresh police bike. I'll explain why that's good in a minute. Now we have Ryder. This is me trying to push Ryder to the best of my ability. I am self-admittedly not very good at pushing Ryder or Sweet in this mission. Some people can push him really well. Oh, wow, he crashed as well. That's really annoying. Some people can push him really well and save a lot of time, but I'm like really bad at it. So I won't over-explain this, but basically you want to push him like... push him so that he goes faster, but not push him so much that he spins out, because that can happen. So yeah, we're just waiting for him here. Give him a little pushy. Little pushy. Up this hill is particularly important, because he slows down a lot up the hill. But yeah, so we're just going to push him. I don't think anything too interesting happens here, so we can skip forwards a bit, save some time. Yeah, just lots of pushing, right? Right, so once we get to this point, Ryder is now close enough to Grove Street that if I go to Grove Street, he won't stop pedaling. So I can just leave him now, because I have a few things I need to do in Grove Street. Mostly, what I want to do is I want to store 2 police vehicles, because I'm going to need the police vehicles later in the run. So this is our first vehicle that I'm storing. And again, if this was a mission vehicle, I wouldn't actually be able to store it in the garage. It wouldn't despawn, but it wouldn't get stored in the garage. And if I ever loaded a save, which I sometimes do for reasons, it would actually just despawn and I wouldn't be able to use it. So this being a personal vehicle means it will actually get stored in the garage. But I need 2 of these. So once I do this, I then go into Grove Street, and because I still have these 2 stars, I should be able to find another police vehicle. And lo and behold, there's like one right here, which is excellent. So I take this and I just store it. So now we've got 2 police vehicles in the garage, we're going to use for later. They're both personal vehicles, we're all good. And we finally have completed the first mission.
Got with them motherfuckers, though. Sold them niggas who's gangster. Ryder, nigga. So...
Okay. So I just did a thing here as well. Not super important for this run, but I just recorded what we call a fast replay. So you'll notice that on my keyboard, I have the F1, 2, and 3 buttons visible in my layout. That's because F1, 2, and 3 are replay buttons. Replays are a feature in the PC version of the 3D GTA games, where you can like if you press F1, you'll play back the last 30-ish seconds of gameplay for you to watch. So if something cool happens, you can like watch it back. If you press F2, you'll record the last 30-ish seconds of gameplay to a file. It's called like GTA SA Rep 1 or something like that. I can't remember what the file's called, but it will record a file to your documents. And then if you press F3, whatever that file is, you'll replay it back as a replay. Now, this doesn't seem that useful on its own for speedrunning. Like, Josh, why do you care about watching gameplay that you just did back? Who cares? You're doing a speedrun. But the thing is, especially for the earlier 3D games, not so much for San Andreas, but a little bit, the replays are really, really, really fucking glitchy. You could do so much crap with them. If you like replay tech, I encourage you to watch like GTA 3 and Vice City, because you can do some really stupid things in there. But in San Andreas, it's limited to just making the game a little bit faster and spawning vehicles and stuff like that. But what we don't want to do is I don't want to just press F2 and record like a 30-second long replay, because watching a 30-second long replay, like, yeah, you can end it a little bit early, but not that early. Watching a replay that's really long is obviously quite slow. We don't want to do that. So what I want to do is record a fast replay. Basically, the replays will record the last 30-ish seconds of gameplay up until you lose control of CJ, and then they'll stop recording. So right now, you may notice I do not have control of CJ. We're in a cutscene. This is gameplay, CJ. This is not replay. This is not cutscene, CJ. This is real CJ. I don't have control of CJ right now.
Ryder, nigga.
So if I were to then go here and like record a replay now, all the replay would record is between right now and when I last had control of CJ. So it would record like this much replay, right? Which is obviously useful for making a really short replay. So what we do is right here, you might not catch it because it is pretty quick. Let me try to rewind. Rewinding in MPV is a bit crap. Right here, it looks like I press it one frame early, actually. Maybe this replay doesn't work, but you can see I'm pressing F2 like right now. Down here, look. I'm trying to record a replay on the very first frame that I regain control of CJ, so that the replay is literally one frame long. It's not an invalid run, because I also would have recorded a backup replay. There's another opportunity to do it here. Right here, I just pressed F2, see? So I recorded a backup replay here. Because of the way speedruns work, using stuff that you have done from outside of the run is not allowed. So I can't just have like a perfect replay that I made 6 months ago and use that in this run, because that's making progress before the timer was started, which is not allowed, right? Because if you could do that, then I could just load a save that's about to beat end of the line, right? Which would be stupid. So we all agree that using progress from before the run is dumb. So you're not allowed to use replays that you recorded earlier. So I have to make sure I record a new replay. So yeah, I've attempted to record another replay. The reason I prefer to do it here is because this cutscene skip is player controlled. So I press space to skip this cutscene. You see, I think I missed it a little bit. Go back a bit. I press space to skip this cutscene. I choose when it happens. So because of that, what I can do is I can go space F2, like really quickly, space F2. And then that means that my replay is going to be really short because I controlled where the replay started. This other cutscene, I don't control when it ends. It's just whenever Ryder stops yapping is when it ends, right? It's, see, it just ends on its own. I'm not skipping it. I'm pressing space, but nothing happens. You see, it just ends on its own. So it's a bit harder to time a fast replay here, but it's better to try to record 2 replays, because if I don't record a replay accidentally at the start of the run, and then I play a replay, my run becomes illegal because I played a replay from, like, you know, the run before this. So I have to be very careful to actually record a replay. So I make a backup replay there, and then I try to overwrite it with like a YOLO replay now that would be faster. Like that. Anyway, so that's me recording a replay. They'll come up a little bit in the run. So then we go into CJ's house to progress the run. We have a little cutscene here, can't do anything about it. And then we go and we do Ryder. Now, funny thing at the start of Ryder, this is a classic speedrun strat, but before we get to that point, here comes the replay. So one of the uses of replays in this game is to skip fades. So when you press a replay button, the game will like fade to black really quickly and then fade out of black really fast to hide the replay starting. And it will be like a really quick fade out. But whenever you start a mission, there's a really long fade that happens that wastes a lot of time because you're waiting for it to like slowly fade to black and then slowly fade back out. What you could do is the exact same moment that you run into a marker, if I play a replay like this is me, this is the replay, look. This is the replay of me being in Grove Street. Look at that. It like loads in. Look at that. So I did record the Grove Street replay. Why can't you delete this replay file before you start the game? You can, but it's like a pain in the ass. You better to just... It's better to record... I want a backup replay anyway, because if I press F3 and nothing happens, then that's bad. I want something to happen, right? So it doesn't really matter. It would just be extra busy work if I did that. Anyway, this is the one frame replay. Do you see this? This is like... I'm skipping frames here. So this replay is like ludicrously short. And it just plays that and then nothing. Then we go back. And then there's this like fade that happens, you see? So when I press the replay button, it insta cuts to the replay, I think. So it's like, yeah, it's like, there's like a 2-frame black screen fade that happens when I play the replay, which is like nothing, really fast. And then after the replay, there's like another like a few frames black fade. But the game can only play one fade at a time. So because I'm in the middle of this fade out, like it's fading from the replay back to gameplay, because I'm in the middle of this fade out, when I start the mission, it can't play the normal fade out that it wants to play. So the mission like starts way quicker. Like, where is it? This is the cutscene, look. You could just about make it out. It might be a bit dark for you, but this is inside Ryder's house. We're about to watch the cutscene. So that makes the mission start way faster by overlapping fades like this. So this is one of the uses of replays. Every time I'm about to start a mission, I'm going to play a replay to just make it load faster, basically. So I'm going to walk in and then bam, and then mission, and that's it. Like, I've already skipped every cutscene. I've already done everything. It's like so quick. It's like really fast. If you walk into the Ryder marker and just space bar, it's going to take you way longer to start it than what just happened. Okay, so that's the first use for replays. I'm going to do that a lot. Keep an eye out for it. This is a funny strat right here. So I've just started the mission. And now I'm going to immediately blow up Ryder's car. And then we're going to start the mission again. This is a very silly old strat that was found many, many, many years ago. Basically, there's a cutscene later on in this mission that teaches you about eating food and stuff. But if you've already played the mission once, it will let you skip that cutscene. Like, you don't have to watch. You can only the game only wants you to watch that cutscene once because it's a really long, boring tutorial mission. So it tries to detect that, like, okay, the players already watched this cutscene. Let them skip it the second time if they want. And they do a really good job of making this work in lots of places throughout the whole rest of the game. It will actually make sure you watched the cutscene before letting you skip it the second time. But here they messed up. Here, the game only checks if you've started the mission. If you started the mission once, you're allowed to skip the cutscene. So basically what I do is we start the mission, we blow up Ryder's car. Oops, wrong button. We blow up Ryder's car like this, and then we immediately start the mission again. Now this looks slow, like I'm wasting time blowing up Ryder's car, but that is way faster than watching the tutorial cutscene. So we just do that quickly, and blow up Ryder's car, fail the mission, restart it, and now we can skip that cutscene. Yeah. So let's see. So now we're gonna go into Reese's hair studio. So now I want to like manipulate my money. Do you remember I said I wanted $500 at the start? Kind of a lie. I actually only needed like $100 extra or something like that. 200. I don't quite remember. but $500 is a nice flat amount, which means I know exactly how much money I have to spend to make my money correct for a trick later. So here, because I got $500 at the start, I'm at exactly $850. So now if I buy a $350 haircut, such as the cornrow or the Jerry curl right here, that was like way too quick. Oops. If I buy the Jerry curl, it's $350. I could also that's the only $350 haircut. Yeah, so I want to spend an exact amount of money to make my money exact. So by doing the stunt jump at the start and then getting here and buying the Jerry curl, I'll have exactly the right. Oh, and then buying a pizza, I'll have the exact right amount of money for what I want to do. So quickly buy a Jerry curl. Just get out of this cutscene. Blah 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 blah. We've all seen this cutscene a million times. So here's the cutscene I can skip. Did you see it? I skipped it. There's supposed to be a cutscene here, but we don't see it. And you're only allowed to skip that if you've failed the mission once. So we go inside the pizza place. I have exactly $500 now. And I'm going to spend exactly $2 here. And I'm going to go to exactly $498, which is exact perfect amount of money that I need. I'll explain why in a bit, but things are going to get a lot crazier before I get to explaining the money amount.
This pizza parlor's no pushover.
Right, okay, so look both ways as you cross the road. Make sure Ryder doesn't get run over. All is well. That baller got in my way, annoyingly. And now we just failed past the mission. Nothing special happening here. I do try to teleport out of the car, but it doesn't happen. Doesn't really matter. Okay, cool. So, after all of this, it's now time for the first major glitch of the run. Up until now, I've been doing lots of minor glitches, things that would be allowed in like the no major glitches speedrun category. But we're about to do our first major glitch. This is going to take some explanation. So, if we go back here, if we go back, right here, a thing has happened to the game state that not a lot of people realize. It's time to explain on mission 0 and on mission. So right now, if you look at my minimap, this is going to be what we're going to learn in a second. If you look at my minimap, I have one marker, and it's the mission marker, right? What I don't have is I don't have, like, the other mission markers. I don't have, like, a big smoke mission. I don't have, like, the save icon for the safe house. We don't have, like, what else is there? There's loads of markers that appear, right? I don't have, like, the clothes marker and stuff. Maybe that doesn't appear right now anyway, because I haven't unlocked it, but... I basically... I'm what we call... what's called in-game. I am on mission 1. The game has, like, this number called on mission flag. The game uses this number to track whether I'm on a mission or not. And it's a binary number, so it's either a 0 or it's a 1. Because it's on or off. It's binary. Right now, I am on mission 1. And the reason you can tell that is because I don't have other mission markers. I don't have other mission markers. I don't have safe houses. I'm missing loads of markers on my map, right? That's the easy way to tell whether I'm on a mission or not. I'm also obviously on a mission because, you know, I'm doing a mission right now. Makes a lot of sense. You know, how could this possibly ever go wrong? I'm doing a mission. Of course I'm on a mission, Josh. Why are you explaining this? But if you wait a little bit until if we go to here and now I've passed the mission. If you now look at the map, right, I have the S symbol for the next mission and I have the save icon, right? And I'm in what people like to call free roam mode, right? I could do whatever I want. I can like go anywhere, do anything. You know, I'm a free spirit right now on mission. I'm on mission 0 right now. So when you're on mission 0, you can do whatever you want. You can start other missions. You can make saves, all that stuff, right? And the way the game is supposed to work is when you're doing a mission, you're on mission 1. When you're not doing a mission, you're on mission 0. There's a few other things that will do this. When you're listening to a phone call, when the phone call rings and you're listening to it, it makes you on mission 1 as well. Because they don't want you to start other missions while you're listening to a phone call because the voice lines would overlap and stuff. It'd be weird, right? What other things change the on mission state? Like side missions, like Vigilante or Paramedic, Firefighter, Taxi. All of those will set you to on mission 1 because they don't want you to like just start like the big smoke mission while you're doing Taxi Driver or something. There's a bunch of things that will use this, right? And the way it's supposed to work is you're supposed to either be 0 or 1. There is no 2. 2 doesn't exist. We're doing binary. It's over 0 or 1. But the thing is, over the years, we have found ways to break this system quite a lot. Oh yeah, the save marker changes your on mission state. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've broken this quite a lot. So using what I've just taught you about look at the minimap and see if I'm on a mission or not. I am not on a mission right now, but now I am on a mission. Do you see? I'm on a mission, not on a mission. Very easy. How could this ever be complicated? Well, I'm just gonna let what happens play out a sec. So I'm gonna go into the safe house. I'm gonna make a save. This save is just for safety in case I fail the trick I'm about to do. I can like retry it because it's really short. I'll just try it again quickly. I don't know if I do this first try or not. We're about to find out. But I take my police bike from the garage, one of them, drive over to the marker, and what am I about to do here? Oh, that looked a little weird. Now I'll give it a few seconds, because, oh yeah, this went really weird in my PB. I forgot about this. Yeah, this was weird. This is not a great example. But, have a look at the map right now. Do you see something that's wrong, chat? Chat, tell me what's wrong in this situation. What has gone wrong with the game? Yeah, you see there's an S on the map, isn't there? There's an S and a save point and the food places on the map. But yet, I'm also on a mission. And look, here's the marker, look, right here. Something has gone horribly wrong. I'm clearly on a mission, but yet the game doesn't think I am. I have done what the community calls on mission 0 glitch, or a version of on mission 0. To be specific, I have done Vigilante phone call on mission 0. So yeah, the game is confused, is the short answer. And just a heads up, if you don't like how technical this is about to get, because I'm about to explain like, you know, programmy things. If you don't like how technical this is about to get, it's only going to get way worse. Way worse. So this is like the least technical big glitch of the run. It's about to get way worse. Yeah, just switch off now. Yeah, just skip to the end or whatever you want to do. So what happened here was that annoyingly, I did a very bad job of it here. I did a kind of weird example version that I've never done before. I didn't quite do this correctly. But what I've done is I have smashed 2 on-mission changes together. So do you remember at the start of the run where I teleported to Grove Street? And the way I did that was like the game wanted to teleport me, but I overwrote it with a different teleport that then teleport me somewhere else. And then the game wanted to teleport me again, and then I overwrote it with a different teleport. Or remember when I started the Ryder mission and the game wants to play a fade to like fade smoothly into the mission, but I overwrote the fade with a different fade. I used the replay to play a shorter fade instead. So I'm like forcing the game to do a shorter replay instead of the one it wants to do. This is a very similar thing that I'm doing here. I'm basically I'm using 2 different things to manipulate the on mission variable at the same time very quickly. So remember that thing I explained where it's like, if I'm on a mission, it sets it to 1, and if I'm not on a mission, it sets it to 0. What actually happens is that every single mission in the game has like a start script where it will set up like a bunch of things, and it has like an end script where it will like remove all the things. So when you start Big Smoke, for example, it will spawn the character, Big Smoke, it will spawn his car, it will spawn like Caesar and sorry, not Caesar, Sweet and Ryder and that lot. It will spawn the voodoo car and all that stuff, and it will remember that and it will keep them going. But if that's all in the start section of the code. But if you oh shit, I don't want to press that. But if you fail the mission, right? If you fail the mission, what happens to all those things? If I die in Big Smoke, like if I die in the first mission, the Big Smoke mission. Oh yeah, Stort, sorry. Then Sweet, CJ, Caesar, Sweet, Ryder, Big Smoke, the Ballers, they all don't just stay around, do they? Like, the game spawned all these things in, but those things don't just stay there if you fail the mission. The game deletes them all. The game, like, unloads the mission, deletes everything it spawned, and lets you go back to normal. It doesn't really make much sense. You don't really notice when you're playing this, but if you, like, play the mission and you, like, fail it or something, everything just disappears around you and, like, or, like, peds, like, turn into, like, normal peds or whatever it is. It's, like, very silly. Like, if you have all the Grove Street gang with you and you kill one of them, the other ones will just vanish from existence, right? What happens is the game is running the ending script for the mission. So at the start, the game will set up a bunch of things. Like, it will spawn Big Smoke, it will spawn Sweet, all that stuff. And it will remember it and stuff. When you fail the mission, it removes all those things. It will delete Big Smoke, right? And it will delete Sweet, and it deletes everything. It tries to undo everything that it changed. Yeah, this is the cleanup script. It tries to undo everything that it did for the mission, right? Because you can't just have, like, imagine if it didn't do this. You'd start Big Smoke, it would spawn Big Smoke and everything else. Then you'd fail the mission. You'd start the mission again. It would spawn another Big Smoke and Sweet and everything. And you could just, like, pile them up and have, like, hundreds of Big Smokes walking around and crash your PS2 because there's too much stuff. Remember, this is a PS2 game. So the game always tries to keep track of everything that it spawns, and then it tries to delete it at the end. This is like C++ memory management stuff, right? Another thing that it does whenever a mission starts is that it sets on mission, which I'm going to say is OM. Oh, that's terrible. When you start the mission, it sets on mission to 1, right? When you start the mission, it sets on mission to 1. It will set on mission to 1, and then when the mission ends, it will set on mission back to 0. Because if it doesn't do that, then how do you start other missions? Imagine if you started a mission and then you failed it and the mission deleted itself, but then you weren't allowed to start other missions. You'd be stuck. You wouldn't be able to play the game, right? So whenever a mission ends or cleans up itself or whatever, it tries to set on mission to 0. Now, think about what this actually means. It's not... It's indiscriminately setting on mission to 0. It doesn't care what on mission is. Again, it can't go to 2, like it's a 1 or a 0. When the mission starts, it doesn't like add 1. It doesn't like add 1 to on mission, right? There is no 2. Like, if on mission was already 1, we don't go to on mission 2. That doesn't make any sense. It's already on 1 or 0. So when you start the mission, it just makes, like, on mission equals 1, no matter what. On mission could be anything. Doesn't matter. We make it 1, right? The same applies for when the mission ends. When the mission ends, we make it 0. We don't care what it is. We're not doing maths to the number. It just becomes 0. It must become 0. Yeah, it toggles it like a switch, like a light switch. Sure, yeah. Like the light switch in your room. There are only 2 states your light switch could be in, on or off. There is no, like, super on. You can't, like, turn your light switch on and then turn it on again so that if you turn it off once, it will stay on. Like, it doesn't, that's not how that works, right? It's either on or off. So, if you're like, the smart people listening, or not smart, that's rude, but the computer science people among you may be able to see where I'm going with this, is that we are indiscriminately setting on mission to 1 and 0 no matter what happens, right? So let's ask ourselves, what were to happen if we were to start 2 missions at the same time? What if we started 2? Like, we can't just, like, start 1 mission, because that will set on mission to 1, and then when we try to start the other one, it makes sure that we're not on mission 1, because if we are, we can't start it, right? Like, if I just walk into this marker right now, I can't start Vigilante, because I'm only allowed to start it when I'm on mission 0, right? But what happens if we were to change both of them on the same frame? What if we started 2 different missions on exactly the same frame? On mission hasn't changed yet. So we get into a weird situation, right? Yeah. The first mission, let's say this is the first mission and this is the second mission. The first mission will set on mission to 1, right? But then the second mission will just set on mission to 1 again, right? Because again, we can't go to 2. There is no 2. It doesn't add 1 to the number. It just makes it 1. What has occurred here is data loss. We have lost information, right? The mission has attempted to alter data, but it is in fact not altered data at all. Data has been lost. We have changed the knowledge state of the game or something. I don't quite understand what I'm trying to say with this, but data has been lost here, right? We haven't updated it. Now, this is fine in itself because, like, okay, we're just on 2 missions at the same time. For reasons, that is really bad and can crash the game really easily. If I were to somehow start, like, this mission and Vigilante at the same time, the game would instantly crash for very complicated technical reasons, which we are going to get in later because we have to. But right now, it doesn't matter. If we side both missions at the same time, we on mission twice. Now, what's the next part of what I've explained to you, chat? The next part is, what happens if we end one of the missions? Let's say mission 1 on the left here. Let's say we ended it. What happens to on mission? It doesn't go from 2 to 1. No, it goes to 0, doesn't it? On mission becomes 0. Now, imagine a scenario where we just don't end the second mission. We start 2 mission altering things at the same time, right? And we end only the first one, and we don't end the second one. Well, if you did that, you would be on a mission, but you'd also be on mission 0, right? On mission does what? Yeah. This is the entire crutch of what on mission 0 glitch is in San Andreas. The on mission 0 glitch, this is like the cornerstone glitch of the entire speedrun. Like, everything that we do that's like a massive glitch in San Andreas is only possible because of on mission 0 manipulation. So I haven't explained what I've done here yet. You know it involves me starting 2 missions at the same time. But basically, by doing this, we can do so much fucked up stuff. Like, okay, Josh, you're on a mission, but the game doesn't actually think you are. So what? Who cares? You'll see. You'll see. Anyway, to actually explain to you what's happening here is that I'm tricking the game into, starting 2 mission-changing things at the same time. So what I'm combining here, I said it earlier, I'm doing Vigilante phone call on mission 0. So I am combining Vigilante, which is our first mission, and then I'm phone call, which is for reasons and for the sake of this explanation, the phone call is our second mission. I am combining these 2 things at the same time. I am starting Vigilante and the phone call at the same time so that they both don't get a chance to check whether I'm on mission 0 correctly. So they both just set on mission to 1. And then I'm ending Vigilante, so that on mission becomes 0. And then I don't end the phone call. The phone call keeps ringing. So because of that, I now have what we call a on mission 0 phone call. I have a phone call that's ringing, and I can do things with it, but I'm not on a mission, which is not a state the game should be in. The phone, whenever the phone rings, it sets on mission to 1. But importantly, whenever the phone call ends, it sets on mission to 0, right? Remember this corner here. Whenever the phone call ends, it will set the mission on mission to 0. It doesn't care what on mission is when it happens. On mission will become 0, right? So to break this down really carefully or slowly, I fuck this up annoyingly. I'm supposed to do it here, but I did an annoying glitch that makes the bike shoot forwards, but we won't worry about that for a second. So don't worry that I'm stood like directly in the marker. That's not how this is supposed to work. But what happens is I'm holding right now, down here you can see it, I'm holding middle mouse button. Middle mouse button is my start Vigilante button. And because of reasons, Vigilante will only start when I let go of the button. It doesn't start when I press it. It only starts when I let go. So I'm preemptively holding, or buffering if you'd prefer. I'm buffering the Vigilante start. As soon as I let go of this button, Vigilante will start, right? So I'm holding Vigilante here, and I'm waiting until the exact frame that CJ is 1 frame away from being off of the bike. So while CJ is doing this getting off the bike animation, he still counts as on the bike, technically. It's only like once he fully stands up properly, like this, and you could walk around, now CJ is off of the bike. And because of like reasons, don't have to worry about it, but because of reasons, if you start to Vigilante the exact same frame that you get off of the bike, Vigilante will start, and then 1 frame later, it will immediately end. So what I'm doing is I've set up a thing all the way from back here. So we now need to explain phone calls as well. So that's how the Vigilante bit's working. Phone calls, for the sake of this run, phone calls will always take 20 seconds to ring. But know that that isn't always how it works, and it changes. But every 20 seconds of you being on mission 0, the phone call will ring. That's how it works. So right here, I have just become on mission 0, and I have a phone call in my queue. The game is trying to ring me to tell me to like go to Sweet's house or whatever. I don't actually remember what the phone call's about. But there's a phone call that's trying to ring right now to tell me about a thing. And it will ring every 20 seconds. So what I do is as soon as this mission passes, I look up here at the top right, and I say this number out loud. So if you've ever watched my speedruns and you're like, why is Josh saying random numbers? I'm reading this number. So as soon as I spawn in, I would say to myself, 27. I sometimes say it out loud. I sometimes just read it in my head. 27 is what I would say. I would spawn and go 27. The reason I'm doing that is to help me remember what the time was when I became on mission 0 like this. Because I know that in exactly 20 seconds, the phone's going to ring, which is 47, right? So if we look here, I'm on, when we get to 47, we're now 47 in game. The phone call can now ring, right? Because of that, the phone call's going to ring as soon as I'm on foot. The phone call can't ring right now because I'm in a vehicle. But if I was to just hop out of this vehicle, the frame that I land on foot, the phone call's going to go ring, ring, right? And start ringing. Now, think about what that means, right? The frame I become on foot, the phone call is going to ring. If I were to start a mission right now, so if I started Vigilante right now, the phone call would get cancelled and wouldn't happen. And then as soon as I end Vigilante, the phone call would add 20 seconds to the time that we're at immediately. So I can't start Vigilante right now, otherwise the phone call is going to wait 20 extra seconds before he rings, right? Before it rings, I read chat. Before it rings. So again, if you're thinking about what I've said, you can put these two things together. I am going to start Vigilante on the very last frame that I am on the police bike, right? Sorry, I'm going to start Vigilante the very frame I become on foot, right? And the very first frame I become on foot, the phone call is going to ring, because I know that because it started counting 20 seconds at 27, and it's due to come in now. So what happens here is I get off of the bike like this, and I'm looking, and again, I'm doing this in real time. I'm looking for the exact frame. It's this one here, this frame right here. When CJ has both his feet together, he's not shuffling his leg anymore. Again, if I play this real time, you can see how quick this is, right? I'm looking for the exact frame that CJ is stood fully on foot like this. The instant I see this frame happening, I let go of middle mouse button, right? I let go of middle mouse, and now we start Vigilante, but then the very next, and you can see, look at this, I've started Vigilante. What happens when I start Vigilante? Hey, look at the minimap. I start Vigilante, now we're on mission 1. Do you see this? And then for some reason it takes like 1 frame for the marker to despawn. I don't know why, but this marker takes an extra frame. So I've started Vigilante, but for reasons, because if you start Vigilante the same frame you go on foot, it instantly ends Vigilante. Your time as a law enforcement enforcer is over, right? Yeah, I know I'm going over a lot of reasons here. Just trust me, I'm trying to streamline this as much as possible. And hey, look what happened. The mission ended, right? Because time as law enforcement is over, and I was stood in the marker for the mission. So when the mission ended, it made on mission 0, didn't it? And because I'm on mission 0 and stood in this marker right here, I'm on mission 0 and stood in this marker. So what does the game do? It starts the mission. So if we look here, Vigilante ends and the mission starts. It actually happens 1 frame earlier, but it takes 1 frame for it to display text on the screen. So just trust my word for it. It's this frame here, not this one. It's this one. That's all well and good. And if you just drove a police bike over here and stood here and then ended Vigilante, the mission would just end like normal, and that's all well and that would just work. But do you hear that sound? I've broken something. The phone is ringing. That shouldn't happen, should it? So what's happened was we've got 3 missions that are here. We've got not Widgie. We've got Vigilante. We've got the phone call. And we've got whatever this mission is called. I'm just going to say mission. Right? So what happened was I started Vigilante and the phone call at exactly the same time. The very next frame, Vigilante has ended, right? But the phone call is still ringing, but the mission starts like this. The mission can start because I'm on mission 0. And now we're just on the mission. But the thing is, we still have this phone call, right? The phone call keeps ringing. I start the mission, the phone call rings, and do you see the phone call is ringing right now? If you look at my map, I'm on mission 1 like I should be, but the phone's ringing. So I cancel the phone ringing by getting in the car like this. When you try to get into a vehicle, it cancels the phone call. And as soon as that happens, I go on mission 0 because the phone call ended. The phone call started. It started and it set on mission to 1. And then the phone call ended, so it indiscriminately sets on mission to 0. Right? It doesn't care what it is. It doesn't care what's happening. The phone call ended, therefore make on mission 0. So even though I'm actually on a mission, because the phone call ended, I'm on mission 0. So we're gonna watch this back at full time, right?
Better drop by and see Sweet. He's been yapping on about that.
Super simple. Why not explain it every time someone asks? Yeah. So 27. Sorry, I'm going to watch it back at full speed. 27 is when the phone call. 47 is when the phone call is going to ring, right? So again, I go make a save here. This is just because if I haven't explained it. This trick is a 1 in 3 chance frame perfect trick. For reasons I'm not going to explain, this trick only works 1/3 of the time. It's just to do with how often phone calls ring, but this only works 1/3 of the time. So I actually get lucky here, and I get the 1 in 3, and I frame perfect it. So here's everything in full time. Ready? There you go. That was it. So all of the stuff I just explained happened in like an instant there, and like I have now completely broken the game. Like, if I wanted to, I could do so many things right now. If I wanted to, I could start Vigilante because I have a police bike in my garage. I could start Vigilante, and the game would instantly crash, right? I could just kill the game instantly and crash it, because you can't start Vigilante and another mission at the same time. I could make a save, right? I could go make a save right now, and that save file would be corrupted, because you can't save while you're on a mission in the OG version of the game. So if I'd saved and tried to load that save, the game would crash every single time I tried to load that save, right? I could go start paramedic. I could start firefighter. I could do a bunch of things, right? And the game is probably just going to crash. I could also do another thing. I could start the mission a second time. I could walk back into the S marker, and I could start the mission a second time. That's what we call duping. Do I actually dupe anything in this run? Well, I kind of dupe Running Dog, I guess. Yeah, there is one dupe in this whole run. It's Running Dog. Okay. But yeah, that's what we call duping. And that's the main glitch that you use in like any % no AJS speedruns, or speedruns that don't skip to the end of the game or whatever. That's the main glitch you use, is duping. Which I'm not going to bother explaining now. But there's a bunch of things I could do. There are so many unbelievably broken things I could do. I could answer phone calls in cutscenes. Phone calls, again, when a phone call starts, it does a bunch of things. It loads the sound effect, it plays the sound effect, and if you answer the phone call, right, CJ will do the animation of answering the phone call, right? If you answer the phone call, CJ will pick it out of his pocket and go like this and answer it. And while he's doing that, you can't use weapons or anything, right? That's because you have like a CJ control state. I never really talk about this, but you have like a CJ control state, which determines how much control you have over CJ. And this could be like a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or 4 or 5, whatever. I don't know the exact numbers. But basically, there's lots of different ways you can have control over CJ. Let's say like, 0, sorry. Let's say like 0 is like full control. Like if you're control state 0, you can control everything. You can get into cars, you can jump, you can fire weapons, you can start missions, you can do whatever you want if you're a control state 0, right? Control state 1 could be like you have no control. If you're in control state 1, all your buttons don't do anything. Say like when you're in a cutscene, for example, like this cutscene right here. This cutscene right here, I cannot control CJ, right? If I would try to walk, CJ wouldn't move. I can't do anything. I can't change weapons. I can't jump. I can't crouch. There's nothing I can do. I have no control over CJ right now, right? So this like this is like control state 1, and you're not allowed to control CJ at all. And there's like a bunch of these different ones. But let's say control state 2 is you're answering the phone call. If you're in control state 2, you can walk around, right? When you answer the phone call in San Andreas, CJ picks up the phone and he goes, hello. And then you're like, you could like walk around while you're on the phone, right? You could do whatever you want, but you can't attack or use weapons or anything. That's control state 2. You can walk, but you can't shoot. You can't jump. You can't enter vehicles, stuff like that, right? But this, again, just like on mission 0, when the phone call ends, right, it just makes your control state 0. When the phone call ends, it gives you full control over CJ. You can do whatever the fuck you want, right? So later on here, I do a thing where we're jumping ahead a bit, but because of this, I do a thing where I'm holding a phone call right now. When I let go of tab as 4, the phone call's going to answer. I start this cutscene. So right now, CJ control state is like 1. I have no control over CJ, right? I have no control. But then I let go of the phone call, which ends it because I'm in a vehicle. Don't worry about it. So then the phone call gives me control state 1, a 0. So now I have full control over CJ. So you can see in this cutscene, I can now just move. Look, I'm just moving around. Like, you can't do that. That's illegal. This is a massive glitch that I've done where I now have arbitrary control of CJ whenever I want, just by releasing a phone call. This is like one of the ramifications of being on mission 0. Because I can answer phone calls in the mission, I can now break every single cutscene in the game. There is no cutscene safe from my phone call answering, right? I can do whatever the fuck I want. So that's how I gain control of CJ in cutscenes, right? Again, this is just a ramification of on mission 0. But anyway, I'm jumping ahead of myself. Cinematic cutscenes are safe. No, I have control of CJ during those. I can control CJ during cinematic cutscenes, right? I just can't see what I'm doing. I have control of real CJ, not cutscene CJ. Again, cutscene CJ, like I said, again, in the beginning of the game, where is it? This CJ, this is the fake CJ. This isn't a real CJ. I can't gain control over him. I can't do anything. This CJ is a lie. He's a paid actor or whatever. He's not real, right? But real CJ still exists. He's just somewhere in the world, just living his life while the cutscene happens. Right. Anyway, sorry, I'm jumping about a lot. This is a very difficult thing to explain. I am well aware that we are 5 minutes into this 40-minute speedrun, and I don't know how long this video is, but it's quite long. It's a lot to explain. I'm really sorry, but it's just how this is. So, we're back to here. I do a frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick on the first try. We then I get a bit confused because the phone call's ringing here. This started in a really weird way I've never seen before, but I'm a bit confused. But we now have started tagging up turf, and we're on mission 0. Okay, so like, okay, cool, Josh. Why have we started tagging up turf on mission 0? Like, we've done all this crazy shit to achieve this, right? Why? What are we doing here? What's the purpose? This is like one of the most important glitches of the whole run. We're gonna do something absolutely insane. Yeah, we are going to. So remember when I said that if I'm on a mission and I start a different mission, like if I start paramedic or vigilante, or like, I don't know, like if there was another like mainline mission I could start, like if I started wrong side of the tracks or something, if I did anything like that, the game would crash, right? Remember when I said that? That's actually a lie. 99% of the time, the game will crash. 1% of the time, something random, something seemingly random will happen. But it's extremely precise. But most of the time, you're just going to instantly crash the game. And if you've watched me do speedruns of this, and you've seen me crash the game like a million times here, that's because the game is like supposed to crash here. It's just like if I funnel myself through these 1% scenarios, I can get through the game crash and make something else happen. This is where it's gonna get really confusing. So before we continue, I have to explain how missions load, right? So imagine I'm actually just gonna imagine you have how do we want to do this, chat? How do I want to explain a mission has two parts to it, right? In the game's memory. The way Voffel does it, I don't know what that is. Reading a book. Yeah, reading a book kind of works. But I guess I'll use the reading the book example. So when you start a mission, right, the game picks up a book off of the bookshelf, and this book is called Tagging Up Turf, right? So if we start this mission, the game grabs a book called Tagging Up Turf, and it opens the book and it starts reading the pages, right? And it's like chapter 1 of Tagging Up Turf. Set on mission to 1. Load suite, right? Erase all the tags, stuff like that, right? It's going to this is the mission script, right? Every mission has like a bunch of instructions that come along with it that tell the game what to do when you start that mission. So the game will find the mission script and it will load it and it will just execute it. It'll just do whatever it says. Remember the game isn't sentient. It's a computer program. It will do whatever the fuck you tell it to do. But if you tell it to do something that it can't do, it will just crash, right? Because if you tell it to do something it can't do, it will try to do it anyway and then crash because it doesn't know whether it could do it or not. It just tries to. So when we load Tagging Up Turf, we open the book to chapter 1. I need like a book. We open the book to chapter 1, right? There's a bug in my book. Get out of here. We open the book to chapter 1 and then we start reading, right? We're like, yes, chapter 1. Yes, set on mission to 1. Take control away from the player. Make the player like walk towards the house as we fade the screen to black. Load this cutscene. Then play the cutscene. Then spawn the player outside and spawn the suite outside and make Sweet get into the car and spawn the car. Make Sweet get into the car. Spawn the player near it. Then we wait until the player. Then wait until the player gets into the car. Then when the player gets into the car, play this like right on the screen. Drive with Sweet to Idlewood and make this square appear. And then wait until the player gets to that square. And then when they get to the square, do that right. This is the mission script. It's like how the missions work. It's how everything works. And the game is just reading the instructions. It just starts from the fucking start and just goes down them all and reads them, right? The reason starting two different things at the same time crashes the game is because the game only has enough memory to store one mission book at a time. The game's a PlayStation 2 game. How much RAM does a PlayStation 2 have, right? It's like fucking megabytes or something, right? It's like nothing. The game can't store every single mission in memory at the same time. It only wants to like load one mission at once. They're like 32 megabytes or something, right? Let's say a mission is like what? Like 1 megabyte, right? You can't load like all the missions at the same time. So the game can only remember one mission at once. It's like, okay, this is the mission book that we're doing. I'm not shilling Jason Tries, but it's the only book I have to hand. This is the book that wait, I can take the cover off, right? That'll work. Yeah, that's better. Oh, there's another bug in my... Oh, what the fuck? There's chocolate in my book. Who got chocolate on my book? What the fuck? Must have been me. Anyway, empty book. That's better. The game loads the book and it remembers this book and it puts this book in the spot in memory where it puts all the missions, and it's like, okay, you live here now, Mr. Mission in memory, between like address 6020 and 8012 or something. You know, you live here now. And whenever the game does a frame and it's like, okay, I've got to this part, time to update the mission, it takes the book off the shelf, it finds where in the book it was, and it keeps reading, and it does a little bit, and it puts the book back, and then it does the rest of the game, like the physics and the collisions, and those are the same thing. The sound, the graphics, the player input, it will do all of that stuff, and then the next frame, it will go, okay, better read that book again, take the book down and read it, right? But it can only remember one book at a time. The reason, if you start two different missions at the same time, the reason the game crashes is because it's trying to... It can only remember one book at a time, but it knows it's trying to do two different missions at once. So say like tagging up turf. We say we've spawned in tagging up turf, and now we're driving to this marker. Let's say this part of the mission is chapter 6. So we go to chapter 6 on tagging up turf. Ah yes, it says spawn marker over by Big Smoke's house. Wipe all the tags. Right drive with Sweet to Idlewood on the screen. Check to see if the player is in the car. If they leave the car, put the little blue marker on top of the car, right? Let's say we're at chapter 6 on this book, right? And it's reading it from where it is. If I start Vigilante right now, right? When Vigilante starts, it loads a new book. So we chuck this book away, right? And then because Vigilante's a way smaller mission, it's a way smaller book, right? And then it puts Vigilante on the bookshelf where the missions go, right? Because when you start the mission, it has to load the new mission. It loads the new book. So it puts the different book on the bookshelf, and the game's like, okay, this is the mission we're running, right? And then it starts Vigilante. Like, okay, yeah, Vigilante. Okay, well, I haven't started Vigilante yet, so we better go to like chapter 1. Okay, chapter 1, Vigilante. Yeah, mark the mission as a mission vehicle. Make the tires bulletproof. Spawn an enemy. Put a square where the enemy is on the minimap so the player knows where it is. Tell the player that they need to go kill it. Right on the screen, like the timer says like 5 minutes, and you know their score is 0, the level is 1, all that stuff, right? And it will start reading that. The problem is the game still remembers that it's also doing tagging up turf. So the very next frame, or the same frame or whatever, the game's going to go, oh yeah, I was doing tagging up turf. Where was I in tagging up turf? Right, I was on chapter 6 tagging up turf. Chapter 6, line 12 on tagging up turf. Let's go see what it tells me to do. And it pulls the Vigilante book out of the bookshelf, and it goes to where chapter 6, line 1 should be. And hey, look at that. Those aren't words. What happened to chapter 6, line 12? And then the game crashes, right? Right? It reads something that doesn't make any sense, and then it goes, okay, I'll try to do a black pixel, a little pink pixel, a green pixel, and then it crashes because it can't. Those aren't instructions, right? It's not telling it what to do. It's like some random gobbledygook. But it's even worse than that, because it's like what it isn't remembering like chapters and lines. It's remembering precise positions in memory. So it's like it remembers that it's like, okay, it's on page 16. We're on line 12. We're on letter 6. We're on letter 6 of line 12. What's letter 6? It's a D. Okay, what's the next letter? It's an A. The next letter, an I, and then an L, and then a Y, and then a space. Okay, a space. That must have meant it was a word. What does that word say? Daily. That's a word. We can continue. And it will continue, right? It'll work like that. When it tries to read from the Vigilante book, it will be like, okay, so I'm on chapter 6. Oh, sorry, I'm on page 16. I'm on line, what did I say? Like line 6 or something. Letter 6. Okay, what's line 6, letter 6? It's a comma. Okay, what's after that? It's a space. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. And then it crashes, right? Or like, it will read like, It's an O, a D, an N, a D, and a comma, or a space. Right, so that's a word. Try to do what it says. That's not a word, and then it explodes, right? That's what happens. That's why the game instantly crashes when you start Vigilante and a mission at the same time. You're taking what the game remembers the mission is supposed to be, right? You're throwing it away and you're replacing it with something completely different. And like, yeah, like there are fucking English words in this book, but it's not going to read it the same way because it remembers exactly precisely where it was in the previous book, and they don't line up and it breaks, right? So that's what happens. That's what happens when you start a mission and you start Vigilante and the game crashes. For the any % no AJS enjoyers, when you start the mission again, think about what that means if you start the mission twice. You put the book on the shelf, right? And you're like, okay, we'll go to like, start chapter 1 or blah, blah, blah. And then you start the mission again. We take the book away and we put the same book back. The game's fine. It keeps working. It remembers where it is. It's a little bit more difficult than that because it resets where it is. It's like, oh yeah, we just started tagging up turf, so I better go back to chapter 1. It'll reset both copies. It just starts reading 2 copies of the book at once instead of 1 copy, right? But it will reset both of them because of the same mission. So if you do that, if you dupe the mission, most of the time it works. Sometimes it doesn't work because of exactly how the mission is programmed. There are some missions that if you try to dupe, the game's going to crash. But this is getting a little bit side topicy. We don't need to know this, but basically that doesn't always work. But sometimes you can like load 2 of the same mission and it's fine, right? It doesn't reset. Actually, it's close enough for this explanation to make sense. Now, if you were following along with what I said, right? You have a book on the shelf, right? And you read it, and then you remember exactly where you are, and you take it away, and you put a different book there, and it doesn't make any sense, and the game crashes. Remember when I said that? Do you remember when I said 99% of the time, right? If you start a mission and then a different mission, the game will crash. What do you think happens the 1% of the time, chat? What do you think is happening with the books the 1% of the time this actually works? The 1% of the time this actually works, chapter 12, line 16, like letter 6 of Tagging Up Turf, when we load a different book, by sheer luck, complete dumb, absolute stupid luck, we tested it obviously and found it, but by sheer luck, maybe chapter 12, line 16, character 6 of, say, pimping, for example, that's actually a word. That actually is a word, and we can do it, and we can keep reading, and they are all words, and it still works. The 1% of the time is when these 2 different books that we load over each other at the exact right point in the book, they actually line up and things work. That is why you get completely random things. So like, for the no AJS enjoyers, remember when I buy the airstrip in the middle of a Catalina mission? I start the Catalina mission, I fail the Catalina mission, and buy the property at the same time. That's because the chapter for that Catalina mission that says what to do if the player fails the mission for getting too far away, it just so happens that that exact point in that book lines up with the buy that random property in Badlands book. Those 2 books line up. But the thing is, it reads the property book in the wrong place because it remembers where it was in the Catalina book. So it jumps ahead in the property buy book, reads it from the wrong place, but it just happens to exactly land on the buy the airstrip part. It starts reading from where it was in the Catalina book, but it just so happens it reads like buy airstrip part. And we just read that bit and we just buy the airstrip instead. That's what happens there. It is astronomically unlikely that these things line up, right? Because again, we're not dealing with pages and chapters and lines and words. We're dealing with like precise memory addresses, right? Like it's like memory address, like offset, like 2627 like byte, right? You could go like 1 byte forwards and land in the middle of an instruction and the game crashes, right? It's like absolutely insane how this lines up. Anyway, that's how things like that work. When you combine 2 different missions and the game doesn't crash, 99% of the time, it will insta-crash because you fucked up and the book doesn't make any sense. Now that we've got all that, we could play the mission, we could play the video again. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play Tagging Up Turf until an exact point. I want to go to like chapter 4 on Tagging Up Turf and no further. I need to go to exactly chapter 4 of Tagging Up Turf. And then, if I start pimping in the middle of chapter 4 Tagging Up Turf, and then if I end pimping and try to skip the cutscene at the exact right time, the game reads the book legally, and it actually makes sense, and it does the 1%, and it does something completely random. Not random in the sense it'll be different every time, but random as in, like, it doesn't make any sense what it's doing, right? So you can see what I've done here is I've driven to this point. So we're in chapter 3 of Tagging Up Turf right now. And if I go into this cutscene, chapter 4 is going to start, right? So I don't want to start chapter 4 yet. So what I do is I hold this phone call. Do you remember when I was on mission 0? I need to be on mission 0 so I can both gain control of CJ in the cutscene and be able to start pimping while I'm already on a mission. So we're in chapter 4. We're about to go. We're in chapter 3. We're out of chapter 4. I then steal a car. I'm holding the phone call, but we don't need to worry about phone call holding right now. And I go over to the Pimpmobile or the Broadway or whatever you want to call it. And now I'm on mission 1 right now, but that's because I'm holding this phone call. As soon as I let go of this phone call, I'll go on mission 0 again, and I'll be able to start pimping. But now I have to try to set up starting pimping at exactly chapter 4 of Tagging Up Turf. So what I do is we park the Pimpmobile like exactly here. I can't go too much closer or it will despawn because there's like big despawn areas for the cutscene so that the cutscene doesn't get like blocked by random cars in it and stuff. The mission, when the book starts reading chapter 4 says delete all the vehicles in this area, because otherwise they're going to block the cutscene and then do the rest of the stuff. So I have to make sure I park my Pimpmobile, like, outside this area. So we park it here. And I leak out, leave the door open so I can get in quicker. And now we have to do the glitch. What I'm about to do here is, like, absolutely insane and completely breaks the game. If you can learn and do this glitch, you can play the game in such a broken way. So, I'm going to play this a bit slow motion. We get into the car. I drive into the marker. As soon as I get into the marker, I've now lost control of CJ. Remember the CJ state? CJ control state. We're in control state 1 now. I have no control over CJ, right? But then I let go of the phone call, and because I'm in a car, you can't answer phone calls in cars, so the phone call just instantly ends, right? So now because the phone call ended, now it sets me to control state 0, and now I have control over CJ again. So I can control CJ in this cutscene. So this right here, this cutscene, this is chapter 4 Tagging Up Turf, well, not quite. This is like, again, the chapter doesn't quite work. I need to be exactly chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf, right? This is chapter 4, page like 1 or something. 2 maybe, I don't know. But basically, I need to walk over to the Pimpmobile. Now, I haven't explained moving in cutscenes or anything, but there's a lot of buttons right now that will skip the cutscene and ruin everything. So I can't sprint. I can't attack. What else can't I do? Actually, it might just be those things. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I can't do. There's probably more I'm not thinking of. But anyway, I have to carefully get over to the Pimpmobile without skipping the cutscene. Because again, I'm supposed to just be watching a cutscene here. And also, depending on the camera angle, yeah, I'm already losing my voice. Depending on the camera angle, depends where you go. So if you press W, when the camera is facing this way, CJ is going to walk that way, right? If I press S, CJ is going to walk towards it. CJ's movement is camera relative, it's called in game industry. Camera relative movement. When you're in a car, you have like character relative movement. So if I got into a car right now and pressed W, the car would go forwards. The car wouldn't go towards the camera. If you've ever played Halo, Halo works this way. At least the old ones did. I don't know about the new ones. If you play Halo, Halo has a camera relative movement for its vehicles, and it's really fucky, right? And a lot of people don't get on with it. But if this was Halo, and I got in a Warthog or whatever, right? I don't know. That's not a Warthog. If I got in a Warthog and I pressed W, then we would go the way the camera's facing, right? Some people absolutely hate that, and I don't know why they made that decision, but they did. But anyway. Anyway, my movement is relative to the camera right now. The problem is I do not control the camera, and it's a cutscene, so the camera changes. So right now I want to press W to go towards the Pimpmobile. But now if I press W, I'm going to go that way. I don't want to press W right now. That would be bad, right? So what I'm trying to do is while the cutscene is facing this way, I need to get into the Pimpmobile immediately. This is also really precise timing, so I need to get in the Pimpmobile really quickly. So if you watch my inputs down here, I run over, I jump so that CJ is in motion, and then when the cutscene changes, CJ is in the middle of a jump. He can't turn around when he's in the middle of a jump. So CJ keeps going that direction. Then immediately, as soon as I spawn, I'm pressing F, right? I'm pressing F loads to try to get into the car. Remember that pathfinding thing I explained earlier? I'm trying to make CJ pathfind into the car, because the pathfinding doesn't care which way around the camera is. Pathfinding will work anyway. So I'm just like, okay, get CJ close enough to the Pimpmobile, and then use pathfinding to get in it. He'll figure it out, right? Now, we're in chapter 3. We're on chapter 4, page 3 of Tagging Up Turf right now, right? Now, right here, we are in chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf. So this is the magical moment where both these books line up, and if I start pimping right now, the game doesn't instantly crash. By some miracle, the game doesn't instantly crash. So you'll see that, like, I'll start pimping. Oops. Oh god, what was that? I don't know what that was. So I'll start pimping. You see, it was a bit fast. This happens a bit quickly, but where is it? I start pimping. It says on the screen pimping. Where do I actually push the button? Oh, there it is. It's so fucking quick. Yeah, I'm just like, I start pimping right here. There we go. There's the button press. So I start pimping. Pimping starts. By some miracle, the game doesn't crash. For whatever reason, the game in Tagging Up Turf, chapter 4, page 4, when it suddenly replaces it with pimping, it just keeps going. It's okay. This works. It's not an illegal instruction. We're okay. Sweet is like playing out his animation and stuff because he's just been programmed to do it. He's going to like finish his animations and things. But what I want to do is I don't want to start pimping. I want to cancel it. As soon as I cancel pimping, so like say we're chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf right now, but we're pimping chapter 1, page 1, right? That's why I need Space Mouse. We're pimping 1, chapter 1 right now. But if I cancel pimping, then we're going to go all the way to the end of the pimping book and do, like, you know, the index or whatever of the pimping book. When we do that, Tagging Up Turf will read that part of the book, and then Tagging Up Turf is reading in the middle of an instruction, in the middle of, like, some other stuff that makes it do other things. So, like, oh god, how do I explain this? So some parts of the book, have you guys ever played those adventure books where it's like an interactive, again, you might be too young for this. It's like an adventure book where it's like, okay, the dragon comes out of the cave. Do you try to fight the dragon or do you run away? If you fight the dragon, turn to page 6. If you run away, turn to page 27, right? You know those things? And you turn to page 27, then you find out what happened when he ran away, right? The programming and games use that a lot. There are lots of what's called go-to instructions. So, like, maybe we're doing some part of the mission, and then the mission will say, like, hey, is the player, like back here, for example, it'll be like, hey, is the player in the car? If they are in the car, go to page 12. If they're not in the car, go to page 7, right? So I'm in the car, so it just keeps reading from page 12 and it's fine. As soon as I get out the car, we change what's happening in the mission, and we go and Sweet says this unfortunate voice line, which I'm going to censor. Sweet says this unfortunate voice line, and then the game puts this big blue thing on top of the car, and the goal of the mission has changed. The goal of the mission is now not get into the marker. The goal is get back in the fucking car, idiot. That's the same thing. The mission is like, oh, if the player's in the car, go to page 12. If the player isn't in the car, go to page 6. So the game's like, oh, they're not in the car, better go to page 6. They go to page, what does page 6 say? Page 6 says, you know, make CJ Sweet say bad things and, you know, do everything else, right?
Get in, nigga.
Lovely. And it says, get back in Sweet's car, right? That's called a go-to. What I actually just explained is an if, but it's like a go-to thing. So the mission scripts have the capability to tell the game to go to a different part of its book. So again, this analogy doesn't quite work, because when you read a book, you read from start to finish all the way to the end. But when the computer is reading the mission script, it's like this page, and then this page, and then this page, and then back to this page, and then this page, and then this page, and then this page, and then the front, and then this page, and then a different place. And, you know, it's jumping around all over the place all the time, right? So we're like doing go-tos all the time, like jumping around, bam, 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 all over the place. It's like completely sporadic and random, where we're not random, but completely sporadic where we're going around. The way a go-to works is that it's like a 2-part instruction. So it would be like 2 words. It will say like go to, and then it will say like chapter 6, page 12, line 16, letter 7, or whatever, right? You know, it will say like go to exactly this place. It will actually be a memory address. It will say like go to 60,012, or go to 46, or whatever. It will be very specific about where in memory it wants to go to. So it'll tell the game, hey, go to 6012 or whatever, right? What we're doing here is we're making the game, because we make the game read from like the middle of paragraphs, and also like random paragraphs. Like maybe this paragraph isn't some instructions, it's just things the game has to remember, right? Like some of the instructions will be like, some of the mission script will be like, hey, spawn this blue thing, or make Sweet say the voice line, or, you know, other stuff. Other parts of the mission book will be, okay, remember Sweet's car, remember how many enemies the player has killed, remember how many tags the player has sprayed, you know, remember how much time is left, right? It could be things like that. Or it could be like lots of other things, like add 6 to 12 and write whatever the number is on the screen. You know, it's all minutia things. I'm still human explaining it, because each instruction is like minute. To add 6 to 12, what you have to do is you have to put number 12 in memory bank 1, put number 6 in memory bank 2, add up memory bank 1 and memory bank 2, take output of memory of addition and store it in address 12, then display number 12 on screen. It's like lots of little tiny steps is how computers work, right? And it just so happens that some of these things will sound different if you read them in the middle of them. So that, say, for example, if I write down move 12 to memory bank 1, so it'll be like move 12 1, right? And then if you have like a move 6, 2, that's like 2 lines, but there's like 3 words per line. If I jump to like line 1, but in word 3, suddenly it becomes 1, move 12, 6, right? And now it doesn't make sense necessarily. And that's when the game can crash. If we jump in the middle of these instructions, it doesn't make any sense. But sometimes it does. And like numbers can be interpreted. If the game tries to read a number as an instruction, oh god, it's even more confusing. Because move isn't written as like move. Move is written as like instruction 6, 12, 1. Instructions 7, 12, 2, right? It will do like that. So like all the instructions are also just numbers. The whole game's just numbers, right? So if we jump into the middle of some numbers that it's supposed to remember as a number, but then it tries to read it as an instruction, then we can make the game do weird things. So what happens here is that we're jumping. I don't know exactly what we're jumping to. I think someone put it into the chat a minute ago. But what we're doing is we're tricking the game into running what is supposed to be a number. We're tricking it into running it as an instruction. And the numbers just so happen to be like 62, 0. And 62, if you read it as an instruction, is go to. It's like change page or go to this chapter or whatever. It's go to. 62 is go to. These numbers I'm saying, I'm just making up, by the way. And then 0, maybe the 0 is actually supposed to be an instruction. Maybe the 0 is just wait or something. But because we're reading it like a number, it turns into the number 0. So we're doing instruction 62, locate like number 0, right? Instead of maybe it's supposed to be the other way around. But because we've jumped into the middle of it, we've like mixed up what these things are. So what I'm tricking the game into doing here is I'm making it execute whatever the number is for the go to command. Instead of reading it as a number, it's reading it as a command. And I'm making the next number 0. So this is, to get back to the speedrun now, what I'm about to execute is called the go to 0 glitch, right? I'm about to trick the game into like, yeah, it tries to read like the index, the end. It tries to read the end of pimping as a tagging up turf instruction. And it just so happens that it lines up that it reads 62-0. Okay, you're the boss. And it just goes to 0, right? Because again, the computer is not sentient. It does whatever the fuck we tell it to do, whether it makes any sense or not. So what happens right here, it's not from wherever you are in pimping. It's local offset 5959 in pimping script from the start. Yeah, okay. The exact specifics don't really matter. I'm just trying to like explain this for like a broad audience, right? Again, all the numbers I'm saying are going to be wrong, but the logic of what I'm saying is correct. It's not for me. Okay, it's all right. Sorry. So yeah, so we go to
What?
we are in chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf. If we start pimping now, by some miracle of science, by pure luck, the game won't instantly crash, right? But if we end pimping, then the game accidentally executes what is supposed to be numbers as instructions. And that instruction, if we watch it, that instruction is go to 0. So you'd see this black screen all of a sudden. Now, we're not going to 0, like, again, when it stores the book in the bookshelf, 0 isn't the beginning of the book. 0 is the beginning of everything. The game isn't just storing a mission book in memory. It's also storing, like, everything in memory. It stores all of it. Like every single ped that's on the screen or whatever, or like every single mission in the whole game, or like, you know, the player's health, or this isn't quite correct what I'm saying, but everything is at 0, right? So what happens if we go to 0? Well, you go to 0 every time. In fact, I've already gone to 0 once in this run. Do you know when I went to 0, chat? I went to 0 when I opened the game. I have restarted the game from within the game. We have gone back to the beginning of the game. It is as if I have pressed new game and we've gone all the way back to the start. We've gone to 0. The game has restarted itself. Now, there is a wrinkle to this.
Watch for those rollers as I tag this up.
If I do go to 0 and I don't end and I don't skip this cutscene, then the game, if I don't skip this cutscene, then the game keeps trying to execute Tagging Up Turf. It keeps trying to read chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf. If I skip the cutscene, it will forget about Tagging Up Turf for reasons. So what I have to do here is I have to cancel pimping and skip this cutscene on like the same frame. Because if I go to 0 and then the game keeps trying to read Tagging Up Turf, well then we're not reading the wrong book. We're not reading a book at all. There's nothing there. Right? Who knows what the fuck it's reading? It's like, you know, unallocated memory at that point or whatever. So the game will just instantly crash. So if you've seen me try to do this glitch and then the game crashes, that's because I haven't skipped the cutscene correctly. So what I have to do here, again, if I play it really slowly, I'm holding middle mouse button. I let go of middle mouse button. Hello, video. Are you okay? Why is my video freezing? What is happening? Hello? Okay, that's a bit weird. I have to let go of middle mouse. Wait, I'm a bit far ahead, sorry. I'm trying to... This happens very quickly. Yeah. Oh, no, I have to do this differently, don't I? Right. Because of reasons, my spacebar input is delayed. The game processes keyboard input like 1 or 2 frames after mouse input, like delayed, sorry. It processes keyboard input like 1 or 2 frames delayed. Mouse input happens immediately, but keyboard, it takes 1 or 2 frames. So I input the cutscene skip and then release middle mouse. Do you see that? What's actually happening is I'm basically pressing these 2 buttons at the same time. Don't worry about that. But anyway, basically I have to cancel pimping and skip the cutscene at exactly the same time. If I don't do that, we get to this black screen and then the game crashes. If you've watched my speedruns live, you've seen this happen a million times, right? So anyway, I have skipped the cutscene, which deletes the mission, and I have cancelled pimping. We've tricked the game into reading numbers as an instruction, and it just so happens that it lines up. Again, I can't control this. I can't type in whatever I want. If I could type in whatever I want, we could really fucking break the game, right? But I can't do that. We can only do what's written. So it just so happens that these 2 books line up the correct way, and I can execute go to 0. So we do all this.
Watch for those rollers as I tag this
I
up.
tell the game, hey game, go back to the start. The game's like, okay, buddy, and goes back to the start. And we've restarted the game. Now, yes, exactly, sugar sweet nightmare. That's exactly what I was about to say. It's like, okay, that's really cool, Josh. Really cool explanation. Why the fuck have you restarted the game? What does this do? How does this help? If you wanted to restart the game, just press escape and then click new game, idiot. What's the fucking point? Well, when you pause and you click new game, right? Let's say the game is remembering like a ton of stuff. It's remembering what mission it's doing and what mission you're on. It's remembering your health and where you are and all that sort of stuff. And like, you know, the CJ is here and all these things, right? When you click new game, the game says, okay, player wants to start a new game. take all of this stuff and fucking delete it and then write it all again. Okay, the player spawns in Grove Street, and then we make the screen black, and then we write, you know, hey, we start this cutscene that says, hey, like, you know, Los Santos International Airport or whatever, right? And blah, 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 blah. It does everything again, right? Do you know what it doesn't do if you just go straight to 0? So here's my copy of the game that I've been playing for 7.5 minutes or whatever up to this point. Here's my copy of the game, right? If I press escape and I press new game, it will delete that game and make a new one, right? But like, what happens if I just go straight to 0? What happens if I don't press new game? Well, what happens is it just makes another one. It just, well, it doesn't delete the first one, and it just starts again. So the game, imagine, I know I'm using a book a lot, but imagine this book is like everything the game is remembering. And if you click new game, it throws it away and it gives the new game book, and it starts from there, and you start with this, right? And it does all the instructions, it sets up everything. If I have a book immediately, like I'll have a game, and I start a new game, instead of throwing this book away and getting a new book, what it does is it just pastes this book where, this is really hard to explain, it just pastes this book where it's supposed to be. And now I've kind of like, you know, when you copy paste something, imagine if I have like, let me open like Paint real quick. If I have like, you know, I have this and I have all these instructions, and then over here I have like, okay, and these are the instructions. If I start a new game, I put all this here. Well, what I did was, instead of deleting all of this and then moving this to here, copy pasting this to here, what I did was I just copy pasted this here. All of the stuff from before, it's still here, apart from like, you know, the stuff that it makes new. All of this stuff is still here. It didn't stop existing. It just took a new game and kind of slapped it onto the corner of the other one. This has broken the game. Absolutely, categorically, the game is now next to unplayable. This breaks so many things, and I don't even understand all of the things it breaks. As you can imagine, again, if you're a programmer, like, think about what is happening here. Like, memory, you're like writing a bunch of memory, and you're like progressing the state of the program loads, and all of a sudden you're just like smashing all of the beginning memory initialization into the middle of the program running, right? Like, imagine what the fuck that does, right? Like, it is a miracle that the game actually is playable. But this has fucked so many things, because like some of these things are just lists. Like some of these things are like in this one, here's like imagine this is the list of every ped in the game. So you have CJ, you have Sweet, you have like, you know, that random ped number 14 that stood behind me as I'm doing it. You've got like ped 01. People love ped 01, right? You have a list of every single ped in the game. Well, when you start a new game, instead of deleting this list and starting from fresh, it just adds a new list to the bottom of it. So now it just makes a new CJ right here. Do you see the problem with this, chat? Like, hey, what's this about? What do you mean there's two CJs? What? How does that work? And you know all those mission scripts, like, oh, I don't know, like stunt jump logic mission script, and because it makes these all threads, and like, you know, here's like, oh, the mission progression that we've had, we played up to tagging up turf, right? So we've played to tagging up turf. Well, it doesn't just forget this; it just makes a new one. It's like, oh, okay, now add big smoke. Add big smoke to the game. So now we have tagging up turf and big smoke. If you look at my map in a second, when I get to Grove Street, Well, actually, when do I go to Grove Street? It takes a long time. Wait, hold on. There's a lot of stuff that happens. When I go to Grove Street, did you see it? Here, fuck's sake. Fuck. Here's tagging up to... Why does it hate going backwards? Is it because it's on a hard drive? Here's tagging up turf, and here's Big Smoke. These two missions should not be possible to have at the same time. We have a combination of missions that is impossible. You can't have tagging up turf and Big Smoke at the same time. Because if you do you need to do Big Smoke to unlock tagging up turf. Like, what the fuck has happened here, right? So... We've like completely the game is like unbelievably fucked. Like there's two of so many things running. Like there's two Vigilante scripts running. Like if I start Vigilante, it starts two Vigilantes at the same time because this Vigilante checks like, okay, is the player on a bike and does he start Vigilante? If they do, start Vigilante. And then this Vigilante is like, okay, if the player is on a bike and they press the mission start button, start Vigilante. Oh, they did start it. And then we start two Vigilantes every time I start a Vigilante, right? But it's like it completely depends how the programmer made the thing. Some things overlap each other. Some things are an addition to. Some things like will double up. Some things won't. Some things will get corrupted. It's like absolutely fucking broken. So by doing this glitch, I have completely broken the game entirely. If you want to see some fun ramifications of this, I do have a video where I do go to 0. Let me find it real quick. It's Joshimus go to 0. I'll go to O. That was smart. Is that gonna work? Wow, it did work. YouTube's smart enough for this. Oh shit. Wait, I wanted the thumbnail. How do I get the thumbnail?
Oh, cool. Look at that.
Wait, let me refresh. Please work. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so
I did it.
oh, you motherfucker. I'll refresh again. So this video right here. Hello? This video right here, playable CJ clone glitch. CJ clone glitch, learning the go to 0 glitch on my uncut channel. This is when I messed around with this glitch. And yeah, you just have two CJs. You have two CJs, and you can control both CJs. Like, the game never takes control away from the first CJ. Like, this first CJ still has control. You still have control over it. You just also control this CJ. What does break? Again, because it's kind of random, like, what doubles up and what you can only have one copy of. What you can only have one copy of is the pathfinding to enter vehicles. The pathfinding only exists once, and at the start of the game it gets set to a CJ, but when you start the game twice, it's set to the new CJ. It can only have one pathfinding. You can't have two. So the old CJ cannot get into vehicles, but my new CJ can. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. But yeah, well, another problem is that when you change weapons, the camera gets assigned to one of the CJs, and it's originally this one. And then when I restart the game, the camera gets assigned to this CJ. So this CJ loses the camera. The camera isn't behind him anymore, right? Weapons switching though is a problem. So there's like a script that's like checking the player's weapons and like enforcing it, right? So if I have these dots on the screen. So if I try to switch weapon, the weapon is going to check both CJs to see if they have a weapon in that slot. So if I scroll up in the weapon wheel one, the weapon script will check like, okay, do all CJs, or does every ped with the name CJ, do they have a weapon in that slot? If they do, they can use that weapon. If they don't, then put them back on the fists. They can't use that weapon, right? So do you remember earlier when I picked up tear gas and I got a pistol? I used the pistol once because I shot fucking Ryder's car or whatever, right? but otherwise I barely used it. The tear gas I never used. I used it to like flex to get into vehicles, but I didn't need to do that. I could have just driven past it. Well, the reason is because I want to be able to use those weapons. Do you remember when I said that having the nightstick is kind of a little annoying? That's because new Siege, like I don't care about melee weapons, and now if I try to scroll to the melee weapon, it's going to put me back onto fists because I don't want it. So I need the tear gas because both CJs need to have a grenade weapon. Otherwise, I can't use any grenade weapons ever. Thankfully, we also do tagging up turf, which gives us a spray can. So a OG CJ, as we'll call him in this example. So this is the OG CJ, the one that I was playing with originally. This is the clone CJ, the new CJ that we're playing. OG CJ has a nightstick, he has a pistol, and he has a spray can and tear gas. Those are the only 4 weapons I can use for the rest of the run. On foot. I can't switch to any other weapon. I do use a micro SMG in Wrong Side of the Tracks. Yeah, OG and old. Sure, Halogen, whatever. We could do that. OG CJ and old CJ. No, OG or new. Yeah, OG CJ and new CJ. Yeah. Got it. But yeah, in Wrong Side of the Tracks, I use the micro SMG to kill people with. But because I never switch to that weapon, like the game just puts me on that weapon. Like it does it itself. I don't switch to it. Like when I get into a vehicle, it sets you to a micro SMG, right? So because the game is doing it itself, it doesn't do this check to see if I'm allowed to use that weapon or not. So I could just use it, thankfully. Is there a reason I don't get a micro SMG on OG CJ? I don't need it. I don't need it. And it'll just get in the way. Like if I'm on a pistol on new CJ and I scroll up one to try to go to like the grenades, if OG CJ has micro SMG instead, the order is like fist. That's a great fist. Nightstick, pistol, and then like micro SMG. Sure, yeah, that's a micro SMG. And then grenades, and then spray can, right? That's the order. So if I'm on fists and I scroll up one, I'll go to nightstick. If I scroll up one, I'll go to fists. If I scroll up, handgun. Oops, oh god, I didn't want to do that. Wait, oh fuck, I just broke stuff. Oh no. And if I scroll up, I won't go to grenade. If both CJs don't have this gun, then if I scroll up, I'll go to grenades. But if one of the CJs has this gun, I'll try to scroll to this instead. And then the game will be like, hey, you don't have a fucking micro SMG. And then it'll go bam, straight back to fists. You don't have a micro SMG, right? So, oh fuck, why do I keep doing that now? So I don't want micro SMG because it's going to make it, I would then instead, I would have to scroll backwards round the wheel the other way to get to grenades. If I have a micro SMG on OG CJ, I can't scroll through my weapon wheel anymore. I have to like scroll the other way around. And if we mismatch the nightstick as well, then I literally won't be able to go anywhere, right? I'd have to, if we mismatch the nightstick, I can't scroll backwards to the pistol because the micro SMG will be in the way. And I can't scroll forwards to the pistol because the nightstick will be in the way. So I have to synchronize my CJ's weapons the best I can to avoid these issues. Otherwise, shit gets like really fucky. So that's why I don't get a micro SMG on OG CJ because I don't need it. And the less weapons I have, the less complicated the situation is going to be, right? I only need the micro SMG in Wrong Side of the Tracks, and the game forces me on it, so it doesn't matter. Oh, that's spoilers. So anyway, we've completely fucked the game. This fucks the game in so many ways. Again, I don't even know all of the ways that this fucks the game. I know that it makes it so that I stumble. So you see my movement here? I like stumbled here and then I keep moving. That's not just me fucking up and I stumble again here. That's not just me fucking up. I'm not just like letting go of W and stumbling. That's OG CJ falling out of bounds. So OG CJ is like all the way over here where this marker is. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do I keep controls editing now? OG CJ is all the way over where this marker is, right? OG CJ is still back where we started. He's just over there. But the game, again, it's one of those things that like the world loading only happens around one CJ. It was originally the OG CJ, and now it's the new CJ. So the world is being loaded around new CJ. The world isn't being loaded around OG CJ. He's out over here, just falling out of bounds constantly. So the OG CJ falls out of bounds. He goes, "Oh, I hate gravity," right? And then he spawns back up. And when he spawns back up, it sets the animation of every CJ in the game to stop what it's doing, right? So whenever OG CJ falls out of bounds and then gets teleported back up, I stumble. So every time that happens, I stumble. So I stumble constantly now. Unless I'm near to OG CJ, I constantly stumble on foot. That's the first immediate ramification that happens. And is really annoying, by the way, as a speedrunner. I am severely gimped. Its moving is like really hard to do. If I go near OG CJ, yeah, he'll have ground to stand on, and he'll stop falling down. And I could just control him and stuff. Yeah, you'd think they do it around the camera, right? Olive free, but yeah, they don't. They do it around CJ. Yeah, because of exactly what Skip said. They teleport CJ around everywhere to make the cutscene, to make the world load. Anyway, so OG CJ is constantly falling out of bounds. Another thing that's happening is every button I press, OG CJ is also doing it. Like, again, I control both of these CJs at the same time. So OG CJ is trying to do my inputs all the time. Thankfully, normally he's just falling out of bounds. And when you're falling through the sky, none of your buttons fucking do anything anyway. You can change weapons. Thank God you can change weapons, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to. You can change weapons, but you can't attack, you can't jump, you can't move, you can't crouch. You can't do anything when CJ's falling out of bounds. Just falling, sorry. When CJ's falling like off a mountain or whatever. Can OG CJ die? What happens then? Okay, so good question. Well done, class. Good question. If OG CJ dies, when you die, a bunch of like scripts and stuff change state or get unloaded or whatever, and don't become available again until CJ respawns. The problem is, the respawn script, guess what, is only attached to the new CJ. So OG CJ, if they die, they fucking won't respawn. They just stay dead. CJ dies, and it will just sit there and wait until like until the game respawns him, right? And that just won't happen. If OG CJ dies, it unloads the script or changes the variables in it or whatever's happening. It breaks the script for aiming guns. For whatever reason, if OG CJ dies, the script that controls what happens when you right click and you can aim and shoot and stuff, it just stops working. So if OG CJ dies, I stop stumbling, but I cannot aim weapons anymore. It's possible that this is a benefit. It's better to not stumble than it is to aim guns. But there are a few points in the run where you would like to do it. But I do think it's entirely possible that you could do the whole run without aiming. And it would be faster because you wouldn't stumble. But you'd have to find and kill OG CJ, which is maybe not worth it. I am realizing time is getting on quite a lot, and I'm barely through this video. I might not make it in one part today. Don't worry, YouTube. It'll be one part for YouTube, but Twitch and live stream viewers, I might have to cut this into 2 parts. I have to leave later. But we'll see what happens. I'll do my best. Anyway. The game's broken in lots of ways. We'll cover them when we get to them because it's really bad. But just remember that the game is unbelievably broken right now. The game was never designed to do this. Obviously. So, we've gone to 0. Do you remember me talking about my money earlier? And how I needed an exact amount of money? And it needed to be exactly 498? Well, what happens when you start the game, chat? When you start the game, you get $350, don't you? Well, it turns out, instead of doing money equals 350, for whatever reason, Rockstar has done money plus 350. So, when I restart the game here, you'll notice that I have gained $350 because that's the starting money. So I now have, it's an instruction that says add score 350. Yeah, okay. Is money score? Oh yeah, I guess because GTA 3 used it as score, didn't it? And GTA 1 and 2 and stuff. That's funny. Money is score. Yeah. So I get given $350 at the start. This is really important. Because we're about to go set up. We're about to go set up an important thing. So this is where we leave the computer science part of the run. Of like me explaining how the game loads missions and you can load 2 missions at the same time and that sort of stuff. We're leaving computer science territory. We're now entering security research territory. Because we're about to set up a payload that we're going to execute. We're about to set up a malicious payload. Well, kind of malicious, but we're about to set up a malicious payload of instructions into the game that are going to do things. There are 2 steps to this. This one is kind of minor, and this one doesn't really make much sense without the next bit, but we'll explain it anyway. Yeah, it's malicious as external code. Yeah, I'm like, this isn't arbitrary code execution for people who understand that. This isn't that. I can't open notepad.exe on my Windows PC, right? It's not arbitrary C++ code. I can only execute arbitrary mission script code, right? So whatever you could do with mission scripts inside of San Andreas, we can do it. It's arbitrary script execution, not arbitrary code execution. Or arbitrary GTASA script execution, if you want to call it that, whatever. But yes, it is still arbitrary, you know, kind of code execution, right? So it's very powerful. Anyway, we're at pool. I need to set up a payload here. So much later, much later in the run, I'm going to go to a point in memory, and the game is going to start blasting through that memory as if they were instructions, when it's actually just a bunch of numbers the game is trying to remember. Again, what we did with Go to 0. One of those numbers that it blasts through and reads as memory, reads as instructions, even though it's just numbers. One of those numbers is the last amount of money I had when I started pool. That's one of the numbers we're about to what we could potentially execute as instructions. In an ideal world, we want all of these variables, all of these numbers, we want them to be 0. We want them to be 0 because if you execute the number 0 as an instruction, it's the instruction of no operation. It basically just means skip this. It's not anything. Just skip forwards 1. It's basically like new line. If we use our book analogy, the number 0 is basically line break, right? That's essentially what it is. 0 is line break. So ideally, we want all of these variables to be line breaks until we get to the actual payload we want to execute. Unfortunately, the pool amount is not 0 for some reason. Why is the pool last betting amount not 0? I'm not actually sure why we do this now I'm thinking about it. But for some reason, it is 0. Then what are we doing here? You do it to eliminate 50-50. Okay, but if it's... I understand it's if we're on an even or an odd byte. But if it's 0, then why does that matter? I understand... Jack, I know that part. But shouldn't it already be 0000? Like, why do we need to do this? Surely 0000 is also just no op no matter which byte you land on. Right? Okay. I'm still not understanding. Either way, for whatever reason, we have to set up a thing in pool here. You're not changing the IP evenness? Okay. So if I land on an odd byte, for example, when I attempt to execute the gambling payload, I'll be off by 1 byte and it will not work. But we're doing this to align back to an even byte. I might be flipped with this, but it doesn't matter, right? We're aligning correctly. Yeah, okay. Okay, so okay. Now that I understand it, I can explain it to the class. So, spoilers, later in the run, I'm going to program in a payload using gambling, and that payload is going to execute code and stuff. And the way we execute it, we can't control whether we jump to an even byte in memory or an odd byte in memory. If we jump into a bunch of zeros, so say like, so the book analogy, say like, we're going to jump to either like letter 1 or letter 2 of a word, right? So say we have the word hello, or well, that doesn't quite work. Yeah, say we have like, we have a bunch of line breaks, right? And then we have the word hello, right, like this. If the computer starts reading this and it starts from an odd number, then it will start reading from here and it will go, okay, that's a line break, next line. Okay, that's a line break, next line break, next line, line break, next line. And then it will start here. And then it will read H-E-L-L-O, hey, and then space. And then, hey, that's a word. We can execute that. That works, right? We can do it. But say I landed... I'm just going to erase it. Say I landed... We have like all these line... Sorry, let me do it over here so it's my face isn't on top of it. Say instead... So you got to remember, like, this is 0, 0, this is 0, 0, this is 0, 0, this is 0, 0, and then we go hello. So if we landed on, like... Sorry, this is an even number. If we landed on an even number, we would read the 2 zeros. That means line break. We would read another 2 zeros. That means line break. We'd read another 2 zeros. That means line break. We'd read another 2 zeros. That means line break. And then we'd read H-E-L-L-O. That's a word. If we land on an odd byte, then we won't land at the start. We'll land in the middle, right? We would land in the middle here. So it would read like, it would read this 0 and then this 0. That's a new line. Keep going. We'd read this 0 and then this 0. That's a new line. Keep going. We'd read this 0 and this 0. That's a new line. Keep going. Now we have a problem. Because we'd read this 0 and then a H and then an E and a blah, blah, blah. And then we'd get there and then we'd go 0, hello. That's not a word. Game crash, right? the game would just instantly crash. It's fucked up. It doesn't work. So previously, it would just be like, okay, we'll just take the 50-50. We might get unlucky and execute from an odd location, or we might get lucky and execute from an even location. So the trick is 50-50. That's really, it's shit. It's how it works. But it turns out all of these zeros that we're reading, like this, one of these, this is pool right here. This number right here is the amount of money that you left pool with the last time you played it, right? So what we're going to do is we go to pool, and I want to leave pool with exactly $768. Now, naively, you'd think, okay, so you're writing 0076800, but that's not actually quite what happens. And I also hate this. The number is hexadecimal. It's not like base 10. Yeah, it's hex. So this is way beyond the scope of this San Andreas speedrun explanation tutorial video thing. But all you have to know is that in hexadecimal, 768. My God, I'll try that one again. All you have to know is 768 is 300 in hexadecimal. That's all you need to know, all right? So in memory, what we're doing is we've got a 0, then we have a 3, and then we have a 0, and a 0, and then a 0, and then a 0. And then we have hello, right? Like this. So what happens if we land on an even byte is we'll read it 0, 0, and then we'll read 300, and then instruction 300 is 0003 actually, because little endian. Look, we're not going to fucking explain little and big endian in fucking this tutorial video, all right? Just roll with me here. What instruction 300 is unused instruction, right? So instruction 300 is unused. So it's just like, oh, okay, that it tries to execute this instruction, and it's like, oh, that's not an instruction we actually use. It's just like reserved for empty. Okay, I'll just do nothing then. And then it goes to the next line, and it reads 00 space. Oh, that's nothing. Skip that one. And then we read hello, right? So it lines up. Everything lines up and it's fine. But if we do this and we write 300 and then we have a 0 and then we have hello like this. But what if we weren't lucky? We didn't land on an even byte. We landed on an odd byte. What if we land here? So we read this 0 and then this 3 as an instruction, right? The instruction 03 is the instruction for camera shake. 03 is a camera shake instruction that takes 1 byte input. So it will read these 3 bytes or 2 bytes or whatever. I think it's 2 bytes. Whatever, it doesn't matter. For this example, we're going to say 2 bytes. It will read this as a camera shake instruction. It says these are the instructions. So 03 means shake camera, and 00 is for how long to shake it. For reasons, 00 lines up as 15 seconds. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. But it reads these instructions like, it reads it like this. So it'll be like, okay, I will shake the camera for 15 seconds. Then it starts reading from here and then here. And now what has happened is we have aligned back to the even bit. So in the first example, if we get lucky and we start from the even bit, we just go 00, 300, 00, and that's fine and that's legal and it's happy and it continues. If we get unlucky and we read from an odd bit, it will go 0300. Oh, that's the instruction for shaking camera. Oh, sorry, it will go 03 That's the instruction for shaking camera. I need to read the next two numbers as the length in time. So it will read the next two numbers as for how long to do it. So now we've advanced an odd number of bytes, or this isn't, we've advanced an even number of bytes, whatever, it doesn't matter. Once we've done all of this, we are then back to reading from an even number of bytes again. So now we start again, 0, 0, oh, that's nothing, skip. And then we always, doing this, we will always line up to the H in hello. Again, if we don't do this, if it's all just zeros, then it tries to read 2 zeros, and then it tries to read 2 zeros, and then it tries to read a 0. Oh, a H, we better keep reading. And then we read 0 hello, which doesn't mean anything, and the game crashes, right? So what we're doing is we line up the bits that we're on. So by using exactly 300 hexadecimal as an instruction, if we read it from an even byte, it keeps reading even bytes and everything's happy and it works. If we read it from an odd byte, it will read the full instruction, execute a camera shake, line up back to reading even bytes, and then we keep going and it's fine. So this is necessary to turn the trick into, instead of a 50-50, it's 100%. Yes, exactly, Abdidel_Kavash. If I wanted to be faster, I just wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do this at all, and I wouldn't go to pool, and I wouldn't bother, and I would just go straight to doing the rest of the run, and we'd save a bunch of time. Not that much. But it turns the run into, like, we then have a 50-50 chance that if I execute the trick correctly, we have a 50-50 chance that it works. And I don't know if you know this, but the trick is already really fucking hard. So making it 50-50 is kind of shit. There is already a bunch more luck that we have to get through. Like, remember this, like, frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick I did? That was a 1 in 3. That's a 33% chance we've already just won here, you know? Then we add another 50-50. Then we add the blackjack dealers later. That's, like, more luck. Then you have, like, I don't know, there's, like, luck of the police officer spawning at the start. Luck of me being able to get into CJ's house at the start. Like, it just becomes too fucked. Marathon. Anyway. Yeah, so we're making it so that the memory always lines up, that we will always end up on an even byte. Again, my explanation might be wrong. It might actually be an odd byte we line up to. It doesn't matter. The point is, we're getting to where we want to be, whether it's odd or even. It doesn't matter which way around it is. We're trying to get to the correct, like, alignment in memory. So I bet exactly $80. And then, again, if I've set all of my money correct throughout the entire run, betting exactly $80 will set my previous amount to 768. So now, the previous money amount I had in pool was $768. That writes 300 hexadecimal into the memory. And yeah, we will use that to align ourselves to the byte correctly. So that's why we go to pool. And that's why, spoilers, the camera shakes when we do the thing. That's why half the time the camera shakes. Like this. Do you see this camera shake? Look at this fucking camera shake. It is absolutely insane. Maybe it's not the time that we're saying the camera shake. Maybe it's like the intensity or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's why the camera does this. Both of my runs have had this, by the way. I'd like to point out, both of my runs have had camera shake. If I didn't set up pool in my runs, both of the runs that I did would never have actually happened. They both would have crashed. So I like pool. All right, here's an explanation for people who want to pause and read it. I'm not going to do that.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, so we've set up 300 into the, or 3000 or whatever it is, into the memory. Now we could do the rest of the run.
Grove Street.
So,
At least it was before I fucked everything up.
oh my god, how do I do this? We've set up that payload. Now we need to go set up the main payload. So, again, people have discovered a way to arbitrarily execute mission script. I wonder what the speedrunner is going to do with this information. Oh, they're going to teleport to the end of the game, obviously. But the way that we set up the payload is that we are going to go to the casino in Los Venturas. I'm just picking up grenades here, by the way, if you're wondering. So that I could death warp easier in a minute. Again, this is why I needed the tear gas, is so I could actually use these fucking grenades. What we're going to do is I'm going to drive all the way to the casino, and we're going to use the Wheel of Fortune betting table to program in our bets. So, for reasons, when you leave the betting table, so here I'm going to set up a bunch of numbers like this. When you leave the betting table, right? So think about what's happening here. I've bet like, say, I've bet like 50k here, and I've bet like 40k here, and I've bet like 39 here, and this is like 1k, this is 0, and this is like, yeah, this is also 40k. Imagine this scenario, right? Think about what's happening in the game here. The game has to remember, okay, slot 1, how much does the player bet? Slot 2, how much does the player bet? Slot 3, slot 4, slot 5, and slot 6. It has to remember how many chips, how much money I've bet in each slot. Because if the game didn't remember that, then it wouldn't be able to, like, you know, keep track of, like, okay, when I spin the wheel, if it's this slot, check how much money is in this slot, times that by the winning amount, give the player that much money, right? Or, you know, it needs to it needs to remember it to be able to show it on the screen. Like, it shows like how much I'm betting and all that stuff. It needs to remember all these things to be able to show it, right? So in the memory, there's 6 bits of memory. There's like 50,000 hexadecimal, which I don't know what is. I'm not going to write it. 40,000, etc., etc. And the game remembers that this is slot 1, this is slot 2, this is slot 3, etc., etc., right? What should happen in an ideal world is that when you leave the betting table, right? When you leave the betting table, the game's like, oh, I don't need all these numbers anymore. I can erase them, and it sets them to 0, right? In an ideal world, it would set these all these numbers back to 0. But it doesn't. When you leave the betting table, it just leaves those numbers there. So as soon as I leave the betting table like this, you can't see it anymore because it stops rendering it. But all of those betting numbers that I did, like the 50k and that lot, all of those numbers that I set are still in memory. They just sit there. The game doesn't touch them because the only thing that touches those that memory address, the only thing that reads chapter 16, page 11, the only thing that uses that page is the Wheel of Fortune minigame. And I just left the Wheel of Fortune minigame. So now there's nothing reading that page. We just took the book of the San Andreas mission script, and we took a fucking pen, and we wrote, I'm not going to fuck my book up, but we wrote 50,000, 40,000, 30,000, whatever. We just wrote it in the book, and then we closed it, and then we put the book down, right? What the game should do is take a fucking Tipex and delete what we wrote when it leaves page 11, but it doesn't. It just leaves what we wrote there. And this is the payload. This is what we're going to program. Now, the problem is like, that's cool and all, Josh, but how do you fucking bet 257,900 9,000? Oh, I've read this number wrong. This number's huge. How do you bet this much money? You don't have this much money. Remember a minute ago when I said I have $768 and I needed exactly that much? You know? How the fuck can you bet like these arbitrarily large numbers to like, that's cool and all. You set up a bunch of numbers in memory to do exactly what you want later. How the fuck do you do that? Right? This is the reason I'm explaining it in this order, is because you need to understand the logic of why we're doing this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use, do you remember that thing where I said go to 0 has completely broken the game? Well, one of the things that is broken are stunt jumps. Not the unique stunt jumps. Not the ones that have like a slow motion and then a landing, and it says unique stunt jump past, and there's 70 of them, and you need to do them all. Not those ones. The ones where you just do something cool, and the game's like, whoa, sick stunt, dude. And it gives you some money out of thin air. Well, by doing go to 0, we've completely broken that script. So I'm going to play here. So I'm traveling to Los Venturas. I want to go to the casino. While I'm on the way, I'm going to do some sick stunts. And I want you to look at what happens. I'm about to go up this ramp. Look what happens when I do this sick stunt. Ready? Wee! Oh my god, epic. Insane stunt bonus, $51. Whoa, sick. Oh, so cool, Josh. Oh, you did another one? Oh, man. Double insane stunt bonus. Negative 442. Height, negative 280 feet. Wait, what? That ain't right. Look at my money. Look at my money. $768. I do a sick stunt. My money goes down. Why does my money go down? We do this again. And my money goes down. We're now into the negative. For those who don't know, you can have negative money in San Andreas. Now, normally, the way that you get negative money in San Andreas, the only way to do it, lo and behold, is with casino gambling. In the stats, you have a stat for like your gambling skill or whatever. And when you have low gambling skill, you can only play at like small time tables. And your gambling skill determines how much debt you can get into, right? So when you have no gambling skill, and your gambling skill increases the more money you bet, when you have no gambling skill, you can only borrow up to negative 100 money. That's as low as you can get. You can't go under negative 100. So what happens is if I go here and I press the increase bet button, right? This number will, if it's 100, if I increase the bet to 100, it will say 0. And then if I increase the bet anymore, it'll go to like negative 100. And if I press the button again, the game says, no way, buddy. You're at $100, negative 100. You can't bet any more than $100. You're not allowed to do that, right? That's illegal. So if what's happening is if I'm ever at negative 100 money, the game won't let me go down in money. It won't let me spend any more. If I'm at negative 100 money, I can't borrow any more. And the only way to get into negative money is by borrowing it at casinos. Yeah. Do you see the problem here? Because what if I write these numbers here? Does this help you figure out what I'm doing? If I am at negative 100, I cannot borrow any more money. And the only way you can lose money is with casino betting. Except unless you've completely broken the fucking game. So I do a jump here. And I go to whatever, 300 something. I do another jump here. And I go to like negative 40 and then I fall off, which is kind of embarrassing. And then I do another jump here. And uh-oh. We have a problem. I'm at negative 653. So here's negative 100. And here's negative 101. And here's a bunch of other numbers. And here's negative 653. Do you know what negative 653 isn't? It isn't negative 100. So I can essentially, at this point, I can borrow as much money as I fucking want. I think there is some sticking point here, right? Because I need to increase my gambling skill, right? Which is why we need to bet over 100 or 1,000 or something on the first try. Something like that. There is some wrinkle here that I need to increase my gambling skill for some reason. I can't quite remember. Hello, dear casino. I'd like to bet integer max. Yeah. Yeah, so we've now... Rockstar fucked up. And they have... If you have positive unlimited money, can you do the programming as well? Probably. If I had enough... If I had... The options are have less than 100. You want max debt amount to 1,000 to make the game not crash. Oh, really? Wait, what? Skip. You want the max debt amount to be 1,000? Really? We need to... Oh, 100 crashes the game. Oh my god, is my gambling skill written as a variable in the variable space that we jump to? And if it's 100, is that an illegal instruction and crashes? But 1,000 is not an illegal instruction and we continue. Oh my god, okay. Whatever, that doesn't really matter for this explanation. I didn't know that. That's cool. Okay, so that's why you did that. Anyway, so Rockstar have done the classic programming mistake of they have checked if many, nice one, equals -100, can't bet anymore. What they should have done is money less than or equals to -100. If Rockstar had done this, which is correct programming etiquette, then we would not be able to do this. But because they said it has to be exactly a -100. If you are at exactly -100, you can't borrow anymore. What they should have said is if you're at exactly negative or less -100, you can't borrow anymore. So we blow right past -100 by stunt jumping. And now we can essentially bet however much money we fucking want. I could bet so much money that my number goes to like the biggest negative number it could possibly be, and then wraps back around to then the biggest positive number it could possibly be. Like I can overflow my number if I want. Obviously, it's not going to be 9999, but you know it'll be whatever the max integer is. I can't remember. Max. It's a signed int, obviously, signed 32 int or whatever. But anyway, that's programming stuff. You don't need to know that for this explanation. Now, you may be wondering, that's cool and all, Josh, but why the fuck are you losing money when you do stunt jumps? It's because there's 2 CJs. So, I can't quite remember how this works, but the calculation for the jump is like... The calculation is starting height, max height, landing height. Those are the three things it uses or something. So it's like it checks like, okay, when you start the jump, it remembers where you started from. And as you go over the jump, it remembers the maximum height you achieved. And then when you land, it then calculates and it says like, whoa, you started at sea level. And at the top of your jump, you were at like 100 feet in the air. And then you landed. Holy shit, that jump was 100 feet. Wow, so cool. Here's $60, right? That's how it works, right? Go to 0 equals 2 stunt scripts. Initial height gets subtracted twice equals negative money. Ah, right. Okay, that's what's happening. So, okay, so what it does is it takes 100, which is the max height, and then it takes away your initial height, which is 0, and then it says, whoa, that was a 100-foot jump. But imagine what if I started the jump at 300 feet? And sorry, I'm using feet. It doesn't matter. Meters, feet, the unit of measurement doesn't fucking matter, right? And then I reached 500 feet and then landed, right? And then when I landed, it was like, whoa, that jump was 500, take away 300 feet high. Holy shit. That was a 200-foot jump. Crazy jump, dude. Here's $120, right? That's how it works. It takes away your starting height from your max height. But the problem is, because we've doubled up on because there are 2 stunt jump scripts, remember from when I did go to 0, there are 2 stunt jump scripts running. Instead, what happens is it goes here and it remembers like, okay, starting height equals 300 feet. And then the second script is like, okay, starting height equals 300 feet, right? Nothing has changed. Then it calculates the max height. Max height's 500. Okay, max was 500. You know, you get the point. And then the second copy does max equals 500, right? And then we land, yeah? And then it does the maths. And then it does, okay, so the max height was 500. And then the starting height was 300. Okay, that means 200. Okay, cool. So the money we pay out is 200. But then the second copy of the script goes, okay, so the max height was 200. And then we take away the starting height of 300. And that was negative 100. Okay, so the player jumped negative 100 feet. Okay, so then we do like, imagine for like every foot the player jumps, we give them like, every 100 feet the player jumps, we give them, no, sorry. Every foot the player jumps, we give them $1. Imagine that, right? So then we do like, say for the other example where it does work, we'd say 200 times 1, or, well, it's not quite like that. 200 times, like, I don't know, 0.1, right? So we'd give them $20. In this instance, it's negative 100 times 0.1. Okay, they earned negative $10. Here you go, player. Here is your negative $10. So then I land and I lose money. The stunt jump that is trying the stunt jump that is trying to pay me is actually taking money away. Because it does the maths twice, because there's 2 stunt jump scripts running. Does it also pay me twice? Surely it would do then like money plus negative 100. Surely it would do that twice. Yeah, it does do it twice. Yeah, so I actually lose double the amount. So normally I would earn like tiny amounts of money. Now instead I'm losing fuck tons. Do you know why it says I'm getting paid $51, but I actually lose money? Like, I'm guessing the text on the screen is not actually relevant to what's happening. You get positive money for one on the screen, negative for other, right? Okay. Maybe this $51, maybe how we do the maths twice, you do blah, 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 equals 51, and then blah, 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 equals negative 400. Because we do the maths twice, maybe the number on the screen uses the first number for the first time. Maybe that's what happens. But then every other time it uses the second number for some reason. I'm just guessing. I don't know. But yeah, for whatever reason, the first time the number on the screen is positive, but I am losing money. The second jump, it correctly says the money I lost. Let's see, did I lose $442? We're at 377. Take away, or plus even, plus 45. This is a 2. This is a, wait, that's a 1, but we add another 1. That's a 2. And then that goes up by 1. It should be 422 by my maths. But it says 442. Am I an idiot? That maths doesn't work out. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck it's saying on the screen then. Weird. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whatever it says on the, oh wait, no, wait, it's doubled up. Wait. it says them twice because there's 2 scripts. 51, that much. This one is the first jump. This one is the first jump, not the second jump. And then this one is the third jump, or this one is this one's the second jump, but the first time. And then yeah, this one is the fourth. This one is the second jump, but the second time. Yeah, okay. So it is showing me all of the money alterations it's doing every time. Let's work this out. So we start at 768. I'm just gonna open a calculator. We start at 768. Okay. We then do plus 51, was it? Plus 51 is 819. We then do negative 442 is 337. Correct. There we go. We figured it out. There's my 337. Yeah. So it's displaying what it's giving to me twice. It shows me the correct one the first time, and then the incorrect extra addition the second time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we don't need to do the maths the second time. It'll obviously line up, but yeah. So there you go then. So that's what's happening. So that's how we're losing money when we do stunt jumps. This is fun. I'm also figuring this out as we're doing this. I'm also learning myself. So anyway, to get back to the speed run, I do some stunt jumps optimally while high up, by the way, because remember, it's my starting height that gets taken away from my max height. So if I'm on a fucking mountain and I start here and then jump to here, then we're really high up, so it takes away a lot of money at the start. If I was at like sea level when I jumped, it would like take away 0 twice and I wouldn't actually lose money. So by starting high up, it means I lose a lot of money very quickly. So that's why we drive up this big hill. Man, if I did a jump off of Mount Chiliad, how much money would I fucking lose? We should test that sometime. Anyway. Right, so basically I'm just driving to Los Venturas here. By the way, is he here? Do we see him? I don't think we see him. No. CJ, the OG CJ can be stood here sometimes for reasons, but I don't see him. He must have run away. Yeah, okay, he's not there. Never mind. Or wait, is he... No, I thought I saw him, but I don't. No, he's not there. Whatever, it don't matter. Anyway. So, I set up this little trick jump. This jump here is difficult, but because we've just started the game again, all of the bridges are closed. I can't drive over the bridges, so I have to do this epic stunt to get into Los Venturas. Ooh, $33. And then negative 52. Yeah, so I lost a little bit of money there. Yeah, anyway. This is just me. We have 4 stars because I haven't unlocked this island and stuff. None of this matters. We're just driving to the casino. So, here's what happens now. So if you've watched any of my speedruns and you've seen me walk into here and then immediately reset, that's because we've gotten unlucky. There's an important thing that happens here where when we enter the casino, we have 3 blackjack tables and a Wheel of Fortune table. This gets a little technical and it doesn't happen in this run, so I don't really need to explain it. But basically, if there's more than 1 blackjack dealer that spawns in as I enter, the run is immediately over. Because there's this number that the game remembers of like how many blackjack dealers there are or whatever. But the game fucks up. It's kind of similar to the stunt jump thing. The game fucks up and it removes the number like twice or whatever. I don't quite understand the logic. But basically, there's, again, with all the zeros that we have in memory, that we need to be 0 or the game will crash later. If there's more than 2 blackjack dealers, blackjack tables get incremented only if tables equals 0. Right, okay. So there's like, the number of blackjack dealers gets written, and if there's like too many blackjack dealers, then it will write like -2 into this space instead of it being 0. And if that's the case, the game will now crash when we execute all of this as instructions. When we get to -2, it tries to do an instruction, it's legal, and the game crashes. So there's no way to fix this either. Because if I just leave and come back in, this number just gets more and more fucked up. It'll go to from like -2 to like -4 to like -6 or whatever. And it will get more and more and more fucked up. I can't kill them. It doesn't work. You can't kill them. You can't die. You can't leave. Anything you do, yeah, is when you leave the casino, it subtracts twice the number of dealers. It's something like that. But for whatever reason, again, not necessary for the explanation of this video, but if there is more than 1 blackjack dealer, the run is fucked and we have to reset. And it's really annoying because there could be 3 blackjack dealers here, right? Thankfully, in this run, I entered and there is only 1 blackjack dealer right here. So we're all good to continue, so we can continue. Obviously, you wouldn't be watching this if it didn't work. So anyway, with that little side effect out of the way, here's the Wheel of Fortune. So we want to set the memory to an exact amount. We want to say start end of the line, right? I've written this badly. This should say start. Ah, fuck it. Start, end of the line, right? Whatever. I'm not going to write it out. That's what we want to write. We want to write in memory, hey, start, end of the line, and just start the end of the game. Because, spoilers, the speedrun wants to start the final mission as quickly as possible. So we want to just start the final mission like this. We want to just start the final mission and just skip right to the end of the game. That's the fucking point, right? That's what we're trying to do. If we can do whatever we want to go straight to the end of the game. So that's what we're trying to write here. In order to do that, you'd think like, okay, let's say we need to write like 71, 89, 12, 60, 52, right? Say, these numbers are obviously much bigger, but say we need to just write these numbers in here. Like, okay, Josh, just fucking mouse over your selection wheel and type the number 72 into your fucking keyboard and you're done, right? Unfortunately, you cannot do that. That is not how this works. You have 2 buttons. You have left shift, increase wager, and you have left mouse, decrease wager. Those are the only 2 buttons you have. So it's like, okay, Josh, just press left shift 71 times and then press left shift 56 times or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't work that way. It doesn't go up in every button press or whatever. It doesn't work that way. What happens? What was the formula again? It's some kind of formula. When you press left shift, it does like your current money plus the current wages amount plus the total wager or something like that, right? I worked this out before in the learning video. Wait, let me find the learning video. Joshimus AJS learning. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. Here's the formula. So Ultra Girl's formula. It's new wager. So the wager equals total wager plus current wager plus starting excess debt. Right, okay, so starting excess debt meaning, yeah, it says on the screen, yeah. So because I entered the casino with negative 672 and my maximum debt is 100 and my starting debt is negative 672, my excess debt is, well, it's not negative, it's plus 572, right? Wait, is it? Yeah, it's plus, yeah. So it's so my starting excess debt is 572. That's my starting excess debt right now. So I believe, yes, perfect. If I press left shift once and it sets the wager to 572, perfect. Okay, I got this correct. So the formula, every time I press left shift, what happens to this bet is it does the new bet, the new bet equals the total wager. So it equals total wager. So total plus plus the current wager. So this wager plus this wager plus excess debt. So that's the formula. So every time I press left shift, this number increases by that amount. Now you might be thinking to yourself, Jesus Christ, Josh, that's a really complicated formula and you need to set exact amounts of money, right? How the fuck are you going to calculate this? The short answer is you don't. You do what you're told to do by people who are smarter than you. So I have, if I go forwards in this here, I have these instructions right here. So I have to get to negative 7,724, and then I have to execute these instructions. I have to bet 88 in the first slot, 727 of the sixth slot, blah 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 blah, and you just do these instructions. So people made like a San Andreas betting simulator. People made a simulator and then went through trial and error trying to find like ways of doing this and like setting up bets and stuff. And shout outs to everybody who did that, like Crab1K and Theodorus and Ultragal and everybody who figured this out. Shout outs to them because I am not fucking figuring out that maths myself. That would have been shit. So the first step, like I said, is to get to negative 7,724. So because my excess debt is part of the calculation, we need to set my excess debt to an exact amount. So on my way here, I just did some stunt jumps. And depending on exactly how I do the stunt jumps, my money is going to be like a pretty random amount, right? So I'm entering the casino with a pretty random amount of money. So the first task is to, 1, bet over $100 so that we make it so the game doesn't crash later. Don't worry about it. And 2, set our money to exactly negative 7,724. So what I do here, so this stuff I am just brute forcing. What I do here is we go in and I bet like around 100 here. And then I set, and you can see every time, what you've got to realize is this is one frame of one button press. Every time the money jumps up here, every time the money jumps up here, I have pressed left shift for one frame. If I press left shift for multiple frames, if I just held down left shift, the game would do total wager plus this wager plus excess debt every single frame. And the money would go straight to the moon instantly. I have to press left shift one frame really carefully. If I hold it down, money goes to 1,000,000 and I'm fucked. And as you'll see as you'll see here, when I decrease the money, in a second, when I decrease the money like this, it decreases slowly. It doesn't decrease all at once instantly. It decreases slowly. The logic is it decreases the second biggest digit up to a certain point. So if I press left mouse button right now, it will decrease by 100. So if I go back a little bit, you can see I press it and it decreases by 100. Do you see? It always decreases the second biggest digit up to like 100,000 or something. So what this does is it means I can't just type in whatever fucking number I want, because if I want to edit this first digit, I have to go to 2 digits. I can't edit the first digit unless I only have 2-digit bet value. Because if I have a 2-digit bet value, then my left mouse button actually changes the smallest digit because it's the second biggest digit, right? So what I have to do here, in order to get to exactly 7,724, I can't just use one bet, because the bet will turn into like a massive number like this. And then if I try to decrease this one more, it's not going to go to like 7039. It's going to go straight to 6940. And if I decrease my current bet by 100, I'll go from 7807, which I'm at now, and I'll go straight to 7707. And now that's too little. Now I have too little money, right? I need to be at 7724. That's the magic number. So I'll be too low on money. And you're okay, you're too low on money. So just press the increase button, Josh. But remember, it will increase it by 77132 plus 7040 plus 7707. It will increase it by like 21,000 if I press left mouse, if I press left shift right now. So my options are decrease by 100 or increase by like 21,000 and something, right? Those are my two choices. So, okay, Josh, how the fuck do you set exactly 7724 if you can't precisely edit the number? Well, we use a secondary bet. So I bet here, I bet $7,040. And then over here, I've bet like roughly 100. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll over to the second bet, which is 92. And this bet, if I decrease it, I will decrease the one digit, right? Because it's the second biggest digit. So then I use this number. You can see I decrease this one. I use that one to then get to exactly the 7724 that I need. So it was like bet this much, like 7,000 whatever, and then bet this 12 turned out to be the magic number. So that's how I did that. That's how I get the numbers to be what I want. You have to use multiple bets. You have like the big number bet, which is like absolutely insane. And then you have the little number bet to adjust my value to the correct amount. So that's how I get to 7724. And as soon as I do that, I send the bet and then I lose the wheel, thankfully. I can win it here. And if I win money and I go back to positive, then the run's over because I'd have to go do stunt jumps again. That'd be really annoying. So thankfully, I lose the $7,052 that I needed to lose. And now we're at 7,724. And now I can follow these instructions. So now I can follow these instructions. The reason having these instructions is super fucking important is because I need to set, now that I've set my money to the exact precise amount, that's easy enough to do. Getting your debt to the exact precise amount is easy enough because you could just use multiple bets to achieve it. But I need this number to be exactly 360,449. This isn't the same as editing my total number because I can use multiple bets for that. I can't use multiple bets to change this number. I can only increase by this number plus this number plus this number, right? I can only increase by that much. I can't, and then I can only decrease by the second most significant digit. So how the hell can I get to exactly this amount of money? And that's where the complication comes in. That's where these instructions come in. Someone has put in the work and figured out that if you do these exact steps of things, the money all lines up for you to set the numbers to be exactly correct. That's why this is so important. That's why being exactly the correct amount of money is important. That's why following these instructions exactly precisely is so important. So, we start at oh, I need the timer. Ignore the timer on the screen, by the way. Don't worry about the timer. I need these to be exactly this. So here's the instructions. The first instruction is slot 1 becomes 88. Okay? That's easy to do. You see this? I press left shift once. I pressed left shift once, and we flew up to, wait for it, and we flew up to over $6,000. Because, again, if we do the maths, up here, my max debt, sorry, is now 1,000. So it's 6,724 is how much I'm over the debt limit. For some reason, it goes to 6,624. Wait, is it actually $200? Am I an idiot? Wait. No, it's 1,000, isn't it? I'm an idiot. It's 1,000, not 100. Sorry, I'm stupid. It's 1,000 that I'm allowed. So it's 6,724. Yeah, there we go. That's what I get set to, is 6,724. Yeah, sorry, I'm being silly. Yeah, I took away 100, not took away 1,000. So now that I've increased my maximum debt to 1,000, negative 1,000, you have to take away 1,000 from it. Anyway. So every time I press left shift, the bet increases by this crazy amount, which is like, it's all these numbers. It's these three numbers added together, right? Which is like an absolutely insane amount. So I have to follow these instructions. The first instruction, does that work? Okay. The first instruction is 88. So I could do that. I increase to 6,000 and then I just decrease loads. Because it's a 2-digit number, that's easy enough. I could always get to 88. So you can see I get to 88. Easy peasy. Okay. Second number is 272 in slot 6. So I go over to slot 6. I press left shift once. And this is important. I press left shift once. And I go to it. The bet goes to 6812. Now this is really important because this is a 3-digit number. It's 272. And remember, I can only control the second most significant digit. So this 2 is always going to be a 2 no matter what I do. So that's why going to 682 is so important, because I can't control the 2. So we need to set this bet to 88, because then that makes it so that when I increase this by 1, this second number is a 2. So we go to 2. So we set this. I scroll all the way down to 272. And remember, if I fuck this up, and if I click left mouse button one too many times, and I go to 262, I'm fucked. Oh yeah, the time's running, sorry. If I go to 262, I'm fucked. Because it goes to 262, I can't just press left shift to increase it back to 272, because it's not going to go to 272. It's going to go all the way to like fucking 21,000 or some shit, right? So I have to get it to exactly 272. And reminder, every frame I'm pressing left shift, it will increase by these 3 numbers added together. And every frame I left click, I think, no, actually, that's not true. The left clicking is a bit better, but the left clicking is like, still every click, it'll go down 1. The left clicking is easier. So that's that. So now I do the next number. I actually do need my notes open. This is kind of annoying. Let me screenshot it. That would be really smart, wouldn't it? If I take a screenshot of this and then open Paint and then put it in that. There we go. Now I don't need the timer running all the time. I'm going to put this like here. So now the next, so we've got this. This is 88. This is 272. We're just setting what we call like helper bets right now. Now we set this to 83. So again, this is easy. This is a 2-digit number. So I could just scroll down as much as I want and I will be able to control, I could control both digits here. So I just set it to exactly 83. Easy peasy. Now comes the hard part. Now we're going to actually start setting up the payload. We need slot 4 to be 241524, a 21. And the instructions are increase slot 4 6 times. Increase slot 4 6 times. And then decrease it until you get to 241521. So I need to frame perfectly, increase the bet 6 times. Like that, to here. And not fuck up. If I press left shift, well, 1 frame too many will skyrocket in value and I won't be able to do it anymore. And then once I get to there, then I have to decrease it to 241. Again, when I decrease it, I'm affecting the second most significant digit. So I'm affecting this digit here. So every time I decrease it, this digit goes down because it's the second biggest. But that's good enough because these first 4 digits, because we set this to 88, this to 272, and this to 83, and because I had exactly 7724 negative money at the start, because all 4 of these things align, when I do this, these numbers will always be 1521. Again, this is how complicated this is. This is how I need to follow exactly these instructions, or we ain't gonna get those numbers. If this was like 87, then this would have been like 6 digits off. This would have been like 1517 instead, and then it wouldn't work. So we need to set it to exactly that. So anyway, you get the idea. I go through all of these. I follow these instructions. I set all of these bets to the correct amount, following the instructions one by one. There, we can put it like down there. There we go. You can read it. Just understand that this is like super fucking precise, right? So I have to be very careful not to like press left shift too many times and blow over the amount. At the end of this setup, I have everything set up correctly. And we have, this is 360. This is too big, sorry. This is 360,449. This is slot 2 is 75765564. Slot 3 is 25186416. Slot 5 is slot 5 just 78? I think slot 5 is 78. Nice 8, idiot. Oh, that's slot 4. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I was wondering, that stack looks huge. Slot 4 is 241521. This is 78 here. And this is 0. So now, the game, remember, the game has to remember all of these numbers. So the game stores in its memory, it writes in its book all of those numbers. But remember, it doesn't write it like a human does base 10. It writes it in hexadecimal. Any knowers want to convert all of these numbers to hexadecimal? And I think you'll find that if you do that, you have the exact instructions that we are going to execute in code. 0 equals 0. Ah, shit, that's a good one. Good job. Be right back getting my calculator. It's in the video description from Crab1K. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But what we have written in are, I think you are underestimating the decoding process. Probably oh, and it's little endian. Oh my god, right. It's also like that. Oh god, it's so fucking complicated. But yeah, so we've written in 018005003C. Again, it's hexadecimal, so there's some letters in the numbers. Don't worry about it. And that translates to not wait 1,500,360. So you're telling the game to wait 1,500,360 milliseconds. So the first instruction is the game will wait for 15 seconds. The second instruction is not start mission. The knots, don't worry about the knots. That's a complication. Don't worry about the knots. But the second thing is start mission 112, and you'll never guess what mission 112 is, chat. And then the second number, the second one, 508171 AF 30. That's go sub 241521. That's the go to thing I was talking about. So we tell the game to wait 15 seconds. Oh, sorry, I should have erased this. Wait 15 secs. Start mission 112. Then go to 241521. And then end this script. Those are the instructions that we set. So you'll see when I execute it, but what happens, we'll skip ahead to the execution. What happens is, as soon as I do the thing, sorry, there's my writing on it, but as soon as I do the thing, now, as soon as the camera starts shaking, exactly 15 seconds from now, so we are at 44:32, exactly 15 seconds from now, the game will start the final mission and we'll skip right to the final bit. So it should be like 47, right? Should be 44:47. There it is. At 44, it's a little bit more than that because my timing isn't right. But at 44:47, this wait ends, and then we start this mission, we go to this part of the mission, and then we end the script. And this mission is end of the line free, because of course it is, we want to skip to the end of the game. And this part, and then it loads the book for end of the line free, and then, you know, part of the book 241521, that's the part of the book where it plays the credits. So we skip to the final mission and we play the fucking credits. And the mission is still happening in the background because the mission is still happening. Why wait 15 seconds? Why not 5 or 1? It's because we can't just write whatever numbers we want that easily, right? Because you got to remember the number that we write in the wait instruction, also influences the other numbers that we can write in the other places. So we want it to be relatively low. We don't want it to be like nothing, because when I do the glitch, I start just business. Like just business has started. If it tried to start end of the line free right now, we do the thing with the books. We have the just business book, and then we replace it with the end of the line book, and then the game will crash. So I need to have enough time to be able to fail just business. That's why I death warp here. That's why I get out and throw a grenade. It blows up the car and it kills me. And both of those things fail the mission. So I need to have enough time in order to end the mission before the game crashes. So we wait, we wait like 15 and a bit seconds. That's what we're programming in. We're telling the game, wait 15 and a bit seconds, start the final mission, and then start the fucking credits. And then end this script, because we don't need to do anything at that point. We need it to end, otherwise we just blast through and read other stuff. So that's what we program in here. That's the payload. So that's the payload I set. I leave the thing, and I go outside, and I death warp.
Cop asshole!
Cop asshole. So the payload has been programmed in. I've opened the book. I've gone to the page about the Wheel of Fortune bets, and I've written in all those numbers. Oh no, I lost my page. Oh no, my bookmark. No! I've lost my bookmark. Oh. Oh, okay, I think it was around there. Fuck. Disaster. We go to the page. That's the Wheel of Fortune's bets. We write in those numbers as our bets, and then we close the book, and we put the book to one side. Now, Josh, you've bet a bunch of numbers. That's cool and all. But, you know, you've just bet some fucking numbers. That doesn't actually make that code happen. Like, the game is remembering it as the amounts you bet. Big whoop. It's not executing it as script. And that is, executing it as script is the next half of this run. And for live stream viewers, I'm going to have to end it there, because it's now 3 p.m. and I have to leave. But yeah, for VOD watchers, I will cut to the next part right now, and we will just continue, but I might change. Next day, go. Okay, hello, YouTube viewers. It's day 2 now of this explanation, which has taken a long time. We just did the setting up of the payloads. We set all the variables in the Wheel of Fortune bet. Yeah, we're now on to the final part of this run. I know, like, the time length doesn't look like it, but this is, like, the final third. The first third was the doing go to 0, which we've done. Then after that, we then did the setting up the payloads, which we've just watched. Now we need to execute the payload. And the plan for executing the payload is that we need to do the whole book swapping thing again with, like, making the game, like, run the wrong thing. But we need to combine the beginning of the final cutscene of Big Smoke. We need to combine that with starting the mission Just Business. Now, again, normally you cannot do these two missions at the same time. This is me picking up a gun, by the way, because I want weapons. Normally, you cannot do these two missions at the same time, right? Like, you can't have Just Business, which is, like, all the way over here at, like, Big Smoke or whatever, right? Like, it's a Big Smoke mission. You can't have the Big Smoke mission Just Business and the fucking first mission of the game called Big Smoke, annoyingly. You can't have both those missions at the same time. But obviously, because of Go to 0, we have 2 copies of, like, the mission threads. So what we can do is we can leave this mission thread, which is on Big Smoke, we can leave that alone, and we can progress this mission thread. So the next part of this run here is just me playing missions as quick as possible, because I now need to unlock Just Business. That's the goal. Once I have unlocked Just Business through, like, normal-ish gameplay, then I can actually execute the glitch. So this part of the run here, we have, like, once we get to unlock Just Business section, we have 3 no major glitches missions, and then we have, like, 4, like, any % no AJS missions, and then we actually execute the payload. So we're going to speed through this stuff because, yeah, the no major glitches stuff isn't too relevant. Here I'm making a horrendous mistake, and I'm brain farting. This is the worst mistake of the run. I tried to set up the go to zero glitch again, but I've already done it, which was really fucking stupid. I should have just driven into the cutscene here, so I lost a bunch of time there. So yeah, this run is obviously easily beatable. I'm under no illusions of that. But I'm not sure if I plan to do another run anytime soon. And yeah, people like these analysis videos. So I was like, okay, I'll just do an analysis of this. This run's good enough to do analysis off of, right? Like I run the wrong way there. Don't do that, right? You know, it's as easy as it needs to be. But yeah, so we're gonna speed through this. We'll let it just play out. But just doing tagging up turf totally normally. If you want to know the logic of how I beat these no major glitches missions as quick as possible, I have done one of these videos before. It was called How I Beat GTA SA in under 4 hours without major glitches or something. Or was it under 5 hours? I don't remember how long it was. There's something like that. That was the first one of this series I did a long time ago. And I would have explained everything I do in tagging up turf, cleaning the hood, and drive through. So yeah, we're not worried too much about that here. But needless to say, I'm just playing the game quickly, right? Excuse me, friends. I need to. That guy's punching me. But yeah, there's obviously a wrinkle of the fact that I keep stumbling constantly. Because there's the clone CJ is falling out of bounds somewhere. But yeah, I'm just spraying things efficiently. Let's skip forwards really because there's like nothing too interesting here. This is a little interesting. I don't know if I did this in my runs back then, but I'm using replay abuse here. Again, playing a replay into this marker to like make it go faster. But this also has the side effect that when you do that, vehicles keep rolling for a little bit for some reason. So the Greenwood rolls forwards here and runs over Sweet. And this is actually like intentional, like what I'm trying to do. Where game audio? You should hear it. I hear it. Anyway, yeah, this is intentional. This makes this cutscene faster. Oh, it's a bit quiet for you. I'll turn it up. There we go. Yeah, this animation here, where they like hug, they say like,
Hey, get yourself a beer or something. I'll catch up with you.
yeah, when they say get yourself a beer or something, they do like this hugging animation, and then Sweet says, I'll catch up with you, and then the mission progresses. But Sweet can't perform the animation if he's dead. And like us, like he's like CJ's looking at Sweet's dead body down here. But yeah, you just skip the animation because Sweet's dead, so it just makes that a little bit faster as well. All right, here a little bit of keeping Ryder in the car. This part is kind of annoying because again with the stumbling, like running over here is a right pain in the ass. I should maybe look for a vehicle earlier or something, but yeah, whatever. Oh, nice shots, Josh. Oh my god. Wow, what is happening? Okay, oh my god, that was embarrassing. Jesus. Missed that guy like 12 fucking times.
Hey, grab hold of that bat over there.
Thankfully, I got a police bike. This is like optimal for this mission. A police bike comes over and then stops, and then you take it for the mission. And yeah, it was even pointed the right way and everything. Yeah, here we just shoot everybody in the face as quick as possible. You know, basic, no major glitches stuff. I'm like, again, I'm being careful with the recoil of the pistol, so I do the first shot and then I crouch and shoot the others. Shoot Ryder a little bit just for fun and also training handgun skill, but doesn't matter. It's just nothing to do in those few seconds. Yeah. Is this video gonna be like 8 hours? I don't know how long this video is gonna be. It's gonna be quite long. I hope people enjoy it. Alright, yeah, again, replay into this bit. I don't think that actually makes it faster, looking at it, but it's just habit of, like, playing a replay into everything, right? Okay. One last no major glitches video, and then we'll get back to the, glitchy stuff. So... Did I say no major glitches video? I might have said that. No major glitches mission, sorry. Whoa, nice crash. So we just go in here, play a replay into this marker, and then the plan here is to, yeah, kill. This is the same, do you remember in Big Smoke, where I said as soon as you kill one of the guys in this car, then that's good enough. In this instance, it's the same thing. As soon as I kill one of the guys in this car, the other guy will get out the car, and then you can kill him easier. you don't need to blow up the actual voodoo. You just need to kill the 2 enemies inside the voodoo. So the plan here is to line up Sweet with this window, and then Sweet will like shoot through the window and kill the passenger. And then the other guy gets out. You can do a little turn here and then run him over. Annoyingly, traffic has like pushed the voodoo as he was getting out. So he was stood here as he was getting out the car to stand here, and then the car was here, and now the car's been pushed to here. When that happens, he just like up warps on top of the car. So he's stood on top of the car now, and I can't run him over. But thankfully, my friends here, the OGs or whatever, were really helpful. Ryder is actually just shooting. The way this mission works is Ryder tries to kill this baller, and Sweet tries to kill this baller. And if their associated baller is dead, then I believe they just shoot the car instead. So I think Sweet shoots the car here, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he doesn't shoot at all, I'm not even sure. But Ryder, thankfully, just unloads into this guy and just kills him super quickly. If he hadn't have done that, this would have been really awkward for me to kill this guy. I would have just been stood here waiting for Ryder, but yeah, thankfully he just kills him. So we got pretty lucky there, which is good.
That was some serious shit. Yeah, man, those bombs.
Yeah, then just some normal bits of driving. Wait, after this marker, I need to go to Big Smoke's house, so I like try to do a 180 here into the marker like this. And then we can drive straight away. Nothing too crazy. Skip ahead a bit because nothing's happening here. Yeah, into this marker. Again, trying to like turn the car around so I can turn around quickly. And now we go back to doing... Well, now we do 80% no HAS stuff for a little bit. Yeah, we're going to do a cool thing here. So, remember that thing from earlier where I wanted to start a mission on mission 0, right? I wanted to do that. And the way I did it was I combined a police bike with a phone call, right? This is my little phone. There you go. It looks like a Game Boy with an antenna or something. Anyway. Yeah, I wanted to, I did the frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick thing where I started both of these things on the same frame, and then we did the whole, like, you know, start, like, we started 2 things. One of them was set on mission to 1, the other one set on mission to 1, but then, like, one of them ended set on mission to 0, but then we didn't end the second one, so that when I do end the second one, I can go on mission 0 whenever I want, right? Well, we're gonna do something similar here, except we're gonna do a go to 0 flavor of it. So if you look on my lovely, very easy to understand go to 0 drawing, I'm gonna write go to 0 at the top. If you see down here, I should use this really. If you see down here, there's 2 vigilantes. So because we've started the game again from within the game, there are 2 vigilante scripts running right now. So basically what's going to happen is whenever I start vigilante, 2 vigilantes are going to start. And if you remember what happens when you start 2 missions on the same frame, you know, then we get this thing again, this chart that I love drawing. So we get two vigilante on mission 0s like this. And then the plan is to end one of them to go on mission 0, and then we still have the other vigilante running, and we can go on mission 0 when we want with that. Now, the way we achieve this is really funny. What we do, and like this is really good. If go to 0 wasn't so complicated, didn't lose so much time, and didn't have so many annoying ramifications, this would be really useful for doing like 80% no HAS speedruns with. But unfortunately, it isn't, because go to 0 is a right pain in the ass. But this is absolutely awesome. I wish we could do this in normal runs. So the plan is, we get onto the bike, right? We're on mission 0. We start... I fuck up and I almost death warp here too early. We start vigilante, right? So it doesn't look like it, but I've started 2 vigilantes here, which is why you get this plus 189 seconds thing, I guess. Something. It's buggered, right? The whole game's buggered. But there's 2 vigilantes running right now, and I'm on mission 1. Again, we can tell from the minimap. So what we do, if I were to get on the bike and just press the cancel vigilante button, then we would cancel both vigilantes, and then it doesn't, you know, with the thing, we're not ending them at 2 different times. We'd be ending them both at the same time, and that doesn't help us. We want to end one of them and keep the other one running, right? So the way that we do this is we death warp like this, and I die, and you can see it says threat eliminated, but also mission failed. So what's happened here is that I have failed one copy of Vigilante, and the other one has gone up a level for some reason. Very strange, right? Now, how this works is that the game has a bunch of, like, universal mission failure states. There's a few things that can happen that will fail any mission no matter what. One of them, obviously, is dying. Dying will fail any mission no matter what, right? So if you die, it's like they didn't want every single mission scripter to have to add in a bit in their book about what happens if the player dies, right? They didn't want to have to make them do that, because that would be just a waste of time, and you'd be copy-pasting the same code everywhere, and every mission maker, if anyone forgot to do it, there'd be missions that you could die on and without failing. So what they have instead is they have a bunch of global mission failure conditions that will just fail any mission that's running. Death is one of them, but that global mission failure state is in a bit of code that says if dead, right? It fail a mission, like one mission. It just finds a mission that's running and it fails it, right? But at the top of it, right, this bit of code only runs if on mission 1, right? So this code here, if you die, it fails a mission. It only happens if you're on mission 1. Now, what have we learned about what happens when a mission ends? So what's happening here is we have 2 copies of the mission. We start one, and we go on mission 1. And we start the second, and we go on mission 1. And then we die. And then because we're on mission is 1. Oh, sorry, on mission. Because on mission equals 1, we fail the mission, which ends it, and then we go on mission 0, and then the second copy, we die, and is on mission equal to 1? It's not. So then we don't fail. So then nothing happens, right? So whenever you dupe stuff like this, if you die, you only fail one copy of it. In this instance, it's a little bit more complicated than this, because for some things, if I were to do trucking, like Halogen said, if I were to do trucking, for example, when you start trucking, the mission trucking is like, okay, here is the player's truck, right? Oh, this is a terrible truck. Wait, I gotta get my truck drawing correct. Or here is the player's truck, right? This is the truck that the player is using. This is the truck that the player is using for this mission, right? Gotta remember this truck. So when you start trucking, the game writes down in its book, okay, this truck that the player is in, that's the truck that they're going to use for the mission. And if you get out of that truck, it will say, hey, get back into that truck, right? Or lorry or whatever you want to call it. And if that truck blows up, or despawns or gets drowned or anything, if anything bad happens to this truck, the mission ends, right? So if you start 2 copies, of the trucking mission, it will start, you'll start 2 of them, and it will remember this truck, right? And the same thing happens over here. They remember the same truck, right? So these 2 trucks are the same. Then if you blow up the truck, sorry. Then if you die, if you die, oh god, if you die, right? Then after you die, it checks like, oh, you're on mission 1. Yes, you are, right? So then you clear up the mission. You delete everything when the mission ends. You delete everything the mission associated with itself. You have to delete all the things. Like again, if you were to fail like a normal mission, it has to remove suite. It has to remove all the enemies. It has to remove all the cutscenes and the scripts and everything loaded. So in this instance, if you die in trucking, it's like, okay, well, delete that truck then, because the player doesn't need that truck anymore, so delete that truck. And then you fail the mission because you're on mission 1, right? The second copy, it doesn't care that you die because you're on mission 0, but what it does care about is your truck is dead. Your truck is dead, so then you fail the mission because no truck, right? So you can't do this like dupe and then die to keep 1 copy of it running for everything. If it's a thing that cares about one specific thing living or being around, then that thing will get deleted by the first copy failing and you won't have it anymore. This is a common problem in Outrider, where if I fail 1 copy of Outrider, the second copy will fail, and it will say like Torino died on the bottom of the screen, and chat always gets confused because they're like, what? How did Torino die? And it's not Torino dying. Torino just gets deleted by the first copy of the mission failing, so that the second copy of the mission sees Torino is not. Torino doesn't exist anymore, and it's like, oh, Torino died. Whoops! And then the second copy fails. And then the second copy writes on the screen like Torino dead lol. So yeah, so it doesn't work with everything, but it does work with Vigilante. You might be thinking, okay, Josh, but this bike, you need this bike for the mission. Why does dying in the first copy of Vigilante not remove the bike? Well, Vigilante for 2 reasons. Vigilante didn't spawn this bike. This bike is yours, right? It just exists in the world. They don't want to like just get rid of it. You can turn Vigilante on and off at will, and it won't like destroy your bike. But also, the second thing, yeah, like Skipper Skip says, you don't need this exact bike. If I also had like a car, that is a terrible picture of a car, but if I also had a police car, I could start Vigilante in this vehicle. I could get out of it, get into the police car, and then continue Vigilante, right? So the Vigilante mission isn't looking for the bike. It's looking for a police vehicle. It doesn't care what one. So because of that, it doesn't have an association to that one vehicle. So it doesn't. I can like freely get out of this and get into any fucking police bike and it will work. So because of that, when I die here and the first mission forgets about this police bike, which makes the second version forget about that police bike, it doesn't matter, because I could use any police bike. It doesn't care. Right, we have that timer on the bottom of the screen that says you have this much time to get into. It says here, you have 50 seconds to return to a police vehicle. A police vehicle. It doesn't care what one. Any police vehicle. So this is like super awesome, because now instead of needing to do a frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick, now I just get onto the fucking police bike, press 1 button to start Vigilante, and then Death Warp, and we're done. I've got on mission 0. It's that simple. Obviously, this is not super optimal, because now I'm in the hospital, which isn't great. We also have a slight problem in that I have Vigilante running, and this is different from On Mission 0 phone call. On Mission 0 Vigilante is less useful, because if I go and walk into the CJ mission right now, we're doing the book thing again, where the game has Vigilante loaded, and then I'll walk into the marker and it will load the other mission, and then Vigilante doesn't know what to do with this information, and it will crash, right? So it's that problem again. But that's fine, because I have like a minute to change this On Mission 0 to something else. So what we do instead is I'm going to get in a fire truck here, but don't worry about that. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get the phone call. I'm going to hold the phone call with my 4 button. So now I'm holding the phone call. And as you can see, when I get into this fire truck, I'm now on mission 1. So what I've got running now is we have Vigi running and we have the phone call running, right? So we have 2 things again. So we're in that situation when we have 2 different things again. And I'm going to end, like, again, we have 2 different things that are running. And because we have 2 different things, I can, like, end Vigilante, and then we'll go on mission 0, and it doesn't matter that I, like, still have the phone call, because it just sets it to on mission 0. It doesn't check if I'm doing anything else. So this is fine. So in, like, a few seconds now, it will say, your time as a law enforcement officer is over, and then we get these markers back. But I still have the phone call. I'm still holding 4. I'm still holding the phone call button. So now, I'll explain the fire truck in a second. But now I have a phone call, right? So now I can walk into this mission, and as I walk in, I let go of the phone call. And then the phone call goes, blah, 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 like that. That's the phone call being cancelled. So I ended the phone call, and now we're on mission 0 again. So I'm doing this mission while I'm on mission 0. So that's how we transfer, like, dupe to Vigilante into on mission 0 mission. You just, like, you start Vigilante, you death warp, you hold the phone call, you let Vigilante end, and then you could use... The phone call doesn't have a book with it in the same sense, which is why you could just use a phone call with missions and it won't crash the game. Because we're not, like, overwriting a book that already exists. Phone calls are, like, they use, like, a different shelf on the bookcase, or whatever you want to call it, right? So it's fine, it works. Anyway, you'll see I've taken a fire truck here, as I said. Phone call and valet don't have books. They're more like a post-it. Yeah, definitely. It's more like a post-it note, yeah. Yeah, anyway, as I was saying, I've got a fire truck here. I need a fire truck for later in the run for a for the setup to do the actual execution of the payload. So because I just death warped, driving from the hospital to where the fire truck spawns will always mean it spawns for the most part. Sometimes if you drive a certain way, the fire truck here won't spawn, and it's really annoying. Also, why is there a fire truck spawn here? Like, is this a firehouse, or whatever they're called in America? It doesn't look like it. It just looks like a random building. I've just thought about this now. Why is there a fire engine here? Like, what? Yeah, is that a firehouse? It doesn't say it anywhere, does it? It looks like shops to me. Look, are they using, like, a shop texture? The hell? Okay, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, I need the fire engine for later in the run. So I'm gonna just take it now while I'm right next to the it from the hospital, and I needed to take a vehicle back to Grove Street anyway. So we just we take the fire engine. Oh yeah, I'm stuck shooting here, by the way. I'm stuck shooting because this is going a bit deep into mechanics, but you know how this game's a PlayStation 2 game. What does a PlayStation 2 controller look like? It looks like... Hey, you know what? That ain't half bad. I don't hate it. And then it's like... This. Oh, I'm doing a lovely... Hey, this isn't that bad. Okay, give me some credit here. This ain't that bad. This is easily recognizable as specifically a PS2 controller. Look at that. Anyway, oh wait, I forgot a few. Wait, hold on. What does it look like? It's like a this, and then there's a this, right? Yeah, there you go. Oh, and also we can't forget there's a button here. There you go. That's a PS2 controller. Did that from memory. Right. Yeah, anyway, you gotta remember this game is a PS2 game. And Rockstar, when they ported this, they did a not great job. Or, well, you could say it's a great job. They did a weird job. Basically, you know, you have your keybinds, like sprint will equal space, or whatever, you have like that menu where it lists all your keybinds and stuff, right? And forwards is W and up arrow, right? You have all that stuff. Well, it looks like the game is using, you know, it's a PC game. It uses like your keyboard inputs for all of the things and stuff, right? Like how does a PS2 controller version come into this, Josh? Like you're playing, why is undo not working? I can't undo that much stuff. You're playing the PC version of the game. Why do we care about the PS2 controller? Well, since the game originally was a PS2 game, they programmed everything assuming that you're using a PS2 controller. So when you play the game, it's checking for like PS2 controller things. I have a PS4 controller here, which is close enough for us to demonstrate with. But like when you play the PS2 version of the game, sprint is the X button, right? If you're on foot and you want to sprint, you mash the X button. That's how you do it. The way that they check whether you want to skip a cutscene or not, they don't check for whether you're pressing the X button. They check to whether you're pressing the sprint button. And the sprint button is X on a PS2 controller, so that's how they do it, right? That's how they check whether you want to skip the cutscene or not. Or like, for example, when I'm doing gambling, for example, here, the increase wager is the jump button. So increase wager is a square on a PS2 controller. Decrease wager is left mouse button, which is left circle on a PS2 controller. And proceed is the sprint button, which is space, which is X on a PS2 controller. And return is quit, which is enter vehicle, which is the triangle button on a PS2 controller. So again, they're not checking for left shift, left mouse button, space, return. They're checking for jump, attack, sprint, enter vehicle, right? Those are the buttons they're actually checking for. Because if I go into my settings here and I change my sprint button from space to like, I don't know, Z or something, it will say it will say, why can't I draw? It will say Z for proceed instead, right? I'm trying not to lose my lovely PS2 drawing. So what this means is basically that's all well and good, and that sounds like totally reasonable, but what they're actually doing for the PS2 version is fine and reasonable. Like, okay, you don't need to check if the player presses the X button. You can just check to see if they press sprint. Like, that's fine. Whatever. That's all well and good. But this is when they made the PC version, they have a bit of a predicament because you're not using a PS2 controller anymore. You're using a keyboard and mouse or any other number of various different inputs. Or if you're playing on Xbox, you're using an Xbox controller or whatever, right? So what they do is they translate all of your inputs to a PlayStation 2 controller, a virtual fake PS2 controller. So when I press space, what they translate space to is they translate it to X, and then they check, hey, is X is the sprint key, sprint key, so then they make that the proceed button, right? That's what's actually happening under the hood. The keybind menu, you're not binding keys to sprint and attack and get in vehicle and all that stuff. You're binding keys to an imaginary PS2 controller that like the game just has in the background and exists, right? That's how they do this. And that you might be thinking, okay, Josh, why does that matter, right? Like that sounds fine. Like the game works, the keybinds work. Who cares if they're using like some extra like hidden layer for this? Like it doesn't really make a difference, right? Well, that was a big, oh my, okay. Well, it does matter because of one fact, and that's you can change the control scheme changes whether you're in a vehicle or on foot. So you know you have two different menus on the PC side, right? That you have two different keybind menus. You have on foot and in vehicle. They're like two different things. What happens when you're Oops. When you're on foot, the game uses your on foot keybinds to translate to the the fake PS2 controller, and then translate that to actually inputs, right? But as soon as you get into a vehicle, the game swaps from using those keybinds to using a completely different set of keybinds, but to the same virtual PS2 controller. The PS2 controller doesn't have different, like, it doesn't change whether you're in a vehicle or not. Like, X on a PS2 controller is sprint and accelerate in vehicle. Whereas on PC, sprint is spacebar, but accelerate in vehicle is W. Those are like two different buttons, right? So if I hold space when I'm on foot, I'm holding the virtual PS2 X button. When I get into a vehicle, I'm not holding X anymore. I'm holding R1 because R1 is handbrake, which is what I have space bound to. So the game sees it as if I'm holding X, and then I'm suddenly holding R1, right? And it sees it as like a different input. Now, again, you're like, okay, cool, Josh. That sounds like everything works so far. That's how the game should work. If you are holding sprint on foot and then you got into a vehicle, you wouldn't want the vehicle to suddenly accelerate because of the fake PS2 controller stuff. That sounds fine. What's the problem here? The problem is this allows us to do actions that we shouldn't be able to do in or out of a vehicle that we shouldn't be able to do. So, as I just said, I have a phone call here, and I'm holding the phone call. I'm holding the 4 button because that's my phone call button, right? So if we think about a PS2 controller, the phone call button is L1. So if you hold down L1 on PS2, everybody get your PS2s out and try this at home. If you hold L1 on foot on a PS2, you will hold the action button, and this is the thing that holds the phone call. And it also opens this stats screen. If you hold down L1, that happens, right? But if I'm holding down the phone call button, which is 4, and then I get into a vehicle, well, what should happen is my keybinds should then be different. And also, you can't have a phone call in a vehicle. Like, when you're in a vehicle, you can't answer phone calls. You can't get phone calls. You shouldn't be able to do this. So what should happen is that it should just drop the input, right? Like, it should just like let go of the button because you're not holding L1 anymore. You can't hold the phone call button. There is no phone call button in vehicle. If you open the settings menu on PC and you go to keybinds and you look in the vehicle section, there is no phone call hold button. That's not a thing. You can't do that. But what you can do is you can hold L1. You can hold L1 the whole time. Do you know what L1 in vehicle is? L1 in vehicle is set to secondary fire. You have circle for primary fire, and you have L1 for secondary fire, okay? You may be able to see where I'm going with this. If you bind action on foot to a button, for me it's 4. Don't worry about why I'm using 4. There's reasons, but it doesn't matter. Handbrake is R1, chat, not L1. L1 is secondary fire. Trust me, I know. If you bind a button to action on foot, but also bind that same button to secondary fire in vehicle, when I go from being on foot to being in a vehicle, I've drawn a PS2 controller. I've not been using it this whole time because I'm using a real controller. When you go into a vehicle, right, I'm now, as soon as I get in the vehicle, I'm now holding the secondary fire button, which is why I'm shooting the water cannon. I'm shooting the water cannon the whole time because I'm holding the secondary fire button. What the game sees this as is I'm holding L1 on the fake PS2 controller because I'm holding the phone call, and then I get into a vehicle, and I'm still holding L1 because now I'm holding the secondary fire button, and both of these buttons are the same thing on a PS2 controller. So what this allows you to do is you can trick the game into letting you continue an input even though there isn't a fucking keybind for it. I do not have a keybind for hold phone call in vehicle. So by doing this, and there are some other inputs that you can also overlap the same way, but the phone call is the most important version. By doing this, I can now have phone calls in vehicles, even though that should be impossible. Lots of people who try and like copy like 80% no AJS speedruns will not know about this, and they'll always run into a problem where when they get into a vehicle, they'll let go of, they'll lose the phone call, and they're like, why did I lose the phone call? It's because of this. You need to make sure that your keybinds are the same thing. You have to imagine the virtual PS2 controller and copy how that works. So yeah, because I've bound 4 to both action on foot and secondary fire in vehicle, both of those things are the L1 button on a PS2 controller. So that means I can hold the phone call even when I shouldn't. Top 5 most asked questions in help channels. Yeah, it's a hidden thing that you don't see when you just watch speedruns. That's why this game's sometimes janky controls, because translation layer. Yes, exactly. And this is going to come up a lot later in the speedrun, where I'm like trying to, I have menus on the screen while I'm also playing. I have like menus on the screen while I'm also playing the game at the same time. We then have the same situation where I have to remember the virtual PS2 controller, otherwise I'm going to fuck up the inputs. It's the same thing. Where was I? I was here. Whoops. But yeah, it's if you ever see me doing something really weird, like here, why am I continuously shooting the fire truck? It's because I don't have a choice. Because I'm holding L1 on a PS2 controller, and L1 is secondary fire. But I need to have the phone call. So I still have the phone call right now, even though I shouldn't. So there you go. So now I can get out of the vehicle. I'm still holding the phone call. And we could use this for doing on mission 0. So there you go. There's the PS2 controller emulation talk. So anyway, we store the fire truck here. I'll talk about the fire truck more later, but yeah, I need it for later in the run. So we just know that I have one. And now we can continue the run. So what I'm going to do here, this is 80% no AJS things, so I won't cover it too much. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk into the marker, and then I'm going to immediately let go of the phone call. And then what's happening is CJ is answering the phone call at the same time the mission is starting. But again, with the like CJ control state thing, it's a 1, a 2, a 0, a 1, or a 2 in this instance. When I answer the phone call, we get set to control state 2. Like I should be doing the phone call opening animation, and I shouldn't be able to attack or get in vehicles or anything like that. Then I start the mission, which then sets my control state to 1. I can't control CJ at all, right? But then I skip the cutscene. And when I skip the cutscene, now my control state becomes 0. So I have full control over CJ, even though right now I'm supposed to be answering a phone call. Like CJ should be in the middle of doing the phone call animation. But I've overlapped the control state changes to allow me to get what we call a hands-free phone call. And when you do that, you can cancel the phone call. So the two things it doesn't want you doing is shooting guns and getting into vehicles. If you do either of those things, well, sort of, but I'm getting into a vehicle before the phone call starts here. Because I'm doing that like properly cancels the phone call. Like I never answer it, sort of thing. Like it's going to keep ringing because it like failed to the phone call failed to happen. So what happens here is all of the subtitles are going to go berserk because it's like the whole phone call like skipping itself like that. So because I got into the vehicle quick enough, I've like properly cancelled the phone call. So the reason I've done this is because I want this phone call for later. I need to answer this phone call. Well, I don't need to, but I want to answer this phone call in a minute. I don't want to answer it now, but I need to answer the phone call in order to carry the on mission 0 through this. I can't just hold the phone call through the cutscene because again, the control state is wrong. Like, I will lose control of CJ and it will forcibly answer the phone call for me. And we can't have that because then I won't be able to answer it hands-free and then I won't be able to cancel it in a way that keeps the phone call ringing. So I want to begin answering the phone call now so that when I get to this point, I can cancel the phone call and then it goes back into the queue. So that's what I'm doing there. And then, yeah, that gives me on mission 0. And then because I'm on mission 0, I could do fucky things in this mission. So you'll see the fucky things here. Ow. Sorry. Right.
Yeah, but you know you gotta keep it real.
So, fucky things. So we're going to start this bit. Now, you know this bit is the, this is 9s and AKs. You can see something absolutely unbelievably fucked is happening right now. My phone is ringing during a mission, during a cutscene even, which should not be possible. I should not be able to get phone calls on a mission. But again, because I'm on mission 0, the phone is checking like, hey, is the player on a mission? Oh, he's not because he's on mission 0. Okay, ring the phone, right? But that's like, it's totally broken because I'm also on a mission when it doesn't think I am. So because of this, the phone call is going to allow me to do a bunch of interesting little tiny skips in this bit. The game can only play one subtitled voice line at a time. It can't play like more than one subtitled voice line. So because of that, I can like, oh, and also the phone counts as a sound effect or something like that. I don't quite understand, but you can use the phone call to like skip voice lines here and speed this up. So the phone is ringing right now and I'm going to like shoot and that will cancel the phone call and watch what happens to the voice line, right? So I'm going to skip back a bit. Watch what happens to the voice line. You see, it just ends in the middle of nowhere. He's supposed to say, "Oh, Beverly, be so proud of you, boy," and then the cutscene, and then the mission continues, right? But because the phone call stopped ringing, when the phone call unloads, it unloads all the voice lines, I guess. So then this voice line gets unloaded, so it ends early. It's like a little tiny time save. There's more coming. Oh, and I'm just shooting Big Smoke for handgun skill because there's nothing else I can do to speed this up. So we do this stuff. And then we shoot these. Oh, I do a fun thing here. I punch Emmett so he gets in the way of Big Smoke, yeah, because nothing else happening here. So now I'm holding the phone call again. If you look down at my 4 button, the 4 button is the one you want to look for if I'm holding a phone call or not. So this phone that just rang, I'm now holding it. And I'm going to answer it in the middle of this cutscene here. Bang. This unfortunately took longer. The Emmett glitch made it slower. So right here, when he says, "You want some too?" you notice I've now let go of the phone call. So if I look at my 4 button. As soon as he finishes saying that, I let go of the phone call. And now CJ's going to answer the phone. You see, he's doing we're in control state 2. He's answering the phone call animation. And I'm going to overlap the voice lines with the phone call. So this voice line, yeah, this voice line here of, "Oh man, check out Special Agent Big Smoke." It's like a really long voice line and takes forever to happen. And the mission doesn't progress until it's been said. But do you know what's a really short voice line? Who? This phone call has the ones we're listening to are, "Carl, it's Officer Hernandez." We saw it on the screen just then. Carl, oh wow, it's like there for like a frame. Carl, it's Officer Hernandez. That's the phone call, right? So we have a bunch of voice lines here. We have "Ice Cold Baby," which is a short voice line, and I'm overwriting the "Carl, it's" voice line. I'm overwriting that with "Ice Cold Baby" because that's shorter, right? So the "Carl, it's Officer Hernandez" voice line gets cancelled by "Ice Cold Baby." Oh no, sorry, it gets overwritten by, wait, no, what happens here? Oh no, wait, sorry, I'm wrong about this. The voice lines cancel each other. Yeah, okay, there's a, Yeah, I knew I was the chosen one, or something, right? He says that, right? He's referencing the Make 6. I knew I was the chosen one. We are overlapping this voice line with this voice line, and it seems to cancel both of them. I haven't really analyzed this super hard before, so that's why I'm getting it wrong, but we are overlapping these two voice lines of each other, and they both just kind of skip instantly, which, you know, makes it faster. But then we say who instead of this, which is like way faster than saying all of this. And then the cutscene ends, let's see. And then we start shooting, so the phone call... well, actually, I think I put the phone call down, right? Is what I do here. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of this wrong.
And your ass, you want some too?
It's cold, but yeah, I'm putting the phone call down. You can see I'm spamming the F button to put the phone call down. As soon as I hear who, I like... CJ is now putting the phone down. Look, you can see it happening here. He's putting the phone down. He's in like the middle of doing it. Well, he does it like this. So yeah, anyway, I'm overlapping the phone call with some voice lines in this unskippable cutscene just to make it a little bit faster. I also did need to answer that phone call. I have to answer that phone call to progress the game. So rather than going like all the way to Grove Street and like, you know, just standing here, picking up the phone, putting it down, then walking into the marker. Instead of doing all of that, I'm answering the phone call while I'm waiting for cutscenes to happen anyway, so I don't lose any time, right? So this is like way faster. And I need to answer that phone call anyway. And I also get to continue being on mission 0. So this is just free time save. It's just all the time save to like skip these cutscenes a little bit quicker. There's going to be more time saves with on mission 0 in this mission as well. Nice shooting, idiot. I forgot to left click. Right, so again here, I'm holding 4. So this cutscene's happening. You could begin holding a phone call in a cutscene. Don't ask me how that works, but you can. So I'm holding the phone call now. And again, we're in a car, and I'm holding the secondary fire button. The vehicle doesn't need to be able to secondary fire. Like, we don't have any, like, guns on this vehicle or anything. But it doesn't matter. The game still knows I'm holding the L1 button and will keep holding the phone call for me. So I'm holding the phone call here, and I'm going to carry it all the way for the rest of this drive.
What are you talking about?
And again, with the control state thing, even if I let go of a phone call when I'm inside a car, it will still change my control state to like 0 or open control or whatever you want to call it. So what happens here is I drive into this marker like this. And as soon as this cutscene starts, you can see it again, the bottom left, I let go of the 4 button. Right? There, I let go of the 4 button here. So what happened was the cutscene started, took control away from me. Then I let go of the phone call, which gives me control again. And now I can move in this cutscene. Do you see? I'm like driving. I shouldn't be able to do that. I shouldn't be able to move while I'm in this cutscene. So I reverse the car to in front of Big Smoke's house, so that it's parked right here in this cutscene, and I can see what I'm doing. Then I preemptively open the door, and then I wait for an animation to start. There's like an animation where CJ walks over here, and then, or here, I can't remember where, but he walks somewhere, and then he answers a fake, like, cutscene phone call. He answers a phone call, and then you can't move and stuff. But I wait for him to start that forced animation, and as soon as he does, I then tell him to get into the car with F, and it cancels that animation, and then again, I could drive here. See, look, CJ is supposed to be answering a phone call here. Like, you can even hear, like, a phone call sound effect. Like, watch what happens.
Hey, I see your rap.
Later, Smoke. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Speak.
CJ is supposed to be stood here. He's supposed to have the phone up to his ear, and he says, speak, right? But he's not there because I'm just fucking, I'm leaving. I'm like, fuck this shit, I'm out, right? I've just left, and I've taken Big Smoke's car, and I'm driving down the road towards the Binko because this cutscene, this phone call here is Sweet telling you, hey, you need to go change your clothes or whatever. So the next part of this mission happens at the Binko. Unfortunately, I drove into a wall here, But, you know, I can't fucking see what's happening. This is why I'm honking, is so that I can at least hear how far away from the camera I am, right?
Thanks, CJ. I see
Yeah, you
you
can see the car is pointed a little bit to the left. I don't notice it. I do turn to the left. Oh, I hit a lamppost. You can hear me hit the lamppost. Look, listen.
I see your rap.
Later, Smoke. Thanks, man.
Bonk.
Appreciate that.
Oh, he says, thanks, man. Appreciate that. No, I hit a car. I must hit a car because CJ says that.
Wait.
Well, as soon as I hit a vehicle, I have no idea what's happening anymore, right? So, I have no idea what's happening. I'm just holding W and turning right and just praying that's the correct movement. And it sort of was.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought
But yeah, in an ideal world, I can be here by the time that cutscene ends, which obviously is quite fast.
you was rolling with Grove Street again.
Already told you I am. Sorry, I shouldn't be fucking mirror parroting voice lines in a tutorial video. Sorry, I always do that. So anyway,
Seeing your colors yet?
we drive over here.
Fly the flag, man.
We cancel the phone call by getting out of the vehicle. And because they're both triangle on a PS2 controller, so you could cancel the phone call and get out the vehicle at the same time. And then this phone call rings here.
You gotta fly the flag, man.
So this is the phone call again that I want to carry. So I'm doing a series of on mission 0 missions in a row. Like all 4 of these missions I'm doing on mission 0. And I can if I'm always holding the phone call before the mission ends, remember with the you know, the start and the end thing, if I make sure I'm on 2 different things when one of them ends, if I also have this one, then I can change on mission at my will. Like, this is the phone call, right? So if I can control the phone call reasonably well, I know it rings every 20 seconds. I can hold the button for it to buffer it till later, and I can let go of it whenever I want. So because of that, the phone call essentially turns into an on-mission change button, right? Like, I could just use the phone call to change my on-mission 0 state whenever I want. So yeah, right here again, I'm on mission 0, because you can see I have the CJ marker. That phone call rings, I go on mission 1, I hold it, and I go into the thing.
Hey, hi, welcome.
It was hey, hi, welcome. And then we leave to just do the mission things and get back into the vehicle. And now I'm on mission 0 again. So the mission ends. It sets me to on mission 0, but I also have the phone call. We're overlapping these on mission changes. So by doing this, you can carry the on mission 0 phone call through all of these missions and just keep using it for lots of things. And you can see in this mission here, I saved a lot of time by having an on mission 0 phone call. Because I had it, I could skip voice lines, I can regain controls in cutscenes, I could just go fast, right? Because I'm using this. Yeah, it's fast to have this. I also want it, I need to be on mission 0 for the end, for the execution of the payload. So I might as well get on mission 0 before 9s and AKs. Carry on mission 0 for all these missions and then use it for later. Because I could also save time by having it now. And if I could just carry it all the way, I only need to get on mission 0 once. I might as well get it early and then use it to go fast. You might be wondering why I don't do it in these other missions. It doesn't actually save time in these other missions. So I don't bother doing it until 9s and AKs. It would just be a hassle in those other missions to carry the on mission 0 phone call. Okay. So next mission, this is OG Loke, OM0. So here, I did the same thing again. I'm holding the phone call, I walk into the marker, I let go of the phone call, and then I'm in a car. And when you're in a car, you can't answer phone calls. So the phone call tries to load, and then it's like, wait a minute, we're in a car, I can't play the phone call. And then it goes, and then the phone call's cancelled, right? So we didn't actually answer it. And I'm on mission 0 again. So now we just do the mission. We do this mission sort of normally. I'll skip forwards a little bit. It's just me crashing or whatever. Yeah, we go into this cutscene. This is an important replay. For whatever reason, the fade on this cutscene is really, really long. I don't know why, but it is. So this is a really important replay to play. It saves a lot of time doing this. Doesn't look it, but it does. And now we have a funny thing happen. So you remember I did go to 0, and I said how there's 2 CJs, hasn't really, like, impacted anything up until this point, except the stumbling. But, who's this? Do you see that? There's someone window shopping over there. I wonder who that is. They seem to be moving around a lot. Oh, hey, look. It's the other CJ. Dun, dun, dun. Spider-Man meme here, or whatever. Yeah, for whatever reason, it seems consistent that clone CJ ends up on this road here. Like, he's always, like, here. I don't know why. It must just be the way we move and the series of, like, collisions we load and stuff like that. But yeah, if I were to get out of the... Oh, old CJ. Sorry, I mean old CJ. If I were to get out of the car here and move around, I could, like, just move around with both the CJs, and I wouldn't stumble either. But yeah, we need to be careful not to run him over here, because that would damage him, obviously. I don't think it would kill him in one go, because CJ has a lot of health, like, way more than a normal ped. So I don't think it would kill him running him over, but you still need to be careful. I don't want to damage him, right? I want to damage him as little as possible. So, yeah, this is the awkward thing again, where it's the PS2 controller emulation thing again. If I use handbrake, I'll make that CJ sprint. He'll sprint, because that's X on a PS2 controller. If I turn right, he walks to the right relative to the camera. If I turn left, he walks to the left relative to the camera. If I accelerate, accelerate is... Wait, hang on. No, wait, yeah, wait. Accelerate is W, and W is... Wait, hold on, I'm getting confused now. W is X, right? No, he's always sprinting. Wait, handbrake is jump. Sorry. Handbrake is jump. If I handbrake, he'll jump. No, if I brake, he'll jump. Oh, I'm getting confused again. Anyway, it's all fucked up, right? It's all fucked.
What's your plan?
R1 is handbrake. Right, yeah, square is jump. If I brake the car, if I press S to slow the car down, on foot CJ will jump. That's it. Yeah, oh my god, it fucking... If I'm doing the run, I can keep this in my head, but when I'm, like, just explaining it out loud, it's difficult. I know all of the keybind combinations, just intuitively, but explaining it out loud is really fucking with my head. But anyway, yeah, he's using the on-foot controls, I'm using the in-car controls. It's totally fucked. Professor is getting confused with the overcomplications. Yeah. Alright, anyway. Just joined. Can someone explain what's going on? Read the title, my friend. The title explains what's going on. Alright, so here's OG Loke. The phone call's ringing, but I just let it ring. It doesn't matter, because it just puts itself down here. You see, like, there's a bit of delay. So when the phone's ringing, so I'm on mission 1, and then I get on the bike, and then the phone call cancels, and then I get set to on mission 0 a little bit later. Do you see?
Ooh, chase me!
Chase me. Okay, so we're chasing this guy. Nothing is really happening crazy here. There's a little bit of a strat here where I kill the guy early. No major glitches strat. We don't need to explain it for this video. But yeah, I'm basically, I know the way he drives. He drives around this corner and then goes this way. So because of that, I know I can just sit here and wait for him. And as soon as he gets here, I can shoot him myself and just blow him up. And it's just faster than just chasing him the whole time. Yeah. Kablooey! So yeah, pretty simple. Then we, oh yeah, I'm stuck reloading this gun for a little bit, which is annoying. So we just take OG Loke, the phone call's ringing again, but we're not worried about it right now. And we find the best vehicle we can as quickly as possible. We take OG Loke all the way across town. So where's CJ? Is he here? Sometimes CJ is stood here. I don't see him. He must have run somewhere. Is he over here? No, I don't see him. Yeah, he always gets stuck on this road, it seems. But yeah, he wasn't there that time. Who knows where he is? He's just running around randomly, right? Because we're driving and running randomly all over the place. So he's just doing random shit all the time. Anyway, we drive into the marker. Then when the mission ends, CJ goes out of the car automatically and goes on foot. Like this.
Yeah, for sure.
And when he's on foot, the phone call rings. So now I can, again, hold 4. And I'm holding the phone call. And we get to keep the phone call after the mission. We don't lose any time for having it like that. So now I have the phone call still. And since the vehicle I had was reasonably fast, I just take it again and drive all the way back over. Is there a CJ? I don't see CJ. It's probably likely that he gets stuck in here or something. I don't know. Maybe we did see him? Nah, don't see him. Don't know where he is. He's somewhere. It doesn't matter. As long as he's not getting himself hurt, it doesn't matter. Okay, so... carrying on, we've now done OG Loke. We're going to do a bit of a funny thing here. And it's debatable whether this is faster or not, but I think it's cool, so I like doing it. We're going to do what's called a dupe and fail, as I call it. So you see this other splits are OM0 for on mission 0. We're going to do a dupe and fail. So remember that thing I explained with trucking, where if you have 2 copies of trucking, what the first copy remembers the truck, the second copy remembers the truck, and if the first copy, if the first copy fails, it will delete the truck. Then the truck doesn't exist for the second copy, and then that version will fail as well, right? Because both of these trucks are the same truck, even though they're 2 different copies of the mission. Well, that applies to friendly things like trucks or allies or things you need to live. It also applies to enemies. If I have a mission where there's like 5 guys I need to kill, I'm not going to draw 5 stick figures, but if I have 5 guys I need to kill in 2 copies of the mission, if the first copy of the mission unloads, it will unload all of its stuff, and then the second copy of the mission is like, oh hey, these 5 guys don't exist anymore, you must have killed them, I will progress the mission, right? So you could do it with like enemies, with targets and stuff as well. This is what I call a dupe and fail. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dupe the mission, which means it's short for duplication. I'm gonna like start 2 copies of the mission. It's a little bit weird the way I have to do it. I have to start 1 copy. Now I'm on mission 0. The phone call's ringing, but instead of being in control state 1, control state 2, which I should be in, I'm actually in control state 1 or whatever I said it was. So I can shoot and all that stuff, and doing so will break the phone call. So I'm going to push this car out the way, because I need it to be out the way, and then I'm going to shoot, and this is going to fuck up the phone call, you can see. It fucks up the phone call when I do this.
Hey, what's up?
Like that. And that breaks the phone call, and then it counts as me not answering it. That phone call is the sweet tells me about the gym phone call. And that is a very important phone call for executing the payload later. So we absolutely need to keep that phone call under all circumstances. So it's important that I don't answer that one. So anyway, I cancel the phone call by shooting because, again, I let go of the phone into the marker, which breaks the phone call and lets me do this shit. So yeah.
Yeah.
So I could do that. I push the car out the way, cancel the phone call, and now I start the mission. What happens here when I start the mission is that when I start the mission, I already have 1 copy of Running Dog, right? And then I start a second copy of Running Dog. But this copy of Running Dog isn't on, that copy of Running Dog isn't on chapter 1 anymore, because I've already started it and I've watched the cutscene and all that stuff. That copy of Running Dog is on chapter 3, right? And on chapter 3, it says Big Smoke needs to live, his car needs to live, all this other stuff, right? So when I start the second copy of Running Dog, wait, what does happen here? It creates it unloads the Big Smoke pointer. Actually, I'm not actually 100% certain what happens here, but when I start the second copy of Running Dog, it makes the first copy of Running Dog fail because its copy of Big Smoke and stuff don't exist anymore. So if you watch what happens here, I start... Oop, it was really quick. This happens really fast. We're going to have to go like frame by frame. So I walk in. This is the second copy of Running Dog I start. Running dog starts. As soon as we get to this point, we change back to chapter 1 of the book, which fucks everything up. Now, you see at the bottom here, it says, Big Smoke died, right? At the bottom. The first copy of the mission, that mission's Big Smoke doesn't exist anymore. Like, Big Smoke got unloaded for whatever reason. It's something to do with starting the second copy. I'm not actually quite certain. But it gets unloaded for whatever reason, which means the first copy is like, hey, my running dog is dead. And it says if running dog is dead, if Big Smoke is dead, I have to fail. So then the first copy of running dog fails while I'm walking into the cutscene of running dog. Right, so you got to remember, there's a red marker here that I'm inside of, right? It should have been like that, my bad. There's a red marker that I'm inside of here that starts the mission. If I'm on mission 0, I will start running dog because I'm inside this mission. So this running dog fails, and then it sets on mission to 0 because it failed, right? So that because of that, I start another copy of Running Dog. You can see. So if I play this back, a bit slower in one go, you can see I start one copy. That's a replay. Don't worry about that. I start one copy of Running Dog. That's the second copy. The first copy of Running Dog fails. There it is. I skipped over it a little bit, and then it starts a second copy of Running Dog. I kind of fucked this up a little bit. Hang on. This is a bit hard. This is really hard to see. Yeah, there you go. It was there. Let me go back. Loads. God, it's really difficult to find the right frame. Here. Do you see what's happening here? If I delete all this real quick. There are 2 CJs. Do you see that? Because the cutscene is playing twice because I've duped the mission. So there's 2 CJs. These are the fake cutscene CJs that aren't real. So that then I've started a second copy of Running Dog like this. This copy doesn't exist anymore because it failed. But now we have 2 copies of Running Dog. And these 2 copies of Running Dog are still on Chapter 1. They're still on Chapter 1. And Chapter 1 is Running Dog intro cutscene, right? So they haven't got to the bit where they make the Big Smoke yet. Oh, that's terrible. Both of these copies haven't got to the bit where they make Big Smoke yet. They've only got to like here in their mission script, right? They need to like progress past. Once they get past the cutscene, then they'll make their Big Smokes, and then if those Big Smokes die, the missions will fail. So both copies are in the cutscene. We can't do this normally because if I try to just like walk into this marker and then let go of the phone call and try to answer the phone call in this cutscene, it doesn't work for whatever reason. I can't remember the reasons, but it doesn't. So this is why you have to do it this way. I have to start one copy and then like fail it, which starts 2 copies at the same time. So we go over here, we start 2 copies, and then this makes 2 Glendales, sorry. It makes 2 Glendales. They both are set to spawn. Well, I think the Glendales are set to spawn slightly in the air. That is a terrible... Hang on. Sure. Both the Glendales are set to spawn slightly in the air like this. And they both spawn at exactly the same time. So now the game has 2 vehicles inside of each other at the exact same time. And the physics goes, whoa! Like that. Because there's like, they're both vehicles are colliding with each other the maximum amount they could possibly be colliding. And they go blur and splurt out of each other, right? So one of them goes to the ground, the other one pops up and like falls off of it. If you've seen me do Life's a Beach dupe, this is why what the vans like go blur like out of that, and one of them is like a really funny angle and stuff. Because they both just like they're inside of each other, and then the next frame they're colliding, and the physics goes blur, just shoots them out. So anyway, this spawns 2 Glendales here. This is why I had to move this Glendale. Because if you have 3 Glendales here, then this one can go all the way like over here and flip and shit like that. And what we have to remember is that there's two copies of Running Dog, right? There's two copies of Running Dog, but they're both using the same book. So what's happened is the first copy has spawned... I'm going to try and do a good Glendale. Yeah, the first copy has spawned a Glendale, right? And then it remembers, like, okay, this Glendale is the Glendale that you need to keep alive. That's the Glendale, right? Then the second copy spawns its Glendale. Oh, sorry, it remembers that this is the Glendale, and then it writes in the book, okay, this Glendale is the Glendale that has to live for this mission. It writes it in his book, and then it closes it. Then the second copy happens, and it makes its Glendale, right? Like the... Oh, God, that's terrible. It makes its Glendale, and then it says, okay, this is the Glendale, right? It overwrites the first one's copy, and it says, this is the Glendale. It opens the book, it tipexes out the first Running Dog's Glendale, and writes its Glendale there. So now in the book, we have this Glendale is the Glendale that needs to live. It's the Glendale for the mission. Then on the next frame, the first copy of Running Dog happens, and it goes, okay, what's the Glendale again? It opens its book, it looks for the Glendale, and it finds this one. So essentially what happens is we spawn two Glendales, but one of them is the fake Glendale that the first copy of the mission spawns, and the other one is the real Glendale. This one is the real Glendale. The other one is just a random Glendale that exists in the world now, and the mission doesn't care about it because it's not in the mission's book. It hasn't written it down. It doesn't remember this Glendale anymore. So this one is irrelevant. This is the one I actually need to get into. And obviously this one back here is just another Glendale that some other mission made that we also don't care about. Right? This one isn't real. This one isn't real. This is the one that we want. And figuring out, when you dupe missions like this, figuring out which one is the vehicle that you need, which one is the real one, is often quite difficult. Here it's simple. It's the one that's on the top all the time. The one that's on the top is the real one. So I jump on top of this Glendale and I get into this one and we drive. If I get into this Glendale here, nothing happens. It still just says, get into Big Smoke's car, and nothing happens at all. It's only this one that's going to work. So I have to get into this one. And then this is where something really scary happens. Unfortunately, sometimes what can happen is the Glendale can sit neatly on top of it. Sometimes it could fall over to the left, the right, and sometimes it could fall over to the left. If it falls over to the left, we get jammed between this wall here and this Glendale. We get jammed between them. What I should have done if I was playing safe is I should have just pushed this Glendale out of the way. Like, if I just nudge this Glendale out of the way, this one will just flop back down onto its wheels and it'll be fine. But I don't. I just YOLO it and just get into this one. This is, like, super risky, and you'll see why. Because I get into this one, I start driving forwards, and then we fall over, and it's like, uh-oh. And that could have so easily been the end of the run there. Because when a vehicle is upside down, there's like a hidden timer that's like 5 seconds or something, which is 5,000 milliseconds. There's a timer that counts down like every millisecond, and if it hits 0, the vehicle catches on fire. No matter what happens, the vehicle catches on fire and then will kablooey, right, blow up. So I only have a few seconds of being upside down here before the vehicle will catch fire, and then I fail the mission, which is really bad. So I have to, when it flips here, we are so lucky that I can flip it back over. It must be just in time. It's like this point here. At this point, I am not upside down. I am more the right way up than I am upside down. Do you see? Like, because I'm not, if we're looking side on like this, if I'm leaned like a tiny bit this way and the wheels are here, If I'm leaning like a tiny bit this way, I'm counted as upside down. But if I'm leaning like a tiny bit this way instead, which is this way, then I'm not upside down and the timer doesn't count down, right? Yeah. So at this point here, I am 51% not upside down. Yeah, exactly. Here is probably also fine. I got lucky that this isn't more upside down than it isn't. Now I am. At this point, I'm more upside down than not. So I have like 5 seconds or whatever it is to get all the way to like here. I don't think it's 5 seconds. It might be like 3. I can't remember how long it is, but it's fucking short. So I was really lucky. What happened here is this fence here. This wall, sorry, I keep calling it a fence. This wall here sort of like pokes the back of the car and I roll over the top of that instead of like rolling normally, and it lets me roll over. Yeah, this is like super lucky, which is very, it was very scary moment there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, just cool out, homie. Just chill.
Okay.
Your cousin coming.
So we got away with that one. On we go.
Yeah.
So here's how the dupe and fail works. So, do you remember earlier when I started the mission? When I started the mission, the first copy failed because I unloaded the big smoke and car that the mission is looking for. The same thing happens here. I'm on 2 copies of the mission right now. And what happens when I drive into this thing here? It says mission passed. What the fuck is that about? Why do I pass the mission, right? What happens when I drive into this is that 1 copy of Running Dog spawns the enemy. It's like, oh hey, there's this guy, the running dog. Right, can I draw a dog? Oh god, why have I set myself up with this? A dog's like this, and then ears, and then like this, and then has a little tail, and then it has 4 legs. Sure. There you go, that's a dog. The first copy creates the running dog, right? And then it's like, okay, this dog needs to live. And then the second copy makes a dog. And then it's like, okay, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's facing the other way. It's facing the other way. It's a camel. Whatever, don't worry about it. The second copy makes a dog. And then it says, okay, this dog needs to live. Then the first copy is like, hey, sorry. And the second copy unloads this dog for some reason. Again, this seems really inconsistent and random because it works like differently. But it works differently. It just depends how the programmer programmed the mission back in 2002, 3, 4, right? All of these missions are all really inconsistent with how this works. So if I say one thing that like contradicts something from earlier, it's because it just works differently. But the first running dog gets unloaded, and then this running dog is like, hey, the enemy is dead. Passed mission. Well done, you did it. You passed the mission. Yay, well done. The second copy starts the cutscene, and then I sit here and I watch the cutscene for a bit. But as soon as this cutscene's over, I get Big Smoke died, right? Because this copy of Running Dog passes, and when it passed, it unloads all of the things in the mission. And one of those things that it unloads is... This is Big Smoke, he's fat. It unloads Big Smoke. It unloads Big Smoke. And then the second copy is like, hey, my Big Smoke doesn't exist anymore. Mission failed, right? I don't know why the second copy doesn't pass because it sees that its running dog doesn't exist anymore. I don't know why it happens in this order. Maybe it's just the way it's ordered or whatever, but that's what's happening, right? So it says Big Smoke died because Big Smoke doesn't exist anymore. So this is what I call a dupe and fail. One copy fails, the other copy succeeds, and they make it so that it happens instantly. Like, I never killed the guy. I just got to the bit in the mission where it spawns the guy. But because I get to the part of the mission where it spawns the guy, one copy instantly passes, and the other copy fails. And this is debatably faster than just doing the mission normally, right? I also, this cutscene plays, and I sit in this cutscene because this cutscene is delaying the mission from failing, and I want to hold the phone call. So, because I'm on 2 copies of the mission right now, right? We're doing the thing where 1 copy is started. Yeah, and then when they end, they're gonna set on mission to 0. But if they both end at the same time, then I don't get to choose when this on mission 0 happens, right? So I need the missions to end at a different time. So what I do is rather than just like skip this cutscene immediately and like pass and fail the mission at the same time, I pass 1 copy of the mission. Do I go on mission 0? Here we go. Look, see, look, my minimap. I go on mission 0, look. So here we're on mission 1. Oh, on mission 0 still. Where is it? Oh, is it when it comes back? Yeah, here you go. Look, there you go. So here I'm on mission 1. 1 copy of the mission passes, and then I go on mission 0, and the other copy of the mission continues. So what I'm doing is I'm waiting 20 seconds. I'm waiting 20 seconds from when I pass that mission until this cutscene ends. We're just waiting. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want the phone call to ring. I need the phone call to ring so that I can hold it, so that then I'm doing 2 things at the same time. Then we have running dog and the phone call, right? And this one ends, and then it fucks up the second one. Yeah, like that. Do you see the phone call rang there? There you go. So I have to wait 20 seconds here for the phone call to ring, and then I can hold this phone call, and then we get to keep the on mission 0 phone call like this. So that's how I do running dog, dupe, and fail. I think it's probably actually faster to just do the fucking mission normally. And just hold the on mission 0 phone call at the end. But this is a fun, cool strat, and I like doing it. But yeah, if you want to actually improve this run, maybe just don't bother doing this and just do the mission normally. This was a strat that was found a long time ago, and people thought it was faster, but it turned out to not be. Anyway, we're on to the next mission. This is wrong side of the tracks, labeled wrong side of the dog face in my splits for 2013 memes. Don't worry about it. Here, I like this one. This is the phone call again. I let go of the phone call. I'm holding it. Look, I'm holding it, and I let go of the phone call as soon as I get into this. This mission. But now we have the situation where as soon as this mission starts, there's voice lines playing. So then we get the situation where the big smoke voice line gets mixed with the phone call, and the Unity station is like, it plays like all the phone call lines, and it plays Unity station sound effect for all of them.
Where to, Small?
You. It was fun. So anyway, yeah, I'm on mission 0 again because of course I am. And now we do the mission. This is a pretty normal, no major glitches mission. All I have to do is make sure I hold the phone call at the end. So yeah, the strat here is to there's a faster strat where you can drive this way, go up this ramp, and then land on top of the train and shoot people from there. It's called the YOLO jump. I'm really bad at it. So I do ancient 2014 strats. 2013? No, 2013 strats. I do ancient 2013 strats. And I drive up here instead, and I park here, and I wait for the train. As soon as I see the train poke out from this bit of my screen here, that's when I start accelerating. So that's the visual cue. Like now, see, as soon as I see it, I go. I land on this bit of the train. We kill these guys from on top of the train. I fuck up a little bit, but I do kill them. Like that, and that's how you do this mission quickly. We unfortunately have a problem here, and it's this. I have 1 wanted star. This is a bit of a flaw with this route, is that I need to hold a phone call here, but you can't receive phone calls when you have a wanted star. They just don't come in. Like, it's as if you're on mission 1. Like, the phone call just won't ring when you have a wanted star here. Sorry. So what I have to do is I have to lose this wanted star. And you might think, okay, go to the pay and spray. The pay and spray is like right here in the distance, right? Just go use the pay and spray. But I can't because I don't have any fucking money. I have negative 7,274 money. So I cannot use the pay and spray. It will say like, you don't have enough money for this or whatever. So what I have to do instead is I have to drive over here and use this bribe star. Which is really annoying because I'm driving the wrong way from Big Smoke's house. And it's kind of slow. But yeah, it's pretty annoying. But anyway, I don't have a wanted star anymore. As soon as I'm on foot, the phone call starts ringing again. I start holding it. As soon as before the cutscene ends, I start holding the phone call, and then we have the phone call again. And that's it. We've carried on mission 0 through 9s and AKs all the way to now. And now is the point where we are done with unlocking Just Business. And now we scroll one more split. And now we are in the execute payload section of the run. So now we're at the point where it's time to actually break the game. I have everything set up perfectly that I need in order to do this. So what we're going to do is the plan, the thing that was discovered that led to all of this happening speedrun-wise, is that Theodorus discovered that if you combine the mission Big Smoke at the very end of the mission, when you drive into the when you drive into the marker at the end of the mission, ignore all this a second, don't worry about it. When you drive into the marker at the end of the mission, where is it? Here. When you drive into the marker, what happens is as soon as you hit this marker, the game waits for 1 second, and then it progresses to the next part of the cutscene, and then, you know, Ryder rides around in a circle and talks to you in the final cutscene, right? Like I can find this like at the beginning of the run. Where is it? Here. So you drive in. Oh well, I've got to do other stuff first. So you drive in, and there's 1 second here. Do you see it? You just stand there for 1 second and nothing happens. See, if we look at the in-game timer, it goes 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then the cutscene happens. It's like waiting for a second. Here. During this wait, we are on like chapter 12, page 11 or whatever of the Big Smoke book, right? We are like on one page, and every frame the game is reading that page, and the page is telling it to wait 1 second and then read the next page, right? So we're waiting for this 1 second to pass, and until that point we keep reading from that page. But during this second, if let's just say the game is reading from like, what's an easy thing to say? Let's just say the game is reading from like page 6 of the Big Smoke book, right? In this second, Theodorus discovered that, where's my live split? Theodorus discovered that if you start Just Business when Big Smoke is in this 1 second wait, like if you're on page 6 of Big Smoke and you start Just Business, so again with the books, I know we love the books. You're on page 6 of of Big Smoke. You replace it with Just Business. It just so happens that page 6 of Big Smoke lines up with the pointer of where Big Smoke is in memory in Just Business. In Big Smoke. And it will execute that as code. He found that these two things overlap. And then if you do that, basically, like, the game has, like, how do I explain this? The game has, like, a big list of, like, every single ped in the game. Like, here's CJ. Here's, like, ped 01. Here's, like, what is it? Like, I forget the number on his back. Number 24. Here's Sweet, right? And here's Big Smoke. It has, like, what the fuck? That's not an S. It has, like, a massive list of all of the peds in the entire game. And whenever you unload a ped, like if I finish the mission and we unload Sweet and we unload Big Smoke, it doesn't delete those slots immediately, and it keeps going and it progresses down here. So then we'll make ped like 02, and then we'll make like, you know, blah, 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 blah. And this list is like absolutely fucking massive, by the way. This list is huge. And what happens is the game will just like iterate down the list until it gets to the end of this list. And when it gets to the bottom, it will then loop back up to the top and start looking for like empty slots and start writing peds into there instead. But this list is absolutely massive, and the game has to keep track of where people are in it, because like, say you're doing, let me write this again. Say you're doing the, what the fuck is that? Big Smoke. Say you start the mission, wrong side of the tracks, for example. The game needs to say, okay, Big Smoke and CJ will spawn in the Glendale. And when they hit this cutscene, CJ and Big Smoke will stand there and talk to each other. And in order for the game to do that, it needs to remember where everyone is in this list. So everybody in this list has like an address associated with it. So like CJ is in slot 1. Sweet is in slot 2. Big Smoke is in slot 3. And it will go down this like huge list like this. And again, this is hexadecimal and byte locations. These numbers are actually like, you know, 6 digits long or whatever. But it'll keep like this big list. So instead of it saying when you get to the cutscene, the game doesn't say, okay, make Big Smoke, you know, say this voice line or whatever. It says, okay, make ped number 3 say this voice line. And it just remembers that ped 3 is Smoke. So because of this, the mission book, the mission book, when it starts, when you start wrong side of the tracks, it has to say like, okay, Big Smoke is ped 20,004. CJ is ped 16,000. And it will remember these. And it will be like, okay, you know, when we get to that cutscene, I need to make ped 16 do this and ped 24,004 do this, right? That's how it remembers it. So that's why the missions are remembering where all of the peds are in the ped pool. And you get like, it's called the ped pool. And you get like this big massive list of it, and the game will remember it. Now, just like with Go to 0, you can make the game do stupid things if you make it read numbers as instructions. So here it's like, it's running like some numbers that Pimping stores as code instead of remembering it as numbers. So if you remember our big list here of peds, so we have CJ, Sweet, Big Smoke. They're not always loaded, by the way. It's only like what you need for the mission and stuff. And you remember our big list, and they all have numbers associated with it, right? 2, 3. Well, what if, instead of making the game read these numbers as numbers, what if we made them read the numbers as instructions instead? Then we could do, like, theoretically, we could do whatever we wanted, right? To some extent. Like, if we could control where in the ped pool we put a ped, and then if we could execute the ped's address as an instruction, we can decide what instructions to do, right? In reality, it's not that simple because you can't just arbitrarily do that stuff. But that's the crutch of what we're doing here, is we're executing Big Smoke's address in the ped pool as an instruction of like memory to execute, right? So the plan is what Theodorus discovered is that if you start Big Smoke and you get to this cutscene, if you start Big Smoke and you get to this cutscene, during this 1 second here, if you then start just business, which I do here, look, during that second, if you start just business, then the Big Smoke book, which has the location of where Big Smoke, the character, is spawned, this is going to get confusing, but when you start the mission Big Smoke, it spawns a character of Big Smoke, right? The very first thing this mission does is it spawns a Big Smoke ped. Here he is right here. Yeah? And the game has to go, okay, I need a Big Smoke ped. Okay, put him in the ped pool. Okay, we're going to put him in this slot. Okay, remember this number, right? If you start just business at the same time, during this 1 second wait, you trick the game into running what it remembers as where Big Smoke is in the ped pool. It runs it as a go-to instruction instead. Yeah, so I drive into this marker, 1 second, within 1 second I start just business. What happens now is we execute, you see it's as soon as this camera shake starts, that's me executing code. I have executed, Big Smoke has an address. He has an address. It's like 26,000 or some shit. And I trick the game into jumping to 26,000 in mission script instead of 26,000 in the ped pool. So we're tricking the game into sort of arbitrarily jumping in script. We are arbitrarily jumping in script. That's the name of the category, AJS. Arbitrary jump in script. That's the address, right? That's the name of the category, sorry. So because of this, because we have found a way, or Theodorus and Ultra Girl and others who helped, have found a way to arbitrarily jump in the script, we could basically do whatever the fuck we want, right? Now, you may be asking, okay, Josh, that's cool. You can arbitrarily jump to wherever the fuck you want. Why do you not just start end of the line right now? Like, why do we have to do all of this, like, fucking payload setup and all this other shit? If you can arbitrarily jump in script using Big Smoke's address in the ped pool, why don't you just use Big Smoke's address in the ped pool to jump to end of the line? We can't do this for a few reasons. First of all, it would instantly crash the game because we just started just business and then start end of the line immediately and it would crash. But second of all, the ped pool isn't that big. Like, the mission script is like this big, right? And it has the memory addresses from like 0 to like, I don't know, like 600,000 or something, right? The mission script is fucking huge. Like, the mission script is a massive book, whereas the ped pool is like tiny. The ped pool only goes from like 0 to like 24,000 or something, right? Something like that. The ped pool isn't that big. You can't... So that means we effectively can only jump to code. We can only jump to scripts within the first 24,000 bytes of mission script memory. We can't, like, end of the line free is like down here. Like, we can't get there. We don't have enough, like, memory space within the ped pool to, like, reach all the way down here. What we can jump to up here in the beginning of the mission script, what we can jump to is the gambling variables, the numbers that the game has written down for gambling. That's what we can reach. We can reach there. And if you remember from before, I just put a bunch of numbers. I just left a bunch of numbers in the gambling script memory. Do you remember? I wrote down a bunch of absolutely astronomically large numbers in the book, in the part of the mission script book, where it's remembering all of the gambling numbers, right? So what we could do is by using this Big Smoke jump, we can jump to all of these numbers that I've just written into the game's memory here. So we use the insignificant ped pool size to jump to where all of these numbers are stored. Like, all of these numbers are, like, right at the top of, like, the mission script, and we could reach it with the ped pool. This is what Theodorus also had to work on for ages. Theodorus knew that we could reach, like, the top of the mission script for a while, or not a while. He knew that by using this exploit, we could reach the top of the mission script. And he looked through the top of the mission script for things that we could control. Like, if you could find stuff in there that you can easily control, then we can write code, essentially. Like, we are now writing whatever fucking code we want using some random variable that's at the top of the mission script, right? So he found that gambling works for this, and you can using Wheel of Fortune bets. These bets don't ever get unloaded, even when you leave the table. As soon as I leave the table, the game still remembers what I bet in these slots. So I can bet a bunch of game instructions in these slots, and then much later we can, do the trick to jump to where Big Smoke is in memory to execute whatever code we want. And if you remember, the code that we wanted to execute, for you to show right here, the code we wanted to execute was, well, okay, we can't jump that precisely because we don't control the ped pool that well. So what we jump to is we jump, say here is like the betting memory, right? We jump a little bit before this point, but a little bit before that point is just a bunch of stuff that's zeros. Like we haven't done blackjack. We haven't done like the casino, the arm pulley game. We haven't done roulette. We haven't done all that stuff. All of that stuff just says 0. And if you remember way earlier in this video, or yesterday for live stream viewers, if you just execute a bunch of zeros, the game just does nothing. The game's like, oh, that means 2 zeros. That means no operation. Next line. Read the next line, right? It could do all of that stuff. Now, if you remember way earlier when I went to pool, I set a certain value in pool. I set that like 300 00. And that's because we also can't control whether we jump to the odd or the even byte. And as I said before, if you can't jump to the odd or the even byte, if you can't control it, then you don't know where. Like, this is useless if I set up all of these fucking numbers, right? And say this is just for shorthand. This is 34, this is 32, this is 11 or whatever. If I jump to the even number, then we'll read it 5 4 3 2 1 1 and it will execute it correctly. But if we jump to the odd number instead, then it's going to execute it wrong. It's instead going to execute it. It's going to read from here, and it's going to execute 43 21 1 and then whatever's left, right? And then we're executing a completely different set of instructions that doesn't work. So that's why we have to set up pool, as I explained earlier, is so that we then set our alignment correctly. If because of the way this works, if we land on an even byte, we'll do 0 0. Then we'll do 3 0 0 because that's a 3 byte instruction, and it will execute this, and then it will go back to being even. Because if you do that, we'll line back to even bytes here. It'll do these 3 in one go, then these 3 in one go, then these in one go, right? But if we jump, wait, hold on. If we jump to an odd byte by pure chance, if we jump to here, it will read 0 3, and 0 3 is a 4 byte instruction instead. So it will go 0 3 0 0, and then we align correctly to an even bit. So that's how that works again. Anyway, so that we use that to align the bits correctly. And that's where in memory we jump to. We jump to like above our actual payload, but there's just a bunch of zeros that we blast through until we get to our pool bets. And our pool bet was 300 in Thingamajig, right? And then there's like a bunch of zeros. And then we have like our gambling bets, which was like 54, 12, 17, or whatever I wrote, right? Here is the gambling payload. But we have to survive all of these zeros before we can get to the gambling payload. And pool just so happens to be at the top in the middle there, that we can then we get through, and we can align ourselves using the pool bet. Yeah. So the 30 instruction, or the 30 or whatever, that's the camera shake instruction. That's why my camera shakes like fucking bonkers when I do this. That's why my camera is going absolutely berserk. Is because we landed on an odd byte, so then it read the instruction as 0300, and 0300 is shake the camera for 30 seconds for whatever reason. That's just how it is. Don't worry about it. So that's why my camera is going fucking berserk. You can do this glitch and have no camera shake here if you get lucky and you get on the even byte and go through it. So that's why the camera shakes half the time when you do this. So that's all right. So now we've got to the point where like, okay, we get to the 1 second wait in Big Smoke. There's a problem, right? We need to, in order to execute, all of this is awesome and cool and all that, right? But we have a problem. How the ever-living fuck are you supposed to start Just Business now? You have 1 second where you don't even have control of CJ. You're just stood in Grove Street. You have 1 second to start Just Business. If you don't start Just Business within this 1 second gap, the trick isn't going to work. It's literally right now. That's the window. This 1 second here, that's the window of time you have to start Just Business. How the ever-living fuck do you do that? And the next problem is, okay, Josh, you're playing the game, and there's a big fucking... Whoa, shit, I didn't mean to do that. There's a big fucking list of PEDs that the game keeps, and then it, like, overwrites some, and then writes them in other bits, and then puts others in other bits, and it keeps their memory and all that stuff. How the ever-living fuck do you put Big Smoke into exactly the bit that you want that just so happens to line up with all of the gambling memory, including pool, and then all of the, like, other memory that you set up? How do you make it so you know where Big Smoke is in the ped pool? Like, you've been playing the game for like 30 minutes at this point. Like, there's no way you've tracked every single ped that's loaded and unloaded and where it is, right? That's impossible. These are the two problems that we have to solve, and these are the two problems that we are going to solve now. So the reason I'm explaining all of this is because from this point, once we get to this point, we are now solving these problems. This is the setup. The whole rest of this run is me solving these two problems. So, first problem, how do we get Big Smoke into exactly the correct position in the ped pool? We have a few solutions for this, but the solution we go with now that's the fastest is we go all the way over here, and then remember this fire truck that I got? It's time for the fire truck. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the fire truck and we're going to drive into this corner here. Now, and we're going to look down. Now, we drive into this corner here and look down. It's a bit hard to see, but it's like here. We're driving into this corner and then looking downwards. The reason we're doing that is because there are no peds that spawn nearby when we're in this corner, and it's also close to Grove Street. And we need to be able to be close to Big Smoke. So we have to find somewhere close to the Big Smoke marker that peds are not going to spawn. So we drive into this corner here, and we look straight down. And in this configuration, the game won't spawn peds. There's no, like, you know, it's not going to spawn like a random ped that just walks past me on some sidewalk or something. Like, that's not going to happen. We're completely alone over here. So now we've made it so that the game isn't going to spawn random peds, and it's not going to, like, just add random people to our ped pool and, like, fuck it up or anything. That's the first step. Like, okay, very cool, Josh. But we still have, like, this big arbitrarily filled ped pool, right? With, like, you know, CJ is here. That's wrong. That's JC. And lots of other stuff. We still have, like, this big randomly filled ped pool. Sure, you could stop the game adding peds to it, but how do you control it? What we do is we drive over here, and then I wait like 10 seconds for reasons. And then watch for it, wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, did you see it? I played a replay. This is the other use for a replay in the run. Like this. It just so happens that if you have a bit, you have a ped pool, right? Blah, blah, blah. Lots of things in it. When you play a replay, the game deletes the ped pool. it fully empties the ped pool. It actually goes through and chucks out every single thing in the ped pool, and it makes a brand new ped pool, and then it adds the peds from the replay to the ped pool. So this replay that I'm playing, if I like actually catch the frame where it happens. Wait, we're going back. Wait. Oh, going back is so slow. Wait. There. If we go back and we find the replay that I have is CJ stood in Grove Street, right? His animation's broken, but don't worry about it. As CJ stood in Grove Street, and there's maybe like a police officer over here or something. Or like they might have all got unloaded. The Ryder and Sweet and that lot don't exist. Remember, this is the replay I made at the end of the first Big Smoke I did. So what happens is we play the replay. So we have this big ped pool with people in it. The game deletes the fucking ped pool. It creates a brand new ped pool, and it's like, okay, we need a in this replay. There's a CJ, there's a police officer, and that's about it. And it makes this ped pool, puts these people in it, shows you the replay, and then when it's done with the replay, it deletes the ped pool again, right? And then it starts with a brand new ped pool, and then it'll put CJ. Oh, that's JC again. It will put CJ backwards in it. I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter. It puts CJ in it. It puts all the peds that are around you in it, right? And then we start from a brand new ped pool. So this is how we control the ped pool. Like, okay, we can empty the ped pool now. If we just play a replay, it wipes the ped pool. We can start clean. So we don't need to track the ped pool throughout the entire game or anything stupid like that. We can do this, right? Now we're in the situation where, okay, we have a nice empty ped pool, and if we started Big Smoke right now, Big Smoke would be like right at the start of it, right? And then if we did the trick, we'd jump to like, I don't know, like slot 3 or something, because Big Smoke would be like the third ped or whatever, right? It's probably more like 7 or something right like that. Anyway, we could jump to number 3. That's all well and good, but we don't want to go to 3 in the mission script. That's like right at the start of the game. We don't want to do that. We want to go to where the gambling variables are. The gambling variables are like at like fucking 10,000 or something, right? I don't know the exact number of where they are, but they're at like 10,000. So we have a nice big empty ped pool. Oh, why am I doing my? Why is wrong with me? There we go. We have a nice big empty ped pool. With what am I doing? We have a nice empty ped pool that we could play the replay, and we completely empty the ped pool. And if we start the Big Smoke mission, we'll add Big Smoke to it right wherever we're at in the ped pool. How do we make it so Big Smoke is in the correct position in the ped pool to execute the gambling variables? This is where Fire Truck comes in at last. What you do is you start Fire Truck 60 times. 60. That's what I do here. Well, listen to me count. Ready? This is old me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I go through firefighter, and I start a firefighter. So I start firefighter, and now I'm looking at the minimap. I start firefighter. Oops, sorry, that's a bit fast. I start firefighter, and I wait until I see a triangle spawn. And what this little triangle is somewhere there's a car that spawns. There's a car that spawns that's on fire, right? And the car has people in it. I don't remember how many people. It might be like 1 or 2 or something, but it has people in it, right? What we're doing every time we start firefighter is we're spawning a consistent number of people. Is it just 1? Every time you start firefighter, you spawn 1 ped. So every time I start firefighter, we add like a ped to the thing and then delete it. But remember, when you forget, it's 2 because of go to 0. Oh right, there's 2 firefighters running, so there's 2 peds. Okay, so every time we start firefighter, we spawn 2 peds into the ped pool, and then we cancel firefighter, and the game's like, oh, I don't need these peds anymore, but it leaves them there, and then we spawn 2 more peds, and we move down the ped pool. And this is how we increment down the ped pool. This is why we don't use pimping, because it would have had to have been 120. Right, so we would have had to have started pimping 120 times. Yeah, right? Because pimping only spawns one girl. It doesn't dupe. Whereas this dupes. So we want to increment down the ped pool 120 times, which correlates to 60 firefighter starts. If we do that, we will vaguely... You got to remember, this isn't super precise because there's also just random peds in Grove Street and stuff. But we will vaguely be in the area where the gambling variables are. There's like a range of... In the mission script, there's like a bunch of numbers or whatever. And there's like a range of numbers that's just a bunch of zeros and then our payload that we've programmed in. As long as we land anywhere in this region of memory, like as long as we hit a series of zeros, again, it doesn't matter if we're odd or even, we could be here, or we could be here, right? Or we could be like here, or we could be here. As long as, well, not before pool, but we'd have to be before pool. As long as we land in this region of memory, somewhere vaguely in there where there's just a fuckload of zeros, and then we run into pool fixes our alignment, and then we run down a little bit more, and then we hit our payload. As long as we land somewhere in the series of memory, the trick is going to work. You can't be like ultra precise with the ped pool filling, because ultimately there's going to be like some random people stood in Grove Street that fuck you up if you try to do that. So yeah, you start firefighter exactly 60 times, like this. I'll just skip forwards until I've done it. You start firefighter exactly 60 times, and now we have to be very careful. Now we have to be very careful that I don't add any new peds to the ped pool, because if I do, it's gonna like fuck this up. So I have to very carefully, again, I'm looking downwards, and I have to be very careful. These peds that are here, you can hear them to my right. Those peds that are there were there while I was doing firefighter and played the replay and stuff. They didn't despawn, but I haven't spawned any new peds because I'm staring downwards, and we can start Big Smoke here. This is why we have to do this trick close to Big Smoke, like the mission. We can't like drive into like a nice secluded corner where no one's gonna spawn, then do it, then drive back over here. Because in the drive back over here, we're going to inevitably spawn peds. We can't, like, even if you look down the whole time, it's still going to spawn peds randomly. So you have to find a nice secluded spot near to the mission marker that you can do this. And then just try your best to get into the mission marker without spawning any more peds. So that's what my fill ped pool split in this split list is. That's what that is. We're using firefighter we're using a replay and a firefighter to do this exact thing. Why do you stand in that exact position instead of inside the marker? What do you mean? Like, why do I not park the fire truck on top of the marker? Because if I did that and look down, then a ped can walk past and then unload. Or a ped can, like, walk into, like, spawn in or whatever. We need to be, like, in a place where peds aren't going to keep spawning. When I'm in this corner, we're far enough away from the road that it's not going to spawn any new peds, but the ones that were on the pavement will stay there, right? If I just sit on top of the Big Smoke marker, then we're close enough to the road that it can spawn new peds that just walk around in a circle, right? So you need to, like, get far enough away that it won't spawn any new ones, but not so far that they'll despawn. So anyway, so that's what we're doing here. We're filling the ped pool by starting firefighter exactly 60 times. You could also do 59, you could also do 61. The range is big enough that you can get away with it, but 60 is in the middle, so it's better to just aim for that in case you have too many or too few peds, right? So you do all of that, and then you start the mission. Now, that solves the ped pool filling problem. But if you just start this mission, we're going to be on mission 1, and we won't be able to start just business at the same time, right? Because, you know, lots of other things. What I've also done during all of this, by the way, is I'm holding a phone call. You see my 4 button? Do you remember that phone call from the end of wrong side of the tracks that I'm holding here? This phone call? I'm still holding it. I have been holding it the entire time. I'm holding that button down all the way through this. I'm still holding it. I'm still holding it. I hold it all the way until exactly this moment, and then I let go of it to do the, like, CJ control state. Why am I fucking up my C's today? To do the CJ control state meme of, like, you know, 1, 2, 0, like the phone call should set this, the mission should set this until it goes to here and blah, 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 blah. You know, I'm doing that thing again to regain control of CJ. So I let go immediately right now. Then we're in this cutscene. And then we skip here. And this phone call, because I was in an interior when I answered this phone call breaks, is what I think is happening here. I'm not 100% certain. But anyway, we break this phone call. It gives me control over CJ back. And this cutscene right here, this cutscene that plays, the end condition for this cutscene is CJ accelerates in a car. That's the end. That's the ending condition for this cutscene. What's supposed to happen is CJ gets in the car and then he accelerates away. The game is checking for if CJ accelerates in car, cutscene ends. That's what we're waiting for. Must be that. If you didn't wait in the cutscene, it would cycle through because yeah, it must be that. Let's check it. Yeah, it has to be. So as soon as I press like X, as soon as I press X on the PS2 controller, right, which is sprint or accelerate, as soon as I press X on a PS2 controller, the cutscene will progress. So I can't press X on a PS2 controller. So I can't sprint on foot and I can't accelerate in a car. Yeah, so otherwise the cutscene is over. The reason I've done all this is because I need to set up a complicated thing to regain control at the end of Big Smoke. So we've solved the first problem with the ped pool, right? Now we have to solve the second problem of how the fuck do you start Just Business in this 1 second right here? How do you start Just Business? Like, what the hell is, you know, how the hell do you start Just Business right here? You could be on mission 0 all you like. I could even use a phone call to regain control of CJ in this 1 second. That doesn't help me. The Just Business marker is like all the way down this road, like at Big Smoke's house, right? Like there's Just Business all the way down there. How the fuck do I get there in 1 second? It's impossible, right? So even if I used the phone call bullshit of regaining control, you wouldn't be able to do it. What we're going to do, the way we solve this problem, and this is one of those things I'm going to have to explain backwards again for it to make any sense. What we're going to do is we're going to use the gym phone call. Do you remember this gym phone call that you answer here? This gym phone call? Yeah? And it shows you the gym. Like, unfortunately, I don't have a visual aid for this, but there's a phone call where you answer the phone and Sweet says, if you don't respect your body, ain't nobody gonna respect you, right? He says that to you. And then CJ's like, wait, what? And yeah, Sweet basically tells you need to go to the gym to work out. You then get a little cutscene that like shows you the gym. And it says like, and then you get like this text box. Oh, look, this text box right here. Here we go. It's actually on the screen. You get this little text box. If you want to increase your stamina or muscle, or if you blah, 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 check out the gyms around San Andreas, right? It's the gym tutorial cutscene is what you get. When that cutscene starts, it teleports CJ here so that it teleports CJ to exactly this spot so that you can see the gym. Because, again, the world is only loaded around CJ. It teleports you there. You then have... What is it? Is it 10 seconds? Or is it 15 seconds? I can't remember. I think it's... Wait, hang on, I can figure this out. We're at 45. It's 10 seconds. You have 10... This cutscene happens for 10 seconds. And then at the end of the 10 seconds, the phone call Yeah, go to the dumbbell icon displayed on the radar and check out the gym. At the end of this 10 seconds, the phone call will teleport you back to where you were, right? So, yeah, I really wish I had a visual aid for this. It would have been smart to set up, because I can't really show it in this video. Let me think of like a way. Wait, hold on. I think I know where to find this. Where's my no major glitches, PB? Wait, hold up. Hold the fucking phone a minute. PB videos. OG no major glitches. Right here. Let me cycle. Wow, holy shit, this is ancient. What the fuck? Oh my god, my no major glitches PB is so fucking old. When do I answer the gym phone call? Also, it's really low quality. Oh, don't worry about it. It's probably like... Does anyone know where I answer this? Oh shit, where do I answer? Sorry. Here, look, here. So, this is what the phone call is supposed to look like, right? Ring, ring. All right, I'm talking. So you get this phone call here, yeah, and it shows you here's the gym. It teleports you here. Like, oops. I'm funnily enough, I'm stood right next to Just Business. I'm almost doing the thing itself. In fact, oh my god, I'm actually, holy shit, this is exactly the same. I'm stood in the Just Business marker, or running dog marker, or whatever. Anyway, I'm stood here. I answer the phone call. The cutscene starts. When the cutscene starts, it remembers, like, okay, the cutscene just started. At the end of the cutscene, I need to teleport the player back. So as soon as this cutscene starts, it remembers, okay, CJ is stood at like 320.56 by 179.2, right? It remembers CJ is stood exactly there in the world. Then it teleports CJ. And if you look at my mini-map, which we can see, CJ is just stood outside the gym. He gets teleported here. We watch this cutscene for 10 seconds. And then it teleports you back to where you were stood a second ago. Wow, I actually, in No Major Glitches, I sort of do the same thing. That's really funny. It teleports you back to where you were stood. If you're fucking actually really careful, you can sort of see CJ land here. Do you see this? CJ is moving. He's like landing in this spot. That's funny. So you get teleported right back to where you were at the start of the cutscene. And in this instance, I was stood in the running dog marker because I'm doing a speed run and I want to go fast. Right? That's how that phone call is supposed to work. So what I could do is I can answer this phone call, and then as soon as I've answered it, in 10 seconds, I will be teleported back to where I was, right? So it gives me a 10-second window of time to do whatever I want, and then I'll get teleported back to where I answered the phone call. 10 seconds is a lot fucking longer than 1 second. And do you know what you could travel between in 10 seconds? You could travel between the gym and the final big smoke marker in exactly 10 seconds if you're exactly fast enough. This drive is really hard. And if you want to see me fail this drive, I have like 4 videos on my uncut channel where I have done the whole run and then I fuck up this drive for whatever reason. But you have exactly 10 seconds to drive an NRG from the gym all the way over to the big smoke marker and get into this 1 second wait. You have exactly 10 seconds to do it, and then you get and then the gym teleports you back to where I was. And I was stood right outside Big Smoke's house, which starts Just Business. Okay? You have exactly 10 seconds to do it. So that's how we turn this 1 second wait into a 10-second wait, is we use that phone call. Do you remember I said that phone call was like super important earlier? This is why. It's because you need to use it for this teleport. Now, we've solved some problems. Okay, Josh, you don't need to start Just Business within 1 second of standing in the big smoke marker now. That's all well and good, right? Now you need to end Big Smoke within 10 seconds of starting the gym cutscene. That's all well and good, but I don't know if you've noticed, Joshimus, but you don't have control. Wow, what a click! Can we just hold up a second? Dude, I just clicked randomly in this video and landed exactly on the fucking cutscene. What a legend. Anyway, That's all well and good, Josh, but unless you've noticed, you don't have fucking control in this cutscene, right? Like, you can't control CJ. And I know that you love to use phone calls to gain control of CJ when you shouldn't. Unfortunately, this is a fucking phone call. Like, you're already answering a phone call. You can't use a phone call to regain control of CJ because you're on the this is a phone call. You can't use a phone call to regain control in a phone call. Doesn't make any sense. You only have one phone call. Yeah, I was going to tell you there's no control here. Yeah, you have no control in this situation. How are you supposed to do that? And also, there's no fucking convenient NRG parked right next to you here. Like, you don't have time to go get the NRG and dead drive it. You have 10 seconds. Where the fuck is this NRG coming from, right? How do you get that? Those are the next problems we have to solve. And this finally brings me to the point in the run where we're actually at, is how do you solve the problem of regaining control in a phone call? And that's what we're going to do now. So, I've explained forwards. Now we come back to where we are in the run. I've just filled the ped pool by starting Firefighter 60 times. And now I'm going to walk over to the big smoke marker. And I'm going to, carefully. And this spawns big smoke exactly in the ped pool we want him. But I do something else here. So this big smoke is now exactly in this ped pool where we need him to be. And now I regain control of CJ. Right? With the phone call, funnily enough. And now I'm in a cutscene with control of CJ.
You know me. It's not cut. Keep the value in it. Keep it real.
And this cutscene doesn't end until I either skip it manually or I accelerate in a vehicle or sprint or whatever. This cutscene won't end until then, right? And what happens when a cutscene ends, chat? When a cutscene ends, it teleports you to where the next cutscene is, and then your CJ control state, I've done that wrong, gets set back to 1 or 2 or whatever I said was the one control. Yeah. You regain control at the end of the cutscene is what happens. You get teleported to the next bit, and you regain control of CJ. So right now, I have a non-phone call way of regaining control of CJ. It's this cutscene, right? There's a problem, though, is that this is the Big Smoke mission, and I need to have the end of the Big Smoke mission. I need, like, my friends on their bikes here. What the fuck is that? I need my friends on their bikes, and there to be a big red marker here. It needs to be exactly that 1 second wait in Big Smoke, right? And we are not in that 1 second wait in Big Smoke. We are somewhere else. But we do have a control gain. Or we have a control gain lined up that we can use. So what we're going to do, we're going to chain a bunch of control gains that we shouldn't have. It starts with the phone call. We answer the phone call in this cutscene, which gives us control when we shouldn't have it. Now we're in a cutscene, which, when we end it, will give us control over CJ.
That's cool.
Right?
Nice.
So we're like chaining these things. What we're going to do now is we're going to drive all the way to Binko in this cutscene and enter the apparel menu. Now, the way I'm going to do this, let me just skip forwards a bit. I'm going to drive all the way into Binko, and I'm going to get the apparel menu inside of Binko like this. And as soon as I get this apparel menu, when you're in the apparel menu like this is the menu where, like, CJ's changing clothes and stuff, right? What happens when you exit this menu? Right? You don't have control of CJ when you're in this apparel menu. What happens when the apparel menu ends? CJ does the door opening animation. He walks forwards, and then you regain control of CJ. Yeah. You get control of CJ again. So now we have another thing that could regain us control of CJ. We have the apparel menu. That's not how you spell apparel, but whatever, roll with it. We have the apparel menu. We've changed the phone call into this cutscene. And then in the cutscene, we get the apparel menu. And then I skip the cutscene. You see, this is the start of the game. And now I have control of CJ again. So I've changed the cutscene into the apparel menu. So now I have control of CJ while I'm on an apparel menu. So we've got a phone call, cutscene, apparel menu like that, right? The way that I do this, obviously I skip forwards a bit. The way I do this
It's not cut. Keep the value
is
in it. Keep it
I'm
real.
very carefully moving here. So I have to be very careful. I can't press X on a PS2 controller because that will skip the cutscene. So I can't accelerate and I can't sprint. So I have to go from here, and the cutscene is fixed in place. I have to go from here into Binko, which is like this building here. Can you see this in the distance? There's like a building way over there, and there's a little I'll make this. There's a little yellow marker here way in the distance that if you walk into, it will put you inside the Binko shop, and then from inside the Binko shop, you can walk into the apparel menu, right? So there's a little tiny yellow marker here, right, that I need to get to. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn the car around while on foot here. So I just push the car really slowly. Again, I can't accelerate. I can't just get in this car and drive forwards and drive over there. Because if I do that, I'll skip the fucking cutscene. Because the cutscene ends when I accelerate in a car, right? So I have to turn Ryder's car around really painfully slowly. The phone's ringing because I'm on mission 0. And then I have to get in the car, and then I have to drive the car in reverse all the way to Binko. Yeah, there is a way you can, on foot, go to Binko. Other runners will, like, chainsaw slide their way to Binko and use the sound of the phone call ringing to time where they are and stuff. I haven't learned that setup. I've only learned this setup, and this setup is good enough for me, and I can do it consistently, so I don't care. It's good enough for me. So I'm gonna reverse real slowly, and what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for. How do I zoom this in? I really do need to zoom this. I'll do this, and then let me close this a second. Oh no, that's sure. Whatever, that works. We'll take this, we'll crop that, and then we can zoom in like this. Okay, here we go. Whoop. Right, okay, so a bit bigger, more. Okay, here is the Binko, right? It's like there's the Binko. I think, is that where the Binko is? I think the Binko is like behind this tree. Yeah, it's like here, right? There we go. Okay, this is obviously fucking huge, and you can't see me anymore, but don't worry about it for a minute. Okay, so let me get my drawing doc. Okay, right, so I need to reverse all the way up to here, and I'm waiting for this bush here. I'm waiting for the car to get over the top of this bush, and then I'm going to turn left here like this, and then I'm going to bonk on a wall here. And as soon as that happens, I'm then going to get out of the car. And I get out of the car, and then I wait for the phone call to ring. As soon as the phone call rings, I know that I'm not in the vehicle anymore. Because again, if I press W in a vehicle, the cutscene's going to skip. So I want to be very careful not to press W when I'm in the car. So I get out of the car, and then from here, CJ is stood like here, right? If I press W, again, CJ will walk relative to the camera. So CJ is going to walk like pretty much straight west here. So because of that, what's going to happen is CJ is going to walk west. He's going to bonk into this wall here, but the wall is like angled this way. So CJ is going to bonk into this wall, and then he's going to scrape along the wall until he hits the yellow marker, and then he's going to go inside the interior. That's the play. That's what we're trying to do here. So I'm going to hold W. It's a shame you can't see my inputs in the zoomed in thing. In fact, I'm just going to get rid of it. I'm going to hold W so you can see that now. Like this. And I'll eventually just magically, the world unloads, and that's CJ going inside the Binko interior. So now we're in the Binko interior. The camera still hasn't changed. The camera, we're still in Grove Street. Look, this door here, this is Ryder's house right here. It's just doors aren't unloaded in interiors for reasons. But now we're in the interior world. So CJ is like way up in the sky somewhere inside the Binko shop. And now what I have to do is, if we listen to what I'm saying, I have like a series of movements I've memorized to get inside the apparel menu. So listen.
1 elephant, 2 elephant,
And
3
look at my
elephant,
inputs.
4 elephant, 1 elephant, 2 elephant, 3 elephant, 1 elephant, 2 elephant.
So what I'm doing is I'm holding down D for 4 seconds.
1 elephant, 2 elephant, 3 elephant, 4 elephant.
And then CJ is walking like to the right in the shop and bonks on a wall.
1 elephant.
And then I hold S and he walks a different way and then bonks on a different wall.
2 elephant, 3 elephant, 1 elephant.
And then I go back to walking the original way and then he just walks, and that's how he walks into the apparel menu, and that's how we get in there. It's obviously, I don't really have a very good visual aid for this. I'd have to like open up the game, and I haven't really prepared for that, but I'd have a save and stuff. But basically, yeah, I'm doing a, say like we're in the Binko shop like this, right? I'm going this way and hitting a wall, and then I'm going this way and then hitting a wall, and the entrance to the apparel menu is here, and then I'm going this way. I'm going like that, right? We're going right and then forwards and then right. This doesn't make sense because I'm actually going backwards. I'm holding S, but that's essentially what is happening, right? It's probably a bit more complicated than this because the Binko is probably at like an angle like this, and we're stood here, and there's a wall here and a wall here, right? So it's probably a little bit more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, I haven't actually looked at why these inputs work, but these inputs work. I'm just doing them because I was told to do it, right? So I'm blindly walking into the apparel menu here. Once I get the apparel menu, wait for it. Oh, wait for it. Once I get the apparel menu, then I left click, which skips the cutscene. Left click is always skips cutscenes in San Andreas, which is a thing I only learned recently. But you left click, and left click doesn't affect the apparel menu at all, but it skips the cutscene. So we've done that thing. We've done that thing I said where I had a phone call, and then I used that to gain control in the cutscene, and then I used that to gain control in the apparel menu. Right? We've like daisy chained these input gainings. So then I can progress the mission, but now we have a problem. Do you see what the problem is, chat? Can you see the problem? You can't see the problem because it's invisible. The world is invisible. I'm in the interior world. This is what it looks like. So because I went into the Binko, like the game remembers like what interior you're in. You're either in like the overworld, which is like in interior equals 0 is the overworld. Let's say like 5 is the Binko world, right? When I walk into that yellow marker, when I walk into the yellow marker that's over here, the game teleports me inside the Binko, and then it sets my interior to 5, which is why the world disappears like this. But when you skip this cutscene, the cutscene doesn't set you back to 0. It has no reason to do it. So skipping this cutscene now I'm just in the wrong interior world. I'm like, the Binko is loaded and is being rendered, but I'm not in the Binko anymore, so everything is just black. Thankfully, the physics and everything is here. Like, what we are at, like, this point right here, we are right here. We're right here, right? So we have a wall in front of us, like this. There's a pavement here. My friends are getting onto the bike, and there's a bike in front of me. Those are all the things that we can't see, but I'm always exactly there because the mission puts me exactly there, right? So we know exactly where I am. Here it goes. Do you see this? We're looking at exactly the same thing. Big Smoke is getting onto a bike that we can't see. I don't know why. That's not what a bike looks like. There's a wall here that goes like this, and there's a pavement that goes like this along here, right? We're in exactly the same situation. Now, I need to, obviously, I could try to play the game completely fucking blind, but that would be really goddamn slow. So what we want to do is we want to change our interior. We want to change it from 5 back to, we want to go back to 0, right? So that we can see what the fuck we're doing. How, and chat, pop quiz, how do you change your interior value in San Andreas? How do you change what interior you're in? Door. You enter an interior, exactly. If I enter another interior, let's say I enter interior 8, my interior will become 8, which is still not that useful. But then I just leave the interior. I just walk out, and that sets me back to 0. So we need to find some interior that we can blindly walk into in order to set our interior back to 0. So it just so happens that, like, down the road this way, and then slightly to the left is a 24/7 shop at a petrol station. And if we could walk into that, we could get our interior vision back. So what we do is we use the only references we have. We have this blue marker. We don't have a mini map. I wish we had a mini map. But we have this blue marker, and we have this blue marker. We have the car doors and tires of the car that exploded. And I don't know if you can see this over here. And we have PEDs. Those are the only references we have. And, like, yeah, sounds of stuff. But San Andreas ain't that great with, like, sounds of stuff. Oh, and we have, like, camera movements as well. Those are the references we have right now. So by using this references, what I'm trying to do is, like, there's, like, a road here, right? With pavements either side. And it goes down like this way. I'm trying to walk down the left pavement to go down the road. That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm using, like, I know that the bike spawns. Remember from earlier, we saw it. It spawns in front of a building on the pavement, doesn't it? Or the sidewalk, or whatever you want to call it. That's where the bike spawns. Why can I not draw a bike? Whatever. That's where the bike spawns. So we know that's where the bike is. So I can use this marker to know that if I line up with it, and I am, like, correctly lined up with this road, then I'll be on the pavement. Oh, that's a pavement, not a road. I'll be on the pavement if I line up with it correctly, right? So I'm trying to, like, walk down the road. Now, this PED here spawns. The PEDs, they will walk down the pavements when they spawn. So I can see these PEDs here, so I know that the road must be at least like this, and these guys are on this pavement, and hopefully I'm on the pavement here, right? So I can try to use where the PED spawn to, like, figure out where the pavement is. We get lucky here. This guy spawns on the pavement that I'm trying to walk down. So now I know that, like, okay, here's the pavement here. I could fucking see it because the PED's on it, right? And I know that bike is on the pavement. I was going to say, I'm a little too much to the left here. If you look at this PED, he's walking, like, this way. And these PEDs are walking this way, and here's the road, right? So I'm actually a little too much to the side. I'm, like, here, right? So because of that, I bonk into a wall here. You can tell I bonk into the wall because the camera stops moving. It gets, like, the camera collides with a wall here. So as soon as that happens, I realize I must be on some road here that's, like, connected. Oh, that was terrible. That's, like, connected with this road, like this. I must be on some other road, and I've just walked into this building that's here, obviously. So I'm here bonking into this building. So I know that I need to go slightly to the right here and realign with the pavement. So that's what I do. I go slightly to the right until my camera is free again and realign with this pavement. Then this PED spawns. Thank God this PED spawns, because he walks straight down there. So now that I know, if I line up this guy with the blue marker like this, you see how they're lined up? I know the bike is on the pavement. right? I know the bike is on the pavement. That's a car, whatever. I know this ped is on the pavement. So by lining these things up with my position, I can triangulate my position to be on the pavement, right? So I line up with these two things, and now I know I'm dead straight down the pavement. Oh, and that guy got ran over by the voodoo. Then as soon as the marker disappears here, as soon as the blue marker for the bike disappears, right there, I know I'm now really far away from the bike, that I'm so far away that it's unloaded the blue marker. As soon as that happens, I know that, like, here's a road here, right? I know that I'm on a road here. I've gone far enough to get to this road. And I know that there's, like, a wall here. And this wall, I want to shimmy across and then line myself up with an interior. So I'm going to walk this way until I bonk a wall. And then I'm going to hold A and S like this to walk diagonally this way. And if I just hold that like this wall will guide me inside the 24/7 interior like this. Like that. There you go. Now I'm inside the 24/7. My interior equals 8. And then I leave the interior. And now my interior equals 0 instead. And you can see briefly here, here's this wall I was trying to line up with. It's this way here. This wall is what I was trying to line up with. And then I walked diagonally to where I am now. And now I can probably show you this is the road I was walking down here. I walked down this road, bonked this wall, and then walked diagonally into this shop here. That's what I did. You may notice, by the way, I'm holding space down here. The apparel menu uses the sprint button. It uses the X button, so the sprint button on foot. It uses that to confirm to go to the next menu, but it only happens when I let go of the button, right? So that's how I've managed to sprint this whole time. It's because I've just been holding the space button. As soon as I let go of space, wait for it, I will advance in the apparel menu like this because I've let go of space. Yeah, this is the part of the run where I now need to juggle the apparel menu and a fake imaginary PS2 controller because we have a bit of a problem now. Now I am here outside of this 24/7, right? And I want to be all the way at fucking Grove Street, like a mile away, right? I need to progress the whole mission and, you know, just progress the whole mission to the very end and then set up the rest of the trick. The problem is, in order to do that quickly, I need to get inside of a vehicle. To get inside of a vehicle, I need to press the triangle button. And what button have Rockstar chosen to make it so that this apparel menu will close? Remember, as soon as this apparel menu closes, CJ will do the walking out of the wardrobe animation and I'll regain control of CJ. But I need that later. So the problem is, as soon as I press triangle on the PlayStation 2 controller, as soon as I press triangle to get in a vehicle, I'm going to close this apparel menu, right? Because I go back 1 in the menu. But not being able to use vehicles would be really goddamn slow if I had to, like, waddle my way through the whole mission. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to juggle the apparel menu. What I can do is if I let go of space here, don't worry about the voodoo a second. If I let go of space, I advance 1 in the apparel menu. So think of it as if, like, here's an apparel menu here, right? And this is the one that says, like, t-shirts, shoes, watches, and shit, right? And as soon as you press space, you advance 1 menu forwards to the next menu. And in this instance, I've picked the t-shirt menu. We've got white tank, black tank, green hoodie, white t-shirt, LS t-shirt, all that stuff. I've advanced to the t-shirt menu, right? Now, if I press space 1 more time, we'll advance to CJ puts on the black tank. As soon as that happens, I'm going to soft lock because the game is going to try to teleport me to where the wardrobe is but it can't for lots of reasons. It's going to try to show me CJ putting on the black tank top, and then I get to see what it looks like before I choose to buy it or not. For a bunch of reasons, that's not going to work, right? If I press space, or rather, if I press X on a PS2 controller one more time right now, if I press X one more time, we're going to put on the black tank top, and that's going to soft lock the game, and we don't want to do that. So I have to be very fucking careful with my inputs right now to not advance one more in the apparel menu. If I advance one more in the apparel menu, yeah, I will kill the run. I will end the game. So I'm going to put the apparel menu down. I'm going to put the apparel menu like here, so you can sort of still see me and read chat. There you go. But I have done something else. I have advanced one in the apparel menu, right? So now if I press triangle on a PS2 controller, if I press triangle, I will go back an apparel menu. And that's fine, because nothing will happen. I'll just close the t-shirt menu and go back to the main menu, won't I? This is what I call apparel menu juggling. I need to juggle between the main menu of the apparel menu and the first sub-menu. I need to bounce between these two things in order to press buttons when I need to press them. So I let go of space, so that advanced to be one in the apparel menu. Now I'm able to press triangle. And because I can press triangle, it means I can get inside this voodoo. So I'm very carefully walking up, and I press F, which is triangle, one fucking time. I press it one goddamn time, and I get inside the car. And if you can see again, this apparel menu, we're in the main menu again. Torso, legs, shoes, change, etc. So now we've moved from the t-shirt menu with the black top and all that stuff. We've moved from that back to the first main menu, and I've juggled it, right? So even though I can't press X or triangle without fucking up the menu, if I tactically press them at the correct points, I could just go back and forth between the main menu and the sub menu and not lose the menu at all. When I do this in a run, I am completely silent. Like, you can see my face here. This is the face of a Joshimus that is really fucking concentrating, because I need to be real fucking careful that I don't press X or triangle when I'm not supposed to fucking press it, right? So I'm concentrating really hard. I get inside the car because I've pressed triangle, right? Now I can get inside the car. Now we have another problem. To accelerate in a car, you have to press X to accelerate, right? That's how you accelerate in a car. What happens when I press X? I'll go forwards a fucking apparel menu. So, in order to drive this car, I get one X press. I can press X one fucking time. I can press it once. Because as soon as I let go of it, we're going to go forwards in the apparel menu. So here, if you watch what happens, I'm going to start accelerating. And did you hear that? Did you hear that? Blink. There was the sound of like me advancing in the apparel menu. Listen. As soon as I get into the car and start accelerating, there's a boink. Yeah, I have done half of an X press. So there are two parts of a button. There are three parts of a button press, right? When you initially press the button down, right? That's the first part of an A press, as Panic puts it. That's the first part of a button press. We press it down. That's the pressed state. Then we are in the like continuing to be held state, right? The button continues to be held. And then when you lift your finger off the button, that's the second half of an A press. So I can half X press right now. If I hold X, I can accelerate. As soon as I let go of X, the apparel menu would advance to the next one. So I've done half of an X press right now. So I have to half X press and play the whole fucking mission. So again, I can't let go of W. You have to remember, I cannot let go of W unless I want to juggle the apparel menu again. So I am stuck accelerating for the rest of the fucking, until I let go. So if you see me drive here, and I drive really fucking weird. Do you see this? Like, I'm using, like, handbrake to slow down and stuff. You see? And I'm just accelerating constantly. It's because I can't let go of W. I have to do this. So we need to be careful, because if I drive into this wall and I get flat stuck on this wall, I can't go anywhere. The car is just into this wall because I'm stuck accelerating. I can't do anything. I can't reverse because if you press S at the same time as W, it just counts as you coasting. It doesn't accelerate and it doesn't brake. You just do nothing. So I can't reverse. Like, okay, I can because I can juggle the apparel menu back and forth, but you know, I need to be careful with my driving here. It's like very dangerous. I can't just like willy-nilly like let go of W to go around a corner and brake and then press it again. I need to concentrate on must press W, right? So I'm doing this bit with just pressing W, and I'm pushing sweet, and I'm using handbrake to slow down, and I'm just constantly pressing it. Now we're about to encounter a new problem here. We're about to start a cutscene. What happens when you start a cutscene, chat? You lose control of CJ. When you lose control of CJ, the game basically just forces your finger off of any buttons that you're pressing. That's essentially what happens. So as soon as I enter this cutscene, I'm going to be forced to let go of the X button. It's going to let go of the X button for me. So as soon as I enter this cutscene, we are going to advance 1 in the apparel menu. So if you look for it here, I preemptively let go of it because I'm going to coast into the cutscene. But I've advanced an apparel menu, right? So I've gone from the main apparel menu with teach, like torso or whatever. I've gone from that to the next one. Then, in this cutscene, so now if I try to accelerate right now, again, we're on the second step of the apparel menu. If I try to accelerate right now, CJ is gonna put on the, well, okay, not right now because I've already fixed it, but I fixed it a bit too quick for my explanation. Wait for it. Here. If I press W again right now in the apparel menu, then CJ is going to put on the black tank top and we're going to soft lock. I can't do that. So I now can't accelerate. So what I have to do is in this cutscene, as soon as this cutscene starts, you can see I'm still in the t-shirt menu. As soon as this cutscene starts, I press F, which is triangle on a PS2 controller. That is a terrible square. I press F, which is triangle on a PS2 controller, which brings me 1 back. So I've gone back an apparel menu now. So now I'm back into the main menu. And now that I'm back in the main menu, now I can half X press again. So I'm half X pressing. So I'm holding the X button down. I'm half X pressing. And now I can half X press for a bit again. Until I let go of it again. So now, again, I just drive here. I drive carefully. Don't lock up. Don't get stuck on these bins. I'm pushing the guys. I'm trying to push the guys while just using space to slow down with, which is the fucking, which is the handbrake button. All right, and I'm going through all of this. Blah, 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 blah. Then we get to this bit here. Now, in my early runs, this jump down here, I would always flip my car over and chat would always laugh at me like, oh, Josh is so bad, he can't do this jump, he flips the car over. Not understanding that I have to fucking hold X the whole time. I can't let go of W. If you can't stop accelerating, you can't control the car in the air, right? And because I can't control the car in the air, I can't prevent myself from flipping over. I can't slow down. I can't do anything. I'm stuck pressing the fucking button and chat is dumb. But because they kept laughing at me and it was hurting my feelings, I decided that I'm actually going to let go of W here. So I let go of W as I enter the air here. And I, again, advance 1 in the apparel menu. Like this. So now that I actually can slow down. And like, do you see that the car leaned backwards here? Do you see this lean backwards? That's because I'm holding 5, which is my lean backwards key. You can tell I do it because I go down in the apparel menu. Watch it. I go from black tank to green hoodie. Do you see that? I scroll down one. That's because I pressed the lean down button. And the lean down button is down. So I go down on the menu on a PS2 controller, right? So I lean the car back and, okay, it's down analog stick, but I lean the car back and that means I don't flip over. If I don't do that, we're gonna nosedive into the ground. I'm gonna land with my nose straight on the ground with my car upright like this and the wheels here. And the car's gonna flip over and chat's gonna laugh at me and I'm gonna be angry about it. So instead I'm adding this extra apparel menu hop here just so I don't have to do that. So what I have to do now I'm in this situation where I'm in the second bit and I have to press F or triangle. I have to press triangle to go back one in the menu, right? But if I press triangle, I'm going to get out of the car, which I don't want to do because that's slow. So what I'm doing is I'm holding space. For whatever reason, if you're holding handbrake, CJ won't get out of the car when you press F. So I'm holding handbrake and then I press F to go back at apparel menu. Like this, and now I could accelerate again after like sitting there and thinking about it for a little bit and making sure the apparel menu is like, I'm doing these inputs slowly because I'm making sure that I'm pressing the right thing at the right fucking time and don't soft lock myself. So now that that's done, now I can push Ryder again and we can push him through the rest of the mission until we get to this point. So I don't want to end the mission right now. Remember, what we're trying to do is we're trying to set it up so that I take the gym phone call. We're trying to set it up so that I take the gym call, but gain control and have an NRG, and then I have 10 seconds to drive into this marker. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to set up. So instead, what I do, I don't want to just drive over there and finish the mission, because that would be dumb. That's not what I want to do. So what I've done now is I've set up this point where these two guys on the bike back here, they are going to cycle all the way over into Grove Street. That was a terrible arrow. Oh, that was also terrible. Whatever. They're going to cycle into Grove Street, and they're going to sit there and wait for me to get into this red marker. And again, as soon as we get into that marker, the game is going to wait 1 second, and during that second, if I start Just Business, the book swapping just happens to line up that I will execute Big Smoke's position in the ped pool as code, and we'll jump through a bunch of code, and then I'll execute my payload and skip to the end of the game. So that's what we're trying to do. So now that I've done all that, we're in a situation where Big Smoke will end, and I have this apparel menu, right? Now, what I could do is I could go take this NRG right here, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this NRG. I'm going to pick up some grenades here. And I could take this NRG, park it at the gym, go to the Just Business marker, answer the phone call, and then I could, in the cutscene, I could cancel the apparel menu, and that will make it so CJ does the walk out of the wardrobe animation, and then I regain control of CJ. And then I could where is it? Then I could take the NRG and I could drive over there. The problem with that is that takes too long. Like the animation of CJ leaving the apparel menu, it's here. You'll see it in a second. The animation looks like this, right? That's the animation, and then I get control back. That takes way too fucking long. I only have 10 seconds. I only have 10 seconds to do this drive, and it's really fucking precise. Like, look how fast I go, and I barely make it in exactly 10 seconds. Like, if at the start of this, I had to do the walk out of wardrobe animation before I gained the time, like, it would take too long. I can't do it. So, the apparel menu is not good enough to do the trick with. So, what I have to do instead is I have to change it for a different menu. Before that, what I'm going to do is we need to park that NRG in exactly the right spot because we need to use the fastest vehicle in the game to get over to Grove Street with. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to take the NRG. And again, if you see the apparel menu, I'm juggling the apparel menu again. I won't point it out every time, but just know that I'm constantly doing it. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to forward to menu. Then I go back a menu. Then I hold space. I walk over here. I run over here. I let go of the apparel menu, and then I press F to get on... I let go of space, which advances an apparel menu. Then I press F once to get on the bike. Then I hold W, half a W press. And then I need to let go of W. And then I need to press triangle to advance back. You know, I'm going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So I'm juggling this menu. Now I need to go forwards, and I go back, and then I can get on the bike. I'm doing it so quickly, right? But yeah, just know that I'm juggling the entire time. What I'm doing here, by the way, because the camera shake thing can happen, that makes it really hard to blow up Ryder's Smoke's car with a gun. Like, I could just shoot Smoke's car in the petrol tank and blow it up, right? There's a petrol tank, like, right here behind the license plate. I could shoot it in the petrol tank and blow it up. But if the fucking, if the camera is shaking like this, good fucking luck shooting the petrol tank of the car, right? Good fucking luck doing that. So instead, I want to use grenades. So that's why I'm picking up these grenades here. Above me in the floor above right here. In the floor above, like right here, there's grenades in this corner, like right here on the floor above. So what I'm doing is I drive over here, and then I just get on top of the NRG, and I just jump into this corner. You see? And I just picked up grenades. I pick up grenades through the roof. Because that's faster than driving up there. So then I do a 180, and then we leave this place. So I have everything I need, minus not the apparel menu. I have the NRG, and I have grenades. And Big Smoke is set up. So we go park the NRG, and again, me moving through this menu here. That's me spam leaning forwards on the bike to go faster. That's why I'm scrolling through this menu. But yeah, so what we need to do now is I need to park the bike exactly precisely. This is so difficult to time that if you watch here, when I spawn in, I immediately get on the bike. Do you remember what I explained at the very beginning with the teleporting onto the bike thing? With the with the 3 circles? Do you remember way at the beginning? The way I teleport onto the bike, there's a circle here, there's a circle here, and there's a circle here. And if you're in one of those circles and you try to get on the bike, CJ skips pathfinding and he just gets straight on the fucking bike. Well, I need to do the same thing again here. If I park the bike too far away, or too close even, if I park the bike in the wrong spot here, when I attempt to do the teleport, when I attempt to do the trick, CJ will like pathfind towards the bike and then get on it. And that's too slow. We only have 10 seconds. I have to get to Grove Street right the fuck now. So I have to make sure I park this bike in exactly the right position that when I spawn in here, I'm stood within one of these 3 circles. And we obviously pick this circle here. Like, you have to be, like, so fucking precise with your parking here. So anyway, I'm like, want to park very precisely. You're like, okay, Josh, that's all well and good. Just park the bike good. How hard is it? Well, the problem is I have the fucking apparel menu open. So I can't just park the bike all neat and tidy. I'm stuck holding fucking W or X or whatever the whole fucking time. So you have to try to park the bike while fully accelerating and only being able to brake with the handbrake. So I have to, like, really, you can see how I'm really carefully, like, right, park it in exactly the right spot like this. And then I have to juggle the apparel menu again, get off the bike. And now the bike is in the exact perfect spot. Now we have 3 minutes until the game will despawn this bike. Because if you leave a vehicle, and it's your personal vehicle, if you leave it, the game starts a 3-minute timer, and at the end of that 3-minute timer, it will despawn the bike no matter what happens. So I have 3 minutes to do everything else I need to do on top of everything I'm trying to do at the same time. So now we want to go to the nightclub, because, spoilers, we're going to use the nightclub for this thing. So I have to get over there really quickly within 3 minutes. So I'm again juggling the apparel menu. I'm going to get into this random car. And we're going to take this random car, keep juggling the apparel menu, and head over to the nightclub. So, as soon as I lose this, leave this apparel menu, I'll regain control of CJ. Well, both CJs, I guess. What? Wait, actually, what is happening to the other CJ right now? Do I have control over the other CJ? I kind of forgot there was another CJ running around. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, 3 minutes into 10 seconds into 1 second. Yeah, exactly. I have to time the 3 minutes into a 10 second into a 1 second. Anyway. Yeah, I have to drive over here with the apparel menu. Cancel all of it. And what we're going to do is we're going to go inside this nightclub. I'm going to mute it because there's music and fuck getting copyrighted. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the apparel menu. Do you remember earlier I went phone call into cutscene into now apparel menu. And now we're going to do the last jump into the dance. Because when you start this dance like this, you lose control of CJ. And when you cancel the dance, you regain control of CJ, just like all these other things. So yeah, we've gone phone to cutscene to apparel to now we're going to do the dance. Yeah, we've gone bam, bam, bam like that. We've chained like control gaining things. So once I've started the dance, I can finally close the apparel menu. We get the CJ leaves the wardrobe animation like this. And then I get put here. And then I get control back. So because the apparel menu ends and I leave the wardrobe, I get control back over CJ. But now we're in the dance. So now I have a completely different set of buttons that I can't press. Right? If I press... Well, actually, it's the same set of buttons. I can't press like X and triangle like normal because otherwise I'll end the dance menu. So now we're in the same situation, but it works a little bit differently because now I can't do half presses. That was it. This one works differently. So before with the apparel menu, you had like the X, you had the half X press thing. So I could hold X down and that's fine. And it was only when I released X that it would be a problem, right? It was only when I released it that it would do a thing. The dance menu works differently. The dance menu uses the press part. So I can't do the half A press meme here. So I can't get in this vehicle because I need to press F to do that. And I can't sprint because I would need to press space to do that. And I don't want to fuck around with this menu. I technically can juggle this menu back and forth, but I don't want to. It's like too difficult. So instead, I'm stuck just like jumping here. There is a way to take the car here, and if you watch better runners than me, they will take the car here. But it involves using some even cursed... You have to use even more cursed inputs, and I just don't want to. If I get to this point in the run, I just want the fucking run to finish, right? Like, I don't want to add all this extra shit. Oh yeah, unmute, thank you, yeah. Wait, yeah, that was it. So anyway, I have this dance menu that will give me control over CJ after a little jig animation. It's very short. It will immediately give me control over CJ again. So now we're going to jump our way over to the just business marker. I'm also holding the phone call, by the way. The phone call, that's the gym phone call. As soon as I answer this phone call, we're going to get teleported to the gym. So here we go. Here's the big moment. The whole run has come down to this. I stand. This is where the just business marker is, right? It's like right here. It looks like this. If I stand in this and go on mission 0, then I will start just business, right? So I stand exactly where this marker is. And as soon as I answer the phone call like this. I answer the phone call like this. Yeah. And now we're in the gym tutorial cutscene. As I said earlier, in the gym tutorial cutscene, when you start it, you have exactly 10 seconds of being in this cutscene before you get teleported back to where you were. Not where you are right now, where you were is where you get teleported to. So here, I get teleported to Running Dog in this NMG run. In this case, I'm going to get teleported to here. So from this point, I have exactly 10 seconds. From right here, I have 10 seconds to get to the big smoke marker and do the teleport. So now, while I was answering this phone call, I'm also holding the F key, and the F key is how you cancel this menu, right? So I put this phone call down and cancel the dance menu at like the same time. So right here, the dance gets cancelled right as I get teleported directly next to my NRG. So now everything is in place. In 10 seconds, I will start Just Business. I then need to now really heckin' fast drive all the way to the big smoke marker as quick as possible and get into this big smoke marker within 10 seconds, within 10 seconds, or within 9 seconds, I guess. I have 9 seconds to get into this marker. I then need to jump off of the bike because I need to be on foot. When I get teleported, if I'm on the bike here, I won't start the mission. So I have to jump off the bike so that I'm on foot. And now, you see this fade to black that happens? This fade to black here, that's not big smoke. That's the gym phone call. So I get like 9 seconds to get into here, or 10 seconds even. As soon as I start this, as soon as I hit this, we have 1 second. We have 1 second where the big smoke mission is reading what I said, page 6. It's reading page 6 over and over and over again for 1 second until that 1 second's up, and then it moves on with the mission. And during that 1 second, if I start Just Business, which spoilers I do, the game now reads Big Smoke's position in the ped pool as a jump instruction. And now we've finally done everything. Everything's all come together. I forgot how I explained this. We go into this. The Big Smoke is reading the 1 second page book. The 1 second wait page. We start Just Business. The book that Big Smoke is reading gets ripped out of the bookshelf and replaced with the Just Business book. Page 6 of the Just Business book says some stuff that it's like halfway through reading, and Big Smoke accidentally reads it. The mission Big Smoke accidentally reads it as jump to Big Smoke's ped pool position in code. We jump to that location. It takes a few seconds. We blast through a bunch of zeros that the game has like written in memory around the gambling numbers. We get to the pool part, and it reads pool as the camera shake. The camera starts shaking. It keeps blasting through all the zero numbers, all the variables that it's reading, and then finally, it reaches the Wheel of Fortune's bets that we set up ages ago. It blasts through all these numbers, and then it reaches these ones. And then from way earlier, we've programmed all these numbers that if you translate it through all the translation layers, it's like, okay, it becomes a number, that becomes a hexadecimal number, that becomes a San Andreas mission script instruction. We do the 3 layers of translation all the way through that, and the instructions become wait 15 and a bit seconds. The instructions become, from this point, from the camera shake, wait 15 and a bit seconds. Then it will start end of the line free. Then it will play the credits. So 15 and a bit seconds from this camera starting to shake. I will immediately start end of the line free, and the cutscene the credits will play like this. And that's it. And end of the line free is also playing in the background. And there you go. I hope I did a good job. That is any percent Grand Theft Auto San Andreas original version explained in, I don't know, like 7 hours or something. There you go. I finally done it. Yeah, GG. Right? Why the 15-second wait? I explained the other day. The 15-second wait is there so that I don't start Just Business and end of the line at the same time. Because if I do that, the game will crash. It will make sense when you watch the full video. It's closer to 8 hours. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry live stream viewers. This was more of a YouTube video than a live stream. Okay, right. Well, I fucked up my throat 2 days in a row now from like shouting for like 4 hours straight. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope this explanation made sense. This is a really difficult thing to explain because it's like such a long fucking thing. And there's like so much complicated shit to it. And it is like you kind of need a computer science degree to understand it. And I only vaguely understand it. And I do have a computer science degree. Yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this How I Beat video. I will hopefully do another one of these for any % no AJS in the future. When I get a good run of that, whenever that fucking happens. Yeah, so look out for that. That will be way more complicated and longer than this, because that's like a fucking 4-hour long run and has like loads of other different complicated glitches in it. So yeah, that video will probably be like 12 parts long. Okay. All right, that's it. I got nothing else. Feel free to leave comments if you have any questions. I will hopefully be answering them and stuff. Yeah, and maybe give this run a try if you want to be absolutely fucking masochistic. Maybe this was a good enough tutorial for you to try it at home. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. But it isn't designed as a tutorial. This is designed as like an entertainment, like explain for the viewer what the fuck is happening kind of video. It's not a speedrun tutorial, so yeah. This one wasn't a speedrun tutorial. The other one wasn't a speedrun tutorial. So please don't take it as that, but maybe it works. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. I got nothing else. See you in the next video, YouTube. If you want to watch all my runs, I have a second account called Josh Must Uncut, where I post all my stuff raw, uncut, and stuff like that. And yeah, I speedrun San Andreas every day until GTA 6 comes out, pretty much. That's it. Thanks for watching, YouTube. Thanks to all these joshmust.com members for supporting me and everything. Shout out to joshmust.com if you want to go there and support me, by the way. Oh my god, I've just realized I'm missing the romic in joshmust.com. Oh shit. Okay, whatever. And I will see you all in the next video, YouTube video watchers. Goodbye.